All right, people, what's going on? This is your boy Liger, one half of Enduo, and this is basically a special endcast. But this is my second one-on-one. I had the first one with King Rinpoche, and I have John with me to talk about anything, basically gaming and what's going on, and we talk about opinions and stuff like that. Basically, we kind of started this because of a podcast that happened between John Lucas and OJ. Play Francis, whatever. Play Essence of last week. So we're gonna see if we could talk about some stuff about gaming. So, John, introduce yourself to the.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is John Turner, and for those of you who have seen my posts on Player Essence, I've actually done 2 podcasts with OJ from Player Essence not too long ago, and this is my first time doing a podcast with somebody else other than that. So, at the risk of, before we start, I just want to say that I know that some of you may have different opinions on the matter that we're going to be talking about, and if you do, please keep in mind, this is just my opinion. I do not mean to insult anybody on here, so if anybody takes offense, please keep in mind that's not my intention. It's just my views, okay? Good.
All right. So, let's just start. Let me just start off easy. What's your consoles you have for this generation?
Well, I ended up going. Well, wait. Let me dial it backwards a little bit. I used to be primarily a Nintendo console owner, and in some ways I still am. So this gen, I have gone with a Wii U. But it was only until recently this year that I ended up getting a PlayStation 3. And I know it's a last-gen system, but anyway, the reason why I did was because I was just growing increasingly frustrated with the situation involving Wii U, because when I first purchased Wii U, I had heard that it was going to be the system that really brought back third-party publishers from all the days and that it would be another SNES. But as the years went on, it became apparent to me that it wasn't going to be the case, and it got far more frustrating for me. And finally I said, I can't stand it anymore. And then I got a PS3, and in doing so, I realized that I was totally wrong to be a Nintendo-only console owner, and that doing so actually restricts my options as a gamer. And so basically I have Wii U and PS3, not PS4 though, because even though there are some games on that system that do interest me, I feel like that I can't just justify throwing down $400 just to buy a system where I want to play 2 games per se on it. It's just ridiculous. And so that's basically where I stand right now.
Okay, no, that's cool. That's cool. No, I'm just making sure what your stance is with your consoles that you have this generation. Next question will be also, like I said, this is just setting up because because what you just brought over there is something that I'll talk about, the whole third party thing. So the next thing right there I'm gonna bring up is ballpark. You don't got to tell your right age, but you know, low 20s, high 20s.
I'm actually in my 30s.
Oh, okay. So you're the same age as me. All right, that's cool. All right then. Well, if so now, like I said, if you have any questions, you can ask about stuff. I understand how if you think the third party situation is set up like that, but let's get into this whole third party thing. As a lot of people, and that's one of the things a lot of people has gotten wrong over the years with that information with third parties. So. Did you? And I will give you. You know what? Let me be nice. You know what the side chat is, right?
Not exactly. Sorry, I'm a little naive about that.
Okay. You see. Okay. Are you on a PC or are you on a phone? Just to make sure. Okay. If you're on a PC, then you'll see it. If you're on a phone, you're not going to see it that easy.
Neither. I'm actually on an iMac.
Okay. Well, okay. A computer then. Sorry, that's what I meant to say. Okay, so you see, so basically you can see the screen right here. Do you see what it has a blue toggle up by where the Google is?
Oh, this one right here?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Oh, the group chat. I see. Yeah, I think I got it.
Yeah, that's our side stuff. So give me 1 second because I want to make sure you have these because this is so you have these so in case of anything that you have the information. So one of the thing about me is, of course, that I approve my stuff I'm going to say.
Yeah,
So
so you actually told me that you were a game developer and that you've been working in the industry for a while. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
well, basically, I started doing my studio company is been doing stuff in 2001. We did stuff with animation and like animes and stuff like Cowboy Bebop the movie, stuff like that. So
Wow, that's
that was
great.
kind of the start, and then in 2005 I got a chance to get a contract to work with EA, and so I did the Need for
Wow,
Speed Most
Electronic
Wanted
Art.
yeah, and then I did Need for Speed Most Wanted, then I did Need for Speed Carbon, and then I did FIFA 2005, 2005, then World Cup 2006, which is the Germany World Cup with
Wow,
EA.
you worked on all Wow, you worked on all those sports games. That's incredible.
Yeah. So we worked on those games, and then I also got a contract to work with Ubisoft with Red Steel 2.
Oh, Red Steel 2.
And
Yeah, I've heard of that. I didn't actually try it out, but it's on my GameFly queue.
it's 10 times better than the first one. Just that's the bit. I mean, I'll be honest, I get royalties for it, but I'm not saying it to get royalties, but it is 10 times better than that because I never played any game in my life even up to now that does exactly what that game do, because it is so fluid and it works and it has the combo system is something that you could create. The combo system is inexistent, that they don't tell you how to do it, but you figure out how to do the combo yourself.
I'll have to look into it someday.
Yeah, look into it, look at videos. I don't, one thing about me is I like, even though I'm a Nintendo channel and stuff like that, I've never told on my channel to buy a Wii U. I never told anybody to buy a 3DS. It's your money. You buy what you want to buy. That's the way I look at life. I don't care what console you have. Go ahead.
That's great to know. What I do have a problem with, however, is when it turns into very, very, very nasty confrontational stuff. And I've seen it everywhere on many, many websites. I've seen people take the side of Nintendo saying, Nintendo's better off without these third-party publishers. They don't need them. And other people saying, no, third-party publishers are important. Without them, Nintendo will basically lose the competition. And in terms of where I stand on this situation, I personally feel that as far as the Wii U goes, I feel like that Nintendo didn't really handle the system as well as I felt that they could have done. Well, for one thing, I don't think they did a particularly good job marketing it. They confused a lot of people with the name. I mean, it would have been a little bit more simple, I think, if they had called it like, oh, Super Wii, like they did Super Nintendo. But unfortunately, I think the name change was confusion. But not
Yeah,
only that,
I agree with you with that. Keep going. I'm just making sure that I agree with you with that. Keep going.
well, another thing too is that I feel like that the launch selection wasn't quite on the same level as Wii. I mean, look at Wii, for instance. We had Wii Sports and Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess, as well as a couple of other surprise titles. Now, that launch was perfect for Wii because Wii Sports was revolutionary. It took advantage of the Wii console. It basically sold the system. And Twilight Princess was a title that millions of people really wanted to play because, let's face it, on the GameCube, it was basically in danger of not selling as much because the system was on its last legs. Now, bringing it onto the Wii at the same time, that was actually a pretty good move because not only did it help sell consoles, it made the console a big breakthrough success and brought Nintendo back from the doldrums of what was GameCube. But with Wii U, I felt that they didn't offer two such big name titles. I mean, they had Nintendo Land and New Super Mario Bros. U. They're not bad titles by any means. But, and this is a real big but, when you compare that to Wii Sports and Twilight Princess, they just didn't really have the same effect. And as far as the third-party ports are concerned, I personally believe that the reason why they turned out the way they did is because of a mix-up between both Nintendo and thirds. I'm not trying to take any sides on this matter, but I feel like that there were problems with the porting of the system. I mean, from what I understand, I hear that it's a lot more work to port a game from another system to the Wii U because you have to do a little bit more ground up work from the beginning, and so
Yes.
you put more time into it, and so
Yes.
because of that, it becomes much more expensive, and as such, it's a gamble to do, and when your audience doesn't respond very
I have.
strongly.
Okay, I'll debunk what you just said right there. But yes, it is the Wii U is the easiest, is the cheapest console to develop for, but it's the most expensive console to port to. Yes.
Yeah, so I think that was a serious problem because, in my opinion, nobody in the business would really go around trying to deliberately sabotage others. No, that's just not how it works. These guys want to make money and money alone. And if you can't make money on a system where people don't buy the games, then what are you going to do? So, in a way, I felt that it was a mixture of both problems. Now, people can say that the thirds intentionally tried to scrub the launch, but seriously, come on now. What third party company would ever go out of their way to try to intentionally scrub a launch? It's just.
Again, okay, so I'll let you finish. Keep on finish because I don't want to interrupt in yet. Go ahead.
Yeah, because well, I mean, I understand that maybe there were some bad relationships that Nintendo did have with a lot of thirds, but I feel like that a lot of the damage was primarily done when Hiroshi Yamauchi was president. Now, don't get me wrong, Yamauchi was good at what he did, but he was also very, very tough on the industry.
He was.
A little too hard because a lot of people were very, very afraid to work with him when he started going with cartridges for N64, and it was more expensive to do. I applaud Satoru Iwata for trying to undo the damage, but on the other hand, I feel like that it just wasn't quite enough, and the fact that Wii U has sold even less than Wii U and even GameCube combined, it makes me very, very, very concerned. I don't want to see them repeat the same mistakes with NX because I would hate to think what would happen if the NX fails just like Wii U did. Now, by that, I don't mean that Nintendo is in any danger of going bankrupt. Don't get me wrong. I know they're not in any such danger. But it would be very hard for the public to take them seriously because I've talked to many friends in real life, and as much as they like the Wii U, they're disappointed that there just isn't enough games to really interest them. And so I feel that that is something that I feel that Nintendo really needs to try to fix with their latest console because I hate to see them miss out on game after game and for their system to be laughed at. It's frustrating to me.
Okay, all right. So let me let me point out things. So you thought you think of a failure is basically the popularity of the Wii U.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say that it was the popularity of the Wii that was responsible for it, but I think it was the fact that Nintendo was chasing a different audience at the time of the Wii because.
No, wait, no, that's not what the question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I misunderstand you?
Yeah, I was saying what you think the failure, the Wii U right now is the third console in you think because it's the third console in this, so-called console war. That's because of the sales. That's what you're thinking is a failure. I'm trying to gauge your failure. When you say is a failure, is it the sales of the console?
Well, yes, it is the sales of the console, but it's also in the perception of the public because aside from the few people who cling to the Wii U, there are a lot of people who are very much afraid to go near the Wii U, and the fact that, and yes, the sales do have something to do with it. I mean, sure, Nintendo is making money off the console now, but it doesn't offset the fact that it still cost them a lot of money for their first years. And even Satoru Iwata, God rest his soul, he admitted that he wasn't too happy with how the situation was. So I feel like that it's a mixture of both sales and public perception. I feel that Nintendo didn't do a particularly good job of persuading the public to see that the Wii U was a legitimately new system. And because of that, it didn't do anywhere nearly as well as it would have liked to. So, in my opinion, it was both.
Okay. All right. You see the side chat right there, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You know what IR pages are?
Investors
relationship page.
Okay. So what do these do? I'm very inexperienced about these things.
Okay, no problem. These are the investors relationship pages. So if you want to get, you see, one of the things that as me as a business person, I run my own company. So I do contracts with these game developers and stuff like that. I run my company. I'm a boss. I have 50 people underneath me.
Wow.
So I do. So like I said, so what it is, I have to check up on investment relationships and everything like that. So with that said, if you want to learn information about stuff, there's those pages right there tells you. You go there and then you go to find out the financial parts. You have to download the PDFs, or I don't know, since you have a Mac, because I'm not a Mac guy. But it both has the PDFs. We have to download the information. It's a lot of reading, so it is up to you if you want to take into the reading to find out stuff like that. So that's one. But
Oh, it looks pretty complicated.
well, it could be complicated, but the thing about it is by law you have to tell investors what you're doing with the console, what's the sales, what's going on, what's the relationship with everything. So it's in those pages for all these companies.
Yeah, well, from what I understand, I think from those companies I see right there, both Square Enix and Capcom, they've both been supporting Nintendo 3DS for quite some time now. I mean, Square Enix has recently given them the Dragon Quest titles and, of course, Bravely Default. And Capcom, of course, has Monster Hunter. They haven't done very much on Wii U, though. I think mainly because the poor sales response and the public response kind of spooked them off a little bit. That's how I see it anyway.
Okay, well, okay. So I'm just giving you where I get my evidence from, just making sure we're on the same basis. That's all I'm making sure first. That's why, if you want, what I am about to talk about is in those pages. Like I said, there are financial pages where you get quotes basically from the chairheads, the financial heads, the developers, everything. I'm just letting you know that. So
Okay.
So I'm just giving you my evidence to back up what I'm going to say. So first of all, I want to start from where everybody thinks there's a mistake. No, you're right on the advertising for the Wii U, and you're also right on the name. Never going to argue that. So I'm going to go back a little bit. Now, yes, Yamauchi was a tough person on the developers, and the reason why he did that, because kind of basically we know he saved the Nintendo NES, saved the gaming market in the West.
Well, of course, the gaming market would have been basically collapsed otherwise. I think he got a little too greedy, though, when he started charging high royalties with the N64, though.
And I again, that's something I could agree with, though. But I also agree that what he did it because he saw what happened with Atari and what Warner Brothers Studios did with basically giving out the licenses for easy. That's when Nintendo back in those days had the Nintendo seal of quality. That's why he wanted to make sure that these games were up to standard, because everybody knows Miyamoto's famous quote: "Take your time to make the game, because once a bad game is always going to be bad. A delayed game can be fixed and be a good game still." So
interesting. Oh yes, I'm aware of that.
Okay, so with that said, now 64 came up. The 64 came. You know what? Let me ask this question to you. We know how Sony came out of PlayStation, but do you know because I'm gonna go from the beginning to the end and make sure that we like I said, because a lot of people out there who's been sub to my channel, they hear me say this stuff, so I'm just, like I said, this for them is basically a repeat I'm saying. But okay, we know how Sony and Nintendo was supposed to do a console, which was going to be the PlayStation.
Yeah, I heard about that. I heard it was basically going to be an SNES CD add-on, but for some reason they jettisoned it, right?
Yes, and but everybody who's been, if you ever heard and go back to any books or whatever, most of the cases, where you get this information, what I'm going to talk about is basically Consoles War. There's a book called Console War. You could check it out on Amazon. Just type it in, you'll see it. What happened was, though, that Nintendo, everybody said, and most people other than the book, I'm just saying, most people's general position is because, Nintendo backed out of the deal and did a deal with Philips. And they did. I'm not saying that they didn't. They did.
Yeah, that's how we got those two terrible Zelda games on CDI.
Three. It's three, not two. It's three.
Oh, three. I'm sorry. I haven't gone anywhere near those games, but I've heard how bad they were. And as somebody who does genuinely love Zelda, I'm not going anywhere near them.
No, yes. But what I'm pointing out right here now is this. But it wasn't Nintendo that did the bad deals, that did something wrong in that deal. PlayStation did a bad deal in that too, but nobody talks about. Most people do not talk about what PlayStation did in the deal and why Nintendo did the backward deal. What Nintendo did was wrong to say, okay, you did us wrong. We should have just annulled the contract and walk away. But Nintendo kept on going and then went to Philips to say, hey, can you do this on the side? That was wrong. What PlayStation wanted to do, PlayStation was come with the CD technology. But what they wanted to do is they wanted any game that Nintendo makes on the play on this console that they're gonna do, they want to take 80% royalties of the game.
Oh, I didn't realize that. So Sony wanted to take royalties. So both Nintendo and Sony were at fault at the same time.
Yes, exactly, and that's what I was saying. That, and then what company? If I'm making the content like a DVD play, if I'm like a DVD movie, if I'm making a movie, and you're gonna take 80% of the profits of what movie that I create to put on your media, I don't know what company would sign for that. That's stupid to me.
And it's very, very risky too. I mean, you got to make a living after all. And it's also, it sounds to me like both Nintendo and Sony were both being kind of overly ambitious, and hence why they both made the bad choices.
Yes, but I'm one person who, even though I'm a Nintendo fan, I'm like I say, I got a PlayStation 1 and a PlayStation 2. I'm one fan, and you know what? It gave them a breakout. PlayStation went along, and they had enough of the technology that Nintendo put in the R&D in, and they made the PlayStation.
Yeah, ironically, it was because of Nintendo's backout that the PS was born, and so began the PS's rise to fame, of course, with the Final Fantasy VII and Resident Evil, all that stuff.
Yes, and yes, and it was that. So 64 came out. They stick with cartridges. We already know that cartridges at the time. The difference between PlayStation and the difference between PlayStation and 64 was basically the RAM. That was it. The more better gameplay and audio, sound, gameplay, graphics, everything was set up on the 64. But because you couldn't hold the RAM to hold these big games like Final Fantasy VII, like you just said,
right?
That's why Nintendo had included the expansion pack for the 64 to get like Perfect Dark or Donkey Kong 64 to give them more RAM to do so.
And of course, Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask.
Yes. Yeah. So that's what they had to do they had to do that in that regards. But it was because of the CD technology that Sony was pushing forward. Let's put it that way, pushing forward. And you know what? Again, for me, I got a couple. I love Bash Bandicoot. I love Ballerina Toshin is one of my favorite 3D fighter games of that generation. Other than Virtual Fighter, that got me into it. So, and then of course the Alpha games again. I never liked the D-pad for the Sony the controller because I couldn't do Street Fighter moves because of that whole diagonal thing. But my point was saying that is that's where it breaks off there. Sony and Nintendo, of course, lose to PlayStation. PlayStation had it because third parties was away from, like you just said, get away from Yamaguchi, and they did all those crazy games and they sold. And I'm one person that's happy that happened because it made a franchise. It made a competitive Nintendo and made Nintendo get back on their heels and make great games. Because the 64 also had some great games just as well as the PlayStation.
Well, sure, N64 had a lot of problems, but in terms of first-party title selection, yes, there were definitely classics. I mean, I loved Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, and even though there were not as many third-party titles on that system, I do admit that I did enjoy some of those third-party titles. The Castlevania games, I actually didn't think were that bad at all, and I loved Goemon, and but of course, I loved Ogre Battle 64, but I think one of my favorite games on the system, ironically enough, or oddly, as this case may be, is a title that never ever came to America but stayed in Japan, and that was Wonder Project J2. I loved that game because it was just so beautiful to look at, and I loved the concept of basically teaching this robotic girl to be sociable. It was so beautiful.
Well, the 64 had something that, doing that, what 64 did back in those days, 64 did something that third parties also made money off of, which was they made third-party exclusive. That was the branching into third-party exclusive at that time, because the 64 had the first console that had 4 ports. So you had, and I could go for my library of playing games with my friends when I was enjoying, other than Smash Brothers and all the first-party game, NBA Jam, Mortal Kombat, NBA Jam, Mortal Kombat, Snowboard Kids 1 and 2.
And of course, Resident Evil 2, rather miraculously, ended up coming to N64 thanks to the folks at Angel Studios. And I gotta say, bravo to those guys for doing that. I would never have discovered Resident Evil otherwise back in
Yep,
my Nintendo only days.
yep. And then it had then also you had and then and the WrestleMania games. That's when the WrestleMania wrestling games took off. The WCW versus NWO, WrestleMania 2000, No Mercy, because of the whole four ports, the Rumble, of course, and the Rumble and in the gamepad and not gamepad, the 64 control and everything. So you at that time you had something called third party exclusive, like you see with certain games we have it now, with like how Titanfall was and Tomb Raider is now. So I'm just saying that's what the rise of that. So with that said, and Yamauchi figured out that they had lost, they lost a little of their spunk. Let's put it that way. They did. So do you know what happened? What happened in the development of the GameCube?
Well, yeah, sure. I mean, they realized that they had perhaps driven away way too many people when they went with cartridges, and so they tried to go with something a little bit more powerful, and they went with the disc format. Unfortunately, they didn't go with DVDs, but with something that was a little that was a little bit smaller in size. It was powerful enough though, but unfortunately, I think what went wrong was they didn't market it particularly well, and PS2 was on the loom, so much on the loom at that time that I don't think it really would have mattered right then. The hype was so great, and so I don't know if GameCube would have had much of a huge chance.
Okay, and
no matter what.
I'll give you that, but okay, let me ask this: do you know why the reason was that PlayStation 2 sold?
Well, because of the hype, it had a lot of things going for it. Games, and of course a DVD player. And
you said it right there. That's the only reason it sold that much.
Oh wow.
It was a DVD player. It was the first console to have a DVD player, and everybody wanted. That was the gimmick Sony used, because they had the propriety of having that. Right now, remember, Apple, Steve Jobs was fired from Apple. Samsung, LG was not the big juggernauts right now. Sony Entertainment Electronics was the biggest market at the time, and they had the propriety over DVD. So it was easy for them to put that into their console. It was cheap for them, and everybody at that time, back in those days, since you're the same age as me, you remember everybody wanted to play DVD because VHS was on the way out.
Oh yeah, definitely. Because when you compare a DVD to a VHS, the quality is absolutely unmistakable. A DVD just looked so much better and so much more cleaner than a VHS.
And also, and the reason I said that, because look at the next console that came from Sega, the Dreamcast. Dreamcast didn't have a DVD player. It had basically, you could go to play CDs. You could play music, but that's as far as it went.
And it did very, very badly too.
Well, the fall of Sega is because of the propriety of it before. Going with the 32X, then the CD add-on, then the Saturn, all that.
Right. Oh, right. I had forgotten. With Saturn, that did okay in Japan, but not here in America. I think it didn't do very well here in America at all.
The reason is because they rushed 3 proprietary stuff before that was not supported.
Yeah. That really is too bad, though, because even though I'm not by any means a Sega console owner, I kind of feel sad that they kind of lost out on, that they disappeared from it, because I think it was a pretty good idea for Nintendo to have a competitor that believed in their stuff even way back then.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, I have a Sega Dreamcast and it's still working to this day, thank God, because I got a lot of games for that thing. Now, the reason I'm going to put that in the Sega Dreamcast is because of this. So, what happened was, and you know NVC, IGN.
IGN? Oh yeah, I know IGN. I used to visit their site a lot.
Okay.
Not recently though. I've recently distanced myself from them.
Okay, no, I want to explain something. That is cool, but IGN, I'm gonna give you evidence. That's what I'm trying to. You get audio evidence of people. They have interviews with these people. That's why I'm saying this. The 2 podcasts you could listen to is the Eternal Darkness, NVC. Since you have a Mac, you go to their Apple and go to NVC, and you could check it out and listen to that podcast. Also, you could listen to the Missing Star Wars game, which had Julian Ingberg from Factor 5.
Oh right, I remember Star Wars Rogue Leader, Rogue Squadron 2.
Yeah. So with that said, here's what happened with GameCube. That a lot of people don't. Again, one of the things a lot of people keep on forgetting is Yamauchi went out and asked third parties, "What you guys want in the next console?"
Right.
He asked publishers and developers, "What do you guys want in the third in this GameCube? You want
And
more
that was
power?" Oh, go ahead.
and that was very honorable for him to do, because I think it was honorable for him to realize that he may have made some grievous missteps, because I really don't think it was very good in the long run for Nintendo to lose Final Fantasy or Dragon Quest. Those two were some of their biggest selling franchises, and for them to lose that back then, it was such a huge crippling blow to them, and I'm pretty sure they were pretty upset about it because of that.
Technically speaking, it weren't, but again, I'll leave that to the side. Those podcasts that I just listed to you, those guys are third. Those guys again. Dennis Dyack is the.
Oh, right, Dennis Dyack. I loved Eternal Darkness. That was such a great game.
Close the door. Yes, Dennis, the Eternal Darkness. Yes, on those podcasts, what happened was they explained how Dennis Dyack helped create the sound chip for the GameCube. Factor 5, Junior Engberg and his team helped create some of the graphic design chips for the GameCube.
Wow.
Also,
I'd actually forgotten about that.
well, you need to, like I said, you could go to those podcasts. Again, the name of those podcasts is Eternal Darkness, NVC. Also, the Star Wars, the missing Star Wars game, which is because they were going to use they were going to use the lightsaber for the Wii. That's what they were talking about. But they went further into the conversation and they talked about how they made their games for the GameCube and blah blah blah. So you could, again, that's my evidence. You go back and this is stuff I know internally, but audio wise, to hear people say it, if you want to hear it, that's just a list of stuff right there to tell you. So that's one. Two. At that time, see, you are the same age as me. Have you had? This is something that PlayStation had many times. So I'm gonna ask this question right here too. Did you had any piracy problems? Did you pick up any disc that was not that you could play on PlayStation 2 or PlayStation 1? Or so you don't have a dream? You see, you didn't have a Dreamcast. So.
Oh, right, the whole piracy thing. Yeah. No, as far as I'm concerned, I didn't have any such problems.
Okay. Well, no, it's not a problem, but what it is like, okay, when I'm not from America. I came to America in 2000. So when I came up into America in 2000, I went to college and everything else. Well, what happened is I have those discs right here in my house, and I got to do a video about that because it is funny as hell. But what you could have do is you could have bought, because it's a CD, people copy those discs and sell them just like bootlegs. They bootleg. That was the piracy that was going on. If you take a regular game, put it in PlayStation, pop it out, then after the symbol calls out and put in the bootleg game, it ran.
Wow. That's really shocking. I cannot believe that anybody actually would really involve in that kind of piracy.
Well,
I mean,
okay, sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I mean, it's understandable why Nintendo would want to counter it, with their measures. Although, to be honest, I wish they had found a more effective way of doing it while not necessarily, gosh, I'm at a loss for words. I really don't know what to say right now.
Okay, well, let me finish what I want to say. Sega Dreamcast has the same problem. I have Capcom vs. SNK 2. I bought it for $10. It's a white disc. It's not an official disc. I could put in my Dreamcast and play the whole game for instead of paying for the $60 that game was for. So Sega Dreamcast had a problem. So what the third-party developer and publishers asked Nintendo is, we need you guys to make it that we can't, so people can't pirate the games, as you just said, so they can't pirate the games. So what Nintendo came with is starting up the whole proprietary system of the 3.5 disc. Now, the 3.5 disc is not only that it's small, like you just said, it's burned in a special way. Most CDs, when majority of CDs that's burned, it's basically burned. It's basically burned inside out. You know what I'm talking about? Like the groove, it goes out, skin, and then it burns.
Yeah.
Well,
I see where you're coming from.
Yeah. So what Nintendo did, they did the reverse. It's burned outside in.
Huh, interesting.
So they make sure that even if anybody messed up with it, you try to pirate the GameCube itself, the GameCube disc would not run because the lens needs to read that specific outside in. If you ever have a GameCube and you ever play the game, see where the lens starts at. It starts on the outside.
Next time I think I might have a game. I do have my GameCube collection right here, so I think I might need to take a look at how the discs are burned. I always wondered about that.
No, well, you ain't gonna see how it's burned because it's gonna look like a regular burn. I'm talking about if you put it. Do you have do you have a GameCube?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what I'm gonna say is take the disc, put it in the GameCube, and look to see where the lens starts from. The lens. Okay, if you take a CD player and you put it in, if you have an old CD players are irrelevant now.
Oh, wait, I understand where you're coming from. I understand too well how CD players work. They start off at the very center of the disc and they go out.
They go out.
Outward.
Exactly.
So you're saying that with GameCube, it was basically the opposite?
Opposite, yes.
I get it now. I get
it. If you, like I say, so whenever you get a chance, take your GameCube disc, put it in there, start the game. And then you could just, if hopefully I don't void your warranty. It doesn't do it because I have two.
Oh, I'm afraid to do that.
It's not gonna void it. It's not gonna mess it up. It's not. I've done it so many times with my GameCubes now. And my GameCubes are very expensive GameCube because I got the GameCube. One of my connections in Nintendo is a friend of mine called Kenji. He works in R&D. He helps develop the systems. And wow. I have a GameCube I have the GameCube that was region free. It has a switch in the back that I could play Japanese games and US games, but just a flip of the switch. He modded the GameCube, and I got it 6 months before America got their GameCube and 3 months before Japanese got the GameCube. I played Melee before anybody else played Melee. Smash Brothers Melee.
Oh yeah.
So my GameCube, and right now, if I put my GameCube on eBay, it's like $2,000 for this thing because of what it is for that modded that he does. But wow. My point I'm gonna say is, if you do that, that's where you see the lens. And like you just said right there, if you do a regular CD, the lens starts on the inside all the way to the center and goes out. GameCube opposite. Now, a lot of things, now it is a small disc, like you said. It is a small disc and then a DVD. Nobody could have pirated any game. So third parties at the time again. So a lot of people went into, and a lot of people who wanted to develop this game. It was basically satisfactory to what the third parties and publishers asked for. So that's what they asked for into the system. So you know what? That's what they wanted. So with that said, and I'll debunk one thing that most gamers always say. Oh well, that means they couldn't put it on disc because it has multi-disc. Yes, Resident Evil 4 was on a multi-disc.
Right, and so was Tales of Symphonia, one of my favorite games of all time.
But here's the thing: you just brought up a game. What game you brought up? Final Fantasy VII. How many discs was on Final Fantasy VII?
Let me see. I don't actually remember the PlayStation title because I never went near it. I'd say it was it roughly 2 or 3?
Three.
It was 3 discs. Oh, I see. Yeah.
Even on a bigger disc, you still had multi-format. You still had people putting 2-3 games, and you also saw that in the 7th generation. 360 had a couple games that was 3 discs. Same thing with PlayStation 3. So anybody brings the argument of you had to switch out multi-disc. You had that same problem with regular size discs as well. So that was never. I don't see that as a problem.
So basically, it was thirds who basically asked Nintendo to have a system where they wouldn't be pirated so easily.
Yes.
So then why did the third-party situation turn out so badly on the GameCube? Was it because their games didn't sell very well?
Nope.
I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case.
That's not the case. It's the opposite. And this is where a lot of people, and this is where my expertise comes in. Now, what I'm going to tell you right now is anecdotal evidence. I can't, this is me walking into the studios and stuff. I'm a businessman. I cannot walk in with a microphone and a camera and do a business deal. But the outlay of this stuff can be fine. Don't get me wrong. There's letters, there's tweets, there's all kind of stuff. Was what I'm gonna bring up. But I'm talking about like I've seen this stuff personally, so I can't. That's why it says anecdotal evidence. But there is things about this. So what happened was publishers, the sixth generation is when gaming started to get expensive to make games because more graphics, more power, blah blah blah. Microsoft entered the market also and tried to do the same thing. Dreamcast bowed out. So that's what was going on. Here is what happened. A lot of third-party developers love the GameCube, but third-party publishers wanted to see more money. So The best example. I'll give you one example right here. This one you could Google and find this out, no problem. You know who Shinji Mikami is, since you just said the Resident Evil 4 thing.
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Yes, I know him.
Okay, do you know about this thing called the Capcom 5 deal in GameCube?
Oh, yes, I've heard about that. That's how we got Killer 7 and, of course, the original Resident Evil redone, and, of course, Resident Evil 0 and Resident Evil 4.
And also Beautiful Joe. That also was a part.
Oh, right. I had forgotten about that.
Okay, do you know that those games were supposed, as you say, the Capcom 5 deal, so you know it was supposed to be what? An exclusive contract with Nintendo.
It was. So,
and it's sold on the console. The thing is, the publishers, because they found a loophole, they broke the contract. Because Shinji Mikami did not like that the game. He built the game, he optimized the game for the GameCube, and they got put it over to the PlayStation. And anybody who listened to me, I've said again many times, I don't care that the game went over to the PlayStation 2, but it was not the definitive version, because the audio on that game had glitches, and the audio on that game was not great compared to the GameCube.
I imagine the same was true for Tales of Symphonia. That too started out as exclusive, but at least here in America, it stayed exclusive to GameCube. Japan was not so fortunate, though. It got ported to PS2.
Yeah, but it sold more than GameCube still. So he's going to what you just saying, that it was not because the sales were bad. It sold, and publishers saw, hey, if this is selling here, why not just bring it to our next console and make more money? That's what basically is happening. That's what third parties do. So what happened is they broke the contract with Resident Evil 4. They broke the contract with Beautiful Joe. They broke the contract. It's just ridiculous. They broke those contracts, which Nintendo was like, well, basically Yamauchi at the time was like, what's going on? We had a deal. We built this console that'll be good for you guys. You broke the contract. I'll give you an next example. You know who Hideki Kamiya is?
Hideki Kamiya. Yeah, I know him. He's the director for Resident Evil 2, and of course, the director behind the magnificent Bayonetta and Bayonetta 2.
Okay, so you know that. You know that he made Devil May Cry. You know that.
Yes. Yeah, I do.
Do you know what happened to Devil May Cry 2?
Actually, I haven't followed up on that game, so
Capcom made the game without him at all.
Wow, without him? What happened?
They went behind his back with a new team and made Devil May Cry 2 because one sold so well. They did it without him, which he got pissed at that because the game was not a good game and it had a lot of glitches.
Ah, that's terrible.
So he did because of contractual agreement. He did Devil May Cry 3, and then he walked away and helped start Clover Studios.
Oh, right. They're the folks who did Okami. I know about them.
Yeah, but that's what happened. The publishers, and that's one of my themes on my channel. And I say I know you have not. Hopefully, you could check any videos that I put up there and talk about stuff. One thing, my theme is I because I'm in industry, I separate publishers and developers. Developers do certain things. Publishers do certain things. The publishers do not give. I'll be honest with you. Majority of publishers do not give a damn about gamers. They don't. They just care about money. That's it. They're mostly investors. They're mostly businessmen, and they want to make sure that investment turn the profit that year itself. That's why we have a lot of rush games now and broken games and all that stuff, which I'll get to that later on, to what you just said at the beginning of this podcast.
Well, sure. I mean, every business has to make sure that they make money too. Although I'm going to say you have to make
money. So I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Although, yeah, you do have a point how there are a lot of games that are basically rushed on the market. Although on the flip side, it still doesn't necessarily make the situation involving Wii U any better for not having for missing out on game after game, because no matter how you look at it, it's not a good situation for the system at all.
Okay,
even
well,
with
I can answer that question. I'm just walking us up slowly so you understand why I'm gonna get to the Wii. You're gonna see what I'm talking about. I'm just doing this piece by piece to walk you up through it. So, are you still there?
Oh yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, I'm just making sure now, because where I'm at, sometimes time want to crap out on me. I'm making sure they lost you. So with that said, okay, so that was a deal that got that also. So basically, there were a lot of deals back then that got broken by a lot of third-party publishers. Not on Nintendo side this time. It was on the third-party publishers did it, and most of the developers did not like that. They because that was not the deal that they signed and everything. As I said, that created Clover Studios, and Shinji Mikami right now is a part of Platinum Games now because he got sick and tired, which I'll bring you to that too. So Resident Evil 4 was on there. He didn't like it. You could go out, you could go down, and you see he had this thing for it being a PlayStation 2, and he praised it to being on a Wii, which is again it's weird, but that's what he has praised that the game felt better on the Wii with the
You mean
remote.
oh right, the Wii remote. Yeah, I
Yeah,
remember.
Resident Evil 4 Wii edition.
So basically, it was a case of the publishers deciding that they wanted more money, and so they basically made some developers feel cheated as a result.
Yeah, but he, like I said, they made, but the Resident Evil 4 port to the Wii made sold over 1 million, made money, everything was good. Here's the thing that I will also let you know before let me put this into sentence as well too. A lot of publishers, a lot of developers, because they don't have the capital to copyright and do the rights for the game. They sell They sell the IP to a publisher, so the publisher owns the right. Like Sega owns Bayonetta. They own the IP of Bayonetta,
Right.
and Vanquish, and I forgot the one for 360 that came out from Mad World. They own the rights for Mad World. So Platinum, even though Platinum developed the game, they don't own the rights to the game.
Right.
Just like Kenji Inafune, who made Mega Man, he don't own the rights to Mega Man. Capcom does. So I'm just giving you again, so when we get to the point where I talk about the Wii, you will see what I'm talking about. So with that said, in that generation right there, the GameCube was last. It was last, but it was built for what the third party said they wanted to, and they broke the contract. Now, the only thing what Nintendo did and what Yamauchi realized was, and that's why he's setting up for the Wii U. That's what at that point what Yamauchi realized was, okay, I put my hands out. I asked you to develop the system. You guys broke the contract, so you know what? We're going back to making our own ecosystem that we could thrive on our own ecosystem only, because even though the GameCube sold 22 million. They still had the best attachment rate of the console in that generation. I mean, in other words, every GameCube had a ton of games that people bought for the GameCube only. With that said, they said, okay, let's do the Wii. So with the Wii, the DS, and everything went further. So the DS, the late Gunpei Yokoi, he had schematics, and he had his Genyu Takeda was apprentice to Gunpei Yokoi. So seeing that Gunpei Yokoi went to Yamauchi and told him, hey, we could make this game, blah, 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 blah. He basically took the schematics from that Gunpei Yokoi made and made the DS. And Yamauchi said, okay, you Genyu Takeda is head of R&D.
But I thought Satoru Iwata took over at Nintendo at the time during the GameCube transition.
Yeah, here's what I'm going to say. It's the departments. Genyu Takeda is in charge of R&D, making consoles, making hardware. Miyamoto is head of EAD. That's software. He's in charge of software.
Yes, of course. I know that.
Yeah, and Iwata was the overall president. He made those three people. Yamauchi, his master plan was to say, okay, Iwata is a game designer. He knows games. He knows his product. I'll put him as the president. He was the first. You remember, because before that, Nintendo never gave it to an outsider. It's been family owned all the way up to Yamauchi. So, but he had that much trust in Iwata that he had most of the shareholders, of course. He said, Iwata, I want you to be in charge of this because you know the product. You, Miyamoto, you know about software and how to do certain things. Boom, I put you in head of that. Genyu Takeda, because you are a good successor to Gonna pay your boy who made the Game Boy that helped us launch the Game Boy and the Game Boy, Game Boy Color. He's like, okay, you know what? It helped us out. He put those three in charge of the department. Those people are there to balance out the investment board. So they got a good amount of power. And that's what Yamauchi did before, 3-4 years before he passed away. The Wii came out. The Wii was a success. The DS came out. The DS was a success. The 7th generation in total, even PlayStation, even Xbox 360, it is a fluke. I ain't gonna deny it. It is a fluke. Nobody's gonna ever get those numbers no time soon ever again, because those numbers were crazy. Every one of those consoles had something they wanted to push and wanted to do stuff for. So in that generation, the Wii came out with the game that really sold it. Zelda sold the most. Zelda, as you just said, Twilight Princess, that was the best-selling Zelda it sold. But the thing that pushed the Wii to the front, of course, was Wii Sports. I mean, we all know that.
Absolutely, yeah. Because that game was a phenomenal use for it.
It was a phenomenal use for it, and it got free advertisement because everybody, Oprah, Ellen, MSNBC, Good Morning America, oh, you can play tennis that way. It was Nintendo didn't have to pay for advertisement. It was free advertisement, and that boosted that thing. That it took 2.5 years before anybody could have bought it. You could with a shortage because they never thought it was going to sell again. Well, here comes the next third party, Ubisoft. Ubisoft was good with it in the GameCube because they made Prince of Persia and some Rayman games, but they did that. So they came up with this idea of the Rayman Raving Rabbits.
Oh right, I heard about that one.
That was one of the lucky games of the beginning of the opening for the Wii that sold like crazy and made money and was a good game. That game made a ton of money for Ubisoft. Technically speaking, because of what they did on the Wii, that thing turned Raving Rabbits into a franchise for Ubisoft. As you know now, because they got Nickelodeon, the TV show, they spun 7 games. They've done so many stuff with that. But the first game was on the Wii at the launch cycle. And because of that, now here goes what I'm going to say again with the whole publisher and developer thing. The publishers again saw that it sold so well in the Wii, they put it over to the 360. What my question will be to and it's just, I ain't gotta ask you because you know what, it flopped on the 360 because it didn't make no sense to port a game that used motion controls to the 360. None, because the Kinect was not even out then.
Just like how it didn't really make sense for Zombie U to really be ported over to Xbox One or PS4 because it was built for Wii U in mind, and it didn't really work out on either one of those two systems, right?
It didn't work. It didn't work out, but Zombie U is less of that type of game than Rayman Rabbids. Rayman Rabbids was full motion all the way.
Right.
You could switch into do a guns on Zombie U, but Rayman is full. If you ever go YouTube, check videos on that too. Rayman Raving Rabbits was full motion under the way. The Kinect was never out at that time. Why would you put those full motions on a 360 controller? And people didn't buy it because it was bad controls. They didn't buy Rayman Raving Rabbits 1. They didn't buy Rayman Rabbits 2, and they ported both of those games. Which is, I don't know why they did that, but they did. And it was a flop for Ubisoft, but it made money on the Wii U. I mean, on the Wii. Now, with that said, that started again another set of trend of third-party publishers. And look at this now. They had an install base. But nobody wanted this still being greedy. And again, I'm not saying greedy like is a bad thing to await. They have to make money, like you said before. But one of my things is, you have a golden goose. Don't kill the golden goose. Just don't do that. Don't start doing that craziness right there. So they had the next game, No More Heroes. Suda51, the guy who he helped kill Killer 7.
Oh yeah, I do own No More Heroes. That's a pretty good game.
No More Heroes 1, No More Heroes 2 sold well on the Wii. And he also got ported over to the PlayStation 3, and you can pick it up for the PlayStation 3 as well. It flopped on the PlayStation 3. I'm talking financially. It really financially and sales wise, it didn't sell. They broke the contract in that one.
So in truth, it really wasn't such a good idea to bring No More Heroes to PS3, even though a lot of people said it'll sell more on that system. In truth, it didn't.
It didn't. And I'll give you this is one thing I could actually look up, because this is a question I've asked everybody from since I came. I started my gaming channel, this channel I'm on right now. I have other channels, but I started this channel last year on this time. So when I found out something going on in the summer, I asked a question. Let's go back to Resident Evil. Resident Evil Chronicles, the light gun games, Resident Evil Chronicles and Darkside Chronicles. Both of those games sold over 1 million, and it was a success on the Wii.
And then they brought them over to PS3 because you know how much Capcom loves to port things over, right?
Exactly. And after look, and this is again, if you could find this, and this is one thing I don't know 100% from my research. So if you find these, I will gladly take your answer, because I'm open-minded to find this. But I've searched, I've looked at the VG charts, I've looked at Media Creates, which is in Japan, Famitsu, which is in Japan.
Although VG charts really can only be taken with a grain of salt because their numbers are kind of suspect at best.
Well, even if it's suspect, this number I'm going to tell you is horrible. That's my point. It doesn't make no difference what I'm going to, and if you can find the true numbers, it's true, it is numbers. But I hope it's not the true number, because the number I saw, again, Chronicles sold over 1.4 million on the Wii. Darksiders sold over 1.1 million on the Wii. On the PlayStation 3, it sold 11,000.
Wow, 11,000. My gosh. So it didn't turn out to be such a good idea after all.
That's not even a good idea. That's waste of money, because you have to redo the assets to do the HD port up.
You know, it kind of reminds me of Resident Evil Revelations, how that started out as 3DS, and then Capcom decided to port it over to many of the other systems, and Wii U was one of them. And ironically, it did really, really poorly on Wii U and somewhat okay on PS3, but it really sold the best on 3DS.
Yes. It did. You're right. And here's the next game that also went back and forth. Clover Studios did, as you just said, Okami. Okami was a PlayStation exclusive.
But then they decided to go ahead and port it. If you ask me, I think Capcom really needed to be a little bit more like honest and say timed exclusive instead of just exclusive and then going back on it.
That wasn't existing back then. Back then, when Xbox came into the generation, the thing Xbox did was start as people want to say money hatting. They didn't money hat games like they did like now and like last year before. What they did was money hat special content. That's what Microsoft did to the gaming market, other than bringing better online. I'm not going to deny that.
Yeah, I heard that. And when I say that, I feel that Nintendo has to make sure that NX doesn't suffer from the same porting problems that Wii U does. I don't mean that they should go around and start money hatting like Microsoft does.
They won't.
But on the other hand, going without but missing out on games is never, ever a good thing. And I really do not approve of that happening at all.
Okay. So again, I'm walking you up to this thing. So as you just said, Okami, Okami got good scores on the PlayStation. It got great scores, reviewed well, flopped on PlayStation 2.
And so they ported it because they were desperate to make more money?
They ported it over to the Wii U. Lo and behold, I mean the Wii. I keep on saying Wii. My mistake. Damn it.
It's all right.
They ported it over to the Wii. Check out the sales on the Wii. It made money on the Wii. It did great on the Wii. Then they did the HD version. Go and see the sales of the HD version on PlayStation 3.
And let me guess, it did badly, right?
Exactly. It failed. It failed on a PlayStation console again. Not for the second time. It failed on the PlayStation console again. Then they did Okami then. Okami then came on the 3DS. So like crazy again. It's up to Capcom because they own the IP. Even though Hideki's team could do the game, it's up to It's up to Capcom because they own the IP. And because of the back and forth between Resident Evil and Devil May Cry and Okami, then Clover Studios shut themselves down because they were proprietary working more with PlayStation. They shut themselves down, and like I said, Hideki called Takeda Tsuyu, sorry, the president of who's now president of Platinum Games, said, "Hey, Hideki, you want to work for us? We'll give you, we'll do this, blah blah blah." Same thing with Shinji Mikami. He said Shinji Mikami will come over. That's why after Capcom, Shinji Mikami was very vocal about Resident Evil 5, but he stayed in and tried to help Resident Evil 5, and he hated Resident Evil 6. And that's when he broke his contract and walked away, and that's why he did Evil Within, which was last year. That was his game. Because he's saying that this is going towards shoot and not that genre of being horror like I made Resident Evil 2 be.
Well, yeah, I mean, The Evil Within, I've only played a little bit of that, and I will say that parts of it definitely do feel a lot like old school Resident Evil, although I will admit that even though I do agree that the first 4 Resident Evils and Resident Evil 0 were fantastic, I didn't hate Resident Evil 5 at all. I thought it was a somewhat playable game. I thought it was fun, although I do agree it wasn't quite as scary as the previous ones.
No, Shinji Mikami, he held 5. He stayed in with 5, but he was vocal saying, "I don't like the direction that this game is going."
And so yeah, but I heard about how badly Resident Evil 6 turned out.
Yes, because it went more to shoot and less scary. The only part that was kind of what Shinji Mikami had, which again he didn't help develop. He overseen and he walked away from the game, was the Leon part of the game. The Leon part had the suspense thriller, but the other 2 parts, the Chris Redfield and the I forgot the girl that he saved in Resident Evil 2. The girl who Alistair Rankin's son.
Sherry Birkin.
Sherry Birkin and Alistair, they had three different paths in the game, and those 2 paths were just basically like a Call of Duty clone.
Right, only Leon's campaign felt like a genuine Resident Evil one,
yes.
Whereas Chris and Jake were kind of more like Call of Duty style, right?
Yeah, and same thing with again the 2 names we just said with Chris, with Alex, with Wanker's son and God dang. and the girl that you just said, I'm so sorry, I'm tired of
Sherry.
Right now. Sherry, yes, those two felt it because they had the powers and everything. Of course, Wesker's son had the powers, and they use it like that. But again, that's when Shinji Mikami hanging his hat up and say, "You know what? I'm out of Capcom. Hey, Hideki Kame, you got any space over there? Hey, come on over." And he went to Platinum. Hideki Kame, Shinji Mikami is on Platinum now. So then you have, the thing is, I said I could list many more. So I'm gonna jump to the Wii U now. I could list many more games that was supposed to be Wii games and third-party publishers backed out of it. The 007 game, the better version was on the Wii, and of course they put it over to 360, and it flopped. And and also the game was not the game was nowhere close to what it was on the Wii. And it had a little pretty more graphics, but the gameplay and the frame rate was bad. Now, okay, if you got something to say, go ahead.
I forgot what it was. Never mind.
Okay, so here's something now that now we're into the 8th generation. Now, throughout the 6th generation and the 7th generation, Nintendo publishers keep on breaking contracts, and they was getting sick and tired of that. Well, Iwata was being nice. Yamauchi passed away. Iwata said, "Let's be nice one more time." They sent out the dev kits to EA, to Ubisoft, to Capcom, to all the major third-party developers 2 years early before the Wii U got set up. So you had 2 years to develop your games. And of course, you saw when the E3 came out, you saw Yves Guillemot, you saw all these guys from EA, everybody coming out. "Oh, we love what this is gonna go on. We love what this is gonna do. We're gonna do stuff for Nintendo."
I remember all that. I remember all that from the start. I'm aware about how everything about that all went. I don't think we need to refresh it again.
No, well, here's the thing. I'm going to refresh the thing. There's a part that's missing. The reason I said that because, okay, if we give you the development kit 2 years, one thing, and third-party publishers and they're all right with this, and they are right with this when it comes to Nintendo. It's hard to sell their games against Nintendo's games on their console. That is a true fact. So what Nintendo did was we're gonna give you the first year to do anything you want to do and let your games flourish. Not many games came out from third parties.
That's because I feel like that a lot of the launch party titles basically didn't do very well at all. A lot of them were either just rushed and not really ready to go as they should have been, or people had already owned them on other systems. That's how I saw it.
No, the third part, that latter part you just said, I have no problem with that. You're right, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. Ninja Gaiden from Team Ninja, and they're still good with Nintendo. I'm just giving an example. Ninja Gaiden Razor's Edge. It came out for 360 and PlayStation 3. And it was not the game everybody thought that was going to be. So they got a second chance.
Right, the Wii U version got the better version, and thank goodness they they improved it.
And then and then because they improved it, what did Koei Tecmo did?
Well, I don't know. I don't remember exactly how it sold on Wii U, but I don't think it really sold up to their expectations either. And so they tried again by porting it to the PS3 and 360. And again, I don't think it really did any better because basically Ninja Gaiden 3 in its original form wasn't very good.
Yeah, he already got the bad publicity. But again, why would you if the consoles you already had it on, people already got a bad taste in their mouth, and you did a better version than the Wii U, why would you put it on another console knowing that it's going to fail, which it did? It did. So now that's how the whole first thing right there that came out, and that came out right there, and they gave them the chance to. You know what? Let's have. We give you the spot. You guys do what it is. Nobody did nothing. Well, you suffered from that. Nintendo made a bad decision. They suffered from that. Again, I'm 100 agree with you with the name. I'm 100 agree with you with the whole advertising, and that they didn't advertise it well. The thing though is, everybody wanted the third party told Sony and Microsoft, we want the x86 system, the architecture system. That's the system you use to develop the games in. Now, like I said, it's a new system, something got to do. That's what they said they wanted to do because it'll be easier to port from their PC games to those consoles. Yes, and like I said, the Wii U doing the Power Arm is the cheapest console to develop for because Nintendo has something. Here's something that a lot of people need to understand. When Nintendo makes majority of the games, they build the engines from the ground up all the time. So they make sure because when you build a good foundation, they're not going to have no problem. One thing I could say for me as a Nintendo fan, the one thing that why I'm with Nintendo for all this time is because they seal of quality. They have the best rate of games not failing in the industry. Nobody could touch them on that. And
they have had some disappointments lately, though, sales-wise. I mean, the Wonderful 101, great as that game was, it didn't really do very well for Nintendo at all. And Devil's Third, I know that some people are all over the moon about that game, but I don't remember it being a particularly successful title. And this year's lineup, Mario Tennis Smash Power, and Amiibo Festival, all three of those games were disappointments. So not every title from Nintendo has always been successful. They've too had their share of disappointments as well.
Okay, what I'm talking about was not sales, but I'll talk about that. I was talking about the glitches, game breaking bugs. That's what I'm talking about.
Those kind of things. Yeah, I do see where you're coming from. Yeah, they do tend to not rush their titles. I see where you're coming from.
Yes. One of the problems, yes, we'll talk to what you just said right there. One of the things that's going on in this generation is it is harder to develop for the x86 system because they're using it. Now it's easy to port between a PlayStation, an Xbox, and a PC. The problem is though, a lot of these developers now are not optimizing for the system. When Nintendo kept the Power Arm system, it makes you build the game from the ground up to the system be optimized. And I'll say this is because you have to port it. You do have to spend more money if you're porting a game that's a third party to that degree. Because I've seen developers in EA, in Ubisoft that have these great ideas, And when they go to these publishers, they cut them, they cut them down, shut them down, water down the experience of these games, and then next thing you know, they don't even want to do it no more. Developers, because of how the publishers want, because they want to sell a certain amount of money and whatever. So what happened is so right now we get a lot of games that is getting rushed without optimization, because again, you have I'll give the simplest example right there. Tetris Ultimate Tetris Edition, did by Ubisoft. It was on 360. It was on Xbox One, 3DS, and PlayStation 4. PlayStation 4 had the biggest glitches and game-breaking bad frame rate, and it broke the game. A powerful system, but it can't play a simple Tetris game.
That is a problem, yes. But although I do believe that if a little bit more time had been spent, I don't think it would have been so much of a problem. But on the other hand, I do see where they may be coming from, because after all, this is expensive stuff. And if you want to keep your business running, then of course you got to find a way to make money. And I know it stinks for a lot of these people who feel cheated and everything. And I'm not saying that I agree with their decisions at all. But on the other...
Okay, go ahead.
The problem that I have with I'm sorry, I'm completely out of words, because I feel a little disjointed. I really don't know what to say, right now.
Okay, I'll just continue. If you get the words, just cut me off and I'll let you speak. So with that said, with the whole waiting whatever, because Nintendo owns, okay, let's put it this way, all these like Activision, EA, Ubisoft, they are shareholders. Again, shareholders don't give a damn about us gamers. They care about the money. And again, it is what it is, but that's what it is. Nintendo has shareholders too, but Nintendo is the only company that owns 80% of their own company. Nobody in the game industry has that percentage. They own 80% of their own self.
Well, sure, that's good on one level, but to name a more recent example about how it can be a little bit more difficult to port to Wii U, let's look at Bloodstained, done by Koji Igarashi, the guy who did the wonderful Castlevania series. Now he actually wanted to do it for Wii U, but the problem was it costs more money to do it. And so what does he do? He commissions Armature Studios to start out on the game. And I got to applaud him for doing that, because even though it did demand a little bit more of a fee, I still got to applaud him for doing that, because even though it was expensive, it also gave me a little bit of an insight to realize how hard it is to actually port one game to another. And even though I understand the frustrations that Nintendo has had with a lot of these thirds being fickle and deciding we got to make more money, on the other hand, I do feel like it would be better if Nintendo actually tried to alter some of the ways that they do business, and not try to play things their own way, because as I said, the Wii U is their least selling system ever, and I really don't think that going first party only for NX is the answer. I mean, as bad as the situation is, I feel like that both sides have a problem with it, and I don't want to see the same thing happen again with NX. And I am hopeful that things will be a little bit better, because I mean, Square Enix, they've basically confirmed that Dragon Quest 11 and 10 are both going to be hitting NX. They only
It's already in the Wii U.
What?
Japan.
Oh yeah, I know about that being on the Wii U, but it's just that when I heard that they were bringing Dragon Quest 11 to NX, I was like, "Oh my gosh, that's incredible!" And
what you heard, and I'll stop you there. What you heard was a mistranslation. They never said that. They said it might be on the NX. They never said it was going to be on the NX.
That's weird, because Francis said that when he saw the when he saw the show with his friend, he said that they meant that it was going to be on NX, but then later on they backtracked and said, "Oops, wait, we can't really say that yet because of NDA." So that's basically the version I have.
Okay, here's what I'm gonna. Here's the next. You could check my whenever you have a chance. Again, you could check my Google Plus account. And this summer I went over to Japan. I went to Tokyo. I went to Nintendo EAD. I went to Platinum Games. I went to Square Japan and Namco Bandai.
Wow, you actually went to all those companies. That's incredible.
So what I'm gonna say, what it was is they say it might. The translate. I know kanji, and I have to speak there because I have a branch over in Japan. They said might. They never said that. They never said it's gonna be. They said might because they don't. And I'm gonna tell you, I'll be in all honesty. Even when I went over to Nintendo, I do not know what the NX is. Kenji, my friend who works in R&D, do not know what the NX is because he makes the consoles. Only the top heads know what the NX is. So I'm not gonna champion nothing without knowing what's going on, and I don't know what's going on. So I'm one person on YouTube. If I don't know what it is, I'm not gonna make a big hoorah or say anything about it. So Square Japan said that it might be an NX, and it could be. I'm not saying it can't be, but the phrasing of that time was might when they did the not a conference, the Square show, kind of like a EA kind of style show at the animation thing. It was might. It was never, because they don't know at the time what's going on with the NX. So they said in that translation was mine, and there's a ton of mistranslations that's going on, and there's a lot of people on NeoGAF and everything that get many translations wrong from what it is, because our next one is when it talked about you say NX. Even look at the Time article. You could go read the Time article. Kimishima said, I don't know where everybody's getting this, and that's the same thing I get when I went over to EAD. They said, we don't say NX, we say the Famicom 7. That's their code name that they're using right now. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm aware about the NX being basically just a code name. I do hope that it is much better and much more successful, though.
Okay, and here's where this is where I'm gonna break it down a little bit now. Now we in the Wii U stage. The Wii U is the less selling console out of all three. Which one you think makes the most profits, though? And you could look in the IR pages where I put it in the sidebar. You could check all these companies and look what the profits of all these consoles.
Well, Nintendo may make profits off the Wii U, but that still doesn't change the fact that this is not an acceptable situation for them either way. It could be doing a whole lot better, and their numbers could be a whole lot healthier.
I am not disagreeing with you with that. You're right, but the Wii U makes more money than the PlayStation 4 and the Xbox One combined.
Oh, I'm aware of that. I just feel like it's just not enough, because Nintendo needs to do something to try to turn their image around, because at this point they're at an all-time low, and I'm not at all happy about that.
Okay, and again, I can't argue your opinion of saying that. So you ever heard of the Nelson Report?
Nelson Report? I'm not really sure if I have.
Okay, Nelson is a research group that does the name that they're known for is like when you get the TV ratings. They're the one who do the TV ratings to say, 6.5 million people watch Grey's Anatomy last night. That's what the Nelson group does. All right.
Okay.
They came out with a report this summer, asked why people buy each consoles. All right. When it comes to PlayStation 4, they said the reason people buy PlayStation 4 is basically for the features. And in the Sony IR page, again, this link is on the side, in the Sony IR page in the financials, do you know what the average user, that's the average user, they sold the 30 million, everybody's talking and championing that. Do you know how much games the average user, the Sony PlayStation 4 have?
Good question.
Just guess. I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm just because these are things a lot of gamers really don't understand and don't know. So I am one person that when you speak stuff like this, not you per se, but people like Francis, people like who do see. I have information that I could do a news site like Francis if I wanted to, but I don't do it because it's just one of those things like. I don't care enough to do that because I don't want to be popular or be in the raw or people asking me a ton of questions. Like, are you in this? And it happened before, but I'm a person to say, hey, you get your games, enjoy your games and play them. Don't care about the politics. Now I do the business side and I could break some stuff down. The average user who plays PlayStation 4, who has the games, the average games they have is 3.
Only 3 games per system.
3 games per system. That's it. Nintendo, even though it's 10 mil, even though it's 11 million, I'll round up. Even though it's 10, is that the Wii U, the Wii U system has an average of 7.
Yeah, well, sure. I mean, the customers who buy Wii U definitely tend to buy a lot more games. I just
And with
wish.
that said, you ever heard of Iwata's famous quote? Consoles don't make the games. Games make the games. He said that software push everything. So Nintendo's money has never been into the consoles, except they make profits on the console like everybody else. Well, let me not lie, not everybody else, because Xbox has problems. But they make money in the consoles, not a lot of money, but they make money on the software. That's where their bread and butter been and always been, the software. Sony, let me finish off with the Nelson report. That's a report pointed out, and the IR page pointed out that that's the only 3 for Sony, and this is Kazurai saying it himself. Now on the Xbox side, Xbox One doesn't make the profit, the console itself.
Yeah, I know all about that. I heard about that.
Yes, the original Xbox never made a profit. 360 it was started to make a profit, then the Red Ring of Death happened and it wiped out everything. And now, right now, the Xbox One was sold at a loss and still sold at a loss. Xbox One division makes 1% of Microsoft revenue. That's it. They only made in over 7 years. All they made is $700 million. The Xbox division. Nintendo made last year $730 million. 1 year to 7 years. Big difference.
Yeah, it is a difference, although I'm sorry. I'm afraid that I'm having a little bit more trouble following this discussion, and
okay. The discussion is, as a gamer, since you want to grow the gamer, and I'm hitting you too much business stuff.
Seriously,
as a gamer, for me, as long as the company makes money to make more games, that's all I care about. That's what most gamers should care about. I don't care what the trend is. I don't care what any other person thinks about. That's why I said I don't care what anybody buy any other console, play your games and enjoy them. If they can make profit to make more games, that's all I care about. Because if the company is losing money, like the Xbox division is losing money, or the PlayStation division is losing money, then you're not gonna get no more games. That's simple to comprehend in my eyes.
I understand where you're coming from completely. I mean, I don't altogether agree with everything you say, but I do either way want to see the NX, try not to repeat the mistakes that I feel that Wii U did. And even though a lot of what you say is understandable, I'm afraid I'm going to have to stand by what I believe. But still, it is a very interesting perspective about what you talked about.
Okay, well, I'll say one thing: the NX will never get popular if it's a home console, because the Nelson report pointed out, when it comes to Xbox Online, when it comes to Nintendo fun, nobody plays games for fun no more. Most gamers now are playing for features and online connectivity. And even if Nintendo put online connectivity, everybody knows Xbox has out of all 3 systems, Xbox has the best online system set up. Nobody's going the NX or the Famicom 7 or the next home console will never beat the other consoles unless PlayStation if the PlayStation 5 is something that's really messed up, or the Xbox drops out of the competition, because the thing that happened that a lot of people don't understand, this one pertains to Xbox itself. Xbox, the shareholders for Xbox cut the purse strings in February. They told Phil Spencer, we're not money having no more. Even though he's 1% of the company, we're not losing no more money, whatever. Phil Spencer, to his credit, and I give him credit for this, he spun it around at E3 and said, we're gonna start doing more first party games. Even though the head of Xbox, Microsoft already cut the purse string and said, we ain't doing this no more. Gamers right now if the Nelson report points out people playing for fun, that's what I'm gonna say. If Gamers now are always talking about. You can see it in Xbox and PlayStation on YouTube when Grand Theft Auto came out. Oh, my grass looked better than your grass. We're arguing about grass. We're arguing about graphics, but we ain't arguing about was that game fun? Was that game was awesome? Was that game not a glitchy mess? Was that game? No, we don't argue that. If you go to most of YouTube places, they don't do that. They argue about this graphics better than that graphics. I have voice chat. I don't have voice chat. They don't talk about the goodness of the games. And the problem that's going on right now is because of the x86 system that I was talking about, developers have gotten lazy. That's why most games now have become more games has become out more broken, more major glitches. Tomb Raider just came on the Xbox right now for Square. Tomb Raider just came out.
Yeah.
And that game, Tomb Raider, just like the first Tomb Raider, is flopping. That's why they put it on PC so early, because it's not making the money back. Nintendo does one thing good than anybody out there. They budget their games. Kirby Rainbow's Curse didn't sell 1 million, but it's made a profit and made money that they could do a Kirby Rainbow Curse 2. Platinum Games, Bayonetta, sold 1 million, but it took a while to get up there, but it sold 1 million. And if Sega wants to do a Bayonetta 3, they could do the same thing too. Nintendo budget their games to make a sale. The big this is a question you talk about popularity, so I'm going to say that you feel like this. Let me just break it down. Let me just ask you this question: in the 7th generation, right? What was the biggest selling game in the 7th generation?
Biggest 7th generation. That was the PS2 GameCube one, right?
No, that's X360, PlayStation 3, and Wii.
Oh, that one. Gosh. Wasn't it Wii Sports? I forget what it was. I'm sorry.
No, it's not. I'm not berating you or nothing. The biggest selling game of that generation. And let me make sure it's people who's listening understand what I'm saying. The biggest franchise of the 7th generation was Call of Duty.
Oh, franchise. Right, Call of Duty, of course. That's why we see a lot of Call of Duty this, Call of Duty that.
Yeah, because every year they release a game, and all those games plus all those games on all these platforms, it was the biggest franchise. But none of those games could touch Mario Kart Wii.
Oh, right, Mario Kart. Yeah, because that was a huge hit.
That sold 34 million copies on one console, while Call of Duty is on Xbox, Wii, PlayStation, and PC.
I see.
They don't. But the next game below that, Wii Sports Resort. Now, I don't count Wii Sports because it was a pack-in game. Only in Japan they sold it as a game. In America they didn't. So I don't count that. I'm counting games that you had to go out and spend money on. And those two games was on one console. One console. And dominate other games that was on multiple consoles. The same thing you could say this February that just passed. Call of Duty Advance just came out. This not now. I'm talking about February whatever. Majora's Mask on 3DS beat a game that's on 5 different platforms. It's only on one platform. It outsold a game that's on 5 different platforms. That's where Nintendo's magic is. I understand the popularity thing, like you said. I see as I don't care about popularity, and I love just playing any game because again, I have a Wii U, I have a 3DS, and I have a PC. The reason I didn't buy a PlayStation 4 or Xbox One because most third-party games comes on the PC. And if that's the case, I ain't gonna buy those because Tales of Vesperia is coming on PC. Tales of Vesperia came on PC. Freedom Fly was on PC, but it came to the Wii U. Tomb Raider is coming to PC. All these games that all the other consoles got, and I like other PC guys because Batman Arkham Knight was better on the consoles and it was worse on the PC, and I didn't buy it because I like that. I have a tendency to wait until the game gets fixed. But Nintendo is the only, like I said, their software outsells every other software because Tomb Raider right now. Again, it's flopping. It's coming to the piece. It's coming to DC. And to go to what you just said about Square Japan. I've said this on my past podcast because when I was in Square, the parent company of Square, Squaresoft, not Squaresoft, Square Enix. The parent company of Square is Square Europe. not Square Japan. A lot of people think it's Square Japan. Square Europe is the parent company of Square Enix. Square Enix in Europe is the person who owns IDOS, Dynamic Crystals,
Right.
those studios.
Right. I know those
Those
guys.
studios.
The ones who did
Yeah.
Deus Ex, right?
Yes, and they're the ones who are using Western. They're using Western way of making games because right now they're the ones who is funding Final Fantasy VII, and they're the ones who trying to do this breakup thing. And again, I'm hoping for the best of Final Fantasy VII. I'm not denying it, but Square Japan is not making money. So seeing that Nintendo is the dominant force, they basically 60% game sell in Japan is Nintendo. They're the dominant force. They're basically doing stuff with Nintendo now because basically there's an infighting, just like Sega America versus Sega Japan. There's an infighting going on in Square Enix right now. Square Japan and Square Europe are fighting each other, and I hope it really don't collapse it just like Sega, but I hope not. I hope that's not the case.
I hope not either, because I have been rooting for the next for Nintendo and Square Enix to basically renew their partnership, because I was heartbroken at the very end of the SNES era when Final Fantasy VII missed out on N64. That was so crushing to me. And when I found out that Cloud was going to be in Super Smash Brothers, I was like, wow, I wasn't expecting that at all. It makes me very
Give that to Sakurai. Yeah, Sakurai did a good job with that.
It's enough to make me hopeful that maybe they'll get to do something great on the next console, whatever it is,
Yeah,
NX, whatever.
I could guarantee you they are going to do, because Japan now knows they have to do something with Nintendo. They're getting back in Japan. Square is getting back with Nintendo.
That's
Square Europe, no, they got problems. They still have that. They still have the Western mentality and don't want to do stuff with Nintendo because they're more money profit driven, which is not a bad thing. But if I don't have to spend extra money, which that's going to be a problem, because again, the Tomb Raider reboot was a good game, but didn't sell. So they did the let me ask a question here. Third-party games. Do you know why third-party games have all these pre-orders, microtransactions, and DLCs?
Probably because they're hyped up beforehand in the marketing campaigns. I could be mistaken about that.
No, and again, I'm just letting you know. The average third-party game sells 3 months and it drops off a cliff.
Yeah, I know about that. Front-loaded success, and then it basically stops. Whereas Nintendo titles, they keep on selling month after month. Nobody can deny that, of course. That's true.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say and you just pointed out. So this is what I'm going to go you down this path. If that's the case of these games doing that, that's why Tomb Raider is doing what it's doing. That's why the DSX, right? Like I can tell you right now, I played Final Fantasy 15 for the PlayStation. I dropped off of Final Fantasy after 10 because they started doing this weird system and I didn't like it.
Yeah,
so,
in my opinion, my favorite Final Fantasy was Final Fantasy VI on the SNES. It was the game that made me love JRPGs. Everything about it was perfect. The music, the characters, the opera scene, it sold that game for me.
Also, the bad guy, you got to give Kafka that.
Kafka
he wasn't a Luna.
Oh yeah, Kefka was absolutely terrifyingly evil. I swear, I can never get enough of that game. It is so incredible. And hearing that they are bringing the Final Fantasy VII stage to Smash Brothers, I'm like cheerleading, bring Final Fantasy VII to NX, bring Final Fantasy VII to NX.
And that's up to Europe, because again, they're the head company. Japan, maybe not. That's up to Europe to do that. But with that said, they have all this. The sales is going this way. They front loaded, like you just said. So people now are rushing. You see, my thing is, people are pre-ordering the game, and then next thing you know, or paying all these DLCs and everything. But I could tell you, you've seen it on videos. You've seen it in the videos. You see that people do reviews, everything. Games are buggy. It has problems. The DLC is not even worth more. I give Nintendo tops off for so far how they've been handling their DLCs. They've been doing a very good job of doing it. Again, I don't like the skins for Smash Brothers. I never said that. I will complain about that because I would never. That's the simplest thing to code for, and I would never buy skins for no game. That's the only problem I had with that part.
I understand. Yes, I understand where you're coming from because where I'm really getting at is though. Much more than Final Fantasy VII, I'd really love to see Kingdom Hearts 3 hit NX because, in my opinion, that's a series that I really would like to see Nintendo systems get a mainline entry for. And I've been rooting for this for a very, very
That
long
ain't
time.
okay. Well, crush your dreams. That's not happening. That's not going to happen. So hopefully they do a 4, and maybe 4 will do that. But right now, 3 is already slated for Xbox and PlayStation. It's not going to sell on the Xbox. It's going to sell on the PlayStation. And
Although
that's about it.
although you never know, they could end up doing a surprise port. I mean, we'll see if it does. I mean, I don't know any more than you do, but we'll see.
If it happens, you know what? I would. If it happens, then I'll happy to take it and not be a Scrooge McDuck and say, okay, it ain't happened. But I'm looking at what right now, how the budget is going with these games, because Final Fantasy 15 has to sell about $10, $11 million to make even on those consoles, because they broke their budget 4 times. They went beyond the budget to get this beautiful graphic game, blah blah blah, whatever, and they need to sell that much money, because again, that's why when the first 2 million sold 3 million, it still was a financial flop, because they sold 3 million, but they didn't budget for the game to be like that. And if that's the case, then that's what you want to have. That's what all this definitive visions, all this stuff come out, because it's easy to port, nothing to do, easy. You put in all the DLC that you created at the beginning, you put it in the game, and you sell it again, and you make your money back. That's what they do. That's what's going on, and that practice also is basically gonna shoot a lot of publishers in the ass, because THQ learned that the hard way. A lot of EA studios, Maxim, and many more learned that the hard way. DICE is going to learn that the hard way too with Battlefront. We'll see how that works out, because last year EA made $900 million off of DLC only. $900 million off of DLC and microtransaction only. Not games, not nothing else, just that. So they're going to keep pushing that situation right now, because the Need for Speed right now is always online. The last Need for Speed that was mobile, you had to pay a microtransaction just to drive the car. You have to pay for gas, which is, I don't know why would people buy that, but if you want to, I'm not giving money to a game to drive in a game when I could take that same money and put it in my real life and put it for gas. That's crazy.
Well, I hear where you're coming from. Although, to be honest, I definitely am still hopeful, and I'm very happy to hear that at least Square Enix and Nintendo are teaming back up again. That makes me very hopeful. I mean, you could be right about maybe Kingdom Hearts 3 might not hit NX, but if it does, then hey, I'll be more than happy if it does. I want to see it happen, and so do a lot of people, and hopefully it does. And if it does, great. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But still, I'm hopeful for it.
No, I'm not. I'm not that. Okay, I said squash it, but you know what? I'm not gonna dash your hopes. If it happens, you have, like you said. The one thing is with what's going on in the industry right now. All these the only company that's making money. Again, I just point out the difference between Xbox and Nintendo is Nintendo. They have their company is worth over $100 billion. They have more than $12 billion in the bank. They have. I was just gonna say that they are the only ones. Even though do they need? I'll put this right here, and maybe you will not agree with this, but like I said, we'll agree to disagree. Do they need third party to be varied in their software? Yes. Do they need third parties to make profits and be successful? No. Because the games on the Wii U has the biggest gaming library out of all 3 consoles, and also Nintendo software is the only is the only company that could make 80 to 100% profits. Nobody could touch that either.
That's one thing that I think we're going to have to agree to disagree upon. I mean, if you see it that way, great. I mean, I really don't see it the same way. I do feel like that the situation should try to be a little bit better on NX. But either way, I'm glad that you decided not to crush my hopes regarding Kingdom Hearts 3, because that's the last thing I wanted. I'm glad that you took that back, because I feel a lot better now that you said that. Thanks.
Yeah, again, popularity. I could tell you many things that was popular but never made money, and of course died off. And like I said, The Xbox division might be doing the exact same thing. The Sony might do the exact same thing.
Well,
Again,
well, of course. I mean, I questioned the idea of bringing Kingdom Hearts 3 to Xbox One to begin with, but I realized it was because it was easy to port to, and given now that they can run Unreal Engine 4, then of course it would be easier to do. I'm only hoping that
the,
NX can run that too.
the Wii U can run on Engine 4, you know.
That's true, although it does require a little bit of work and tinkering to make it work. And considering that a lot of games, and considering that some titles on Wii U have not proven successful, of course, thirds would be afraid to, invest time on that.
Well, maybe this is something you never heard. Hideki Kamiya, even though he worked with that, there's the Michael Arcel, who's at Ubisoft.
Oh yeah, I heard of him. He's the guy who did Rayman, right?
Yes. Shinji Mikami, even Igarashi, the one that you just said right there about the Bloodstain, they have no problem with Nintendo's problem. You said it yourself, how they had to do an extra Kickstarter, they had to do an extra goal to fund it. This is why I think a lot of people are also missing about. The developers, good developers, good developers have no problem, and they praise the Wii U, the Wii, and the GameCube. The publishers, that's why I say I separate the difference out. You have Fallout 4 that came out. Everybody's liking this game. It's a good game. Fallout 4 came out, very big game, but has a game breaking bug, has crashes, has big glitches. You telling me is on a more powerful, and I'm not saying you, but just let's go by the media standard and what other YouTubers and gamers saying. Okay, this is on these more powerful console, even a PC, and it's crashing, it's doing problems, it's doing all this stuff. Xenoblade Chronicle.
Oh yeah, that's an amazing game. I'm in love with it. It's fantastic.
And it's a bigger game. It is more asset intensive than Fallout 4, but Monolith Soft got it to work on a quote unquote weaker software, because developers nowadays do not take time to optimize. That's what's going on in the 8th generation. It's also starting to make a lot of people angry with some games. They do not optimize to make their games work good, and that's why I say the seal of quality with Nintendo with less bugs or whatever. Again, an NBC voice chat, Holiday Blues. Per Snyder, who's the founder of IGN. Kathleen Plaguey, a girl who viewed Pokemon last year and said it was Sapphire, whatever, and said that it was too much water in a game that's about islands, but whatever. And Jose Otero, they said they gave Amiibo Crossing as Amiibo Festival. They gave that an average score, and they gave what's the other one? Oh, they gave Mario Tennis. They gave Mario Tennis a bad score. If you listen to that podcast, the one thing they said, and this is why I'm thinking something's going on with gaming now with most gamers. They said in that podcast, the game is good, the game is fun, the game has no glitches. They said that in the podcast. They just said, I wish it was a little bit more. But you have other games that have big bugs, big glitches, but you give it a higher score. Don't you think that's a problem?
Well, that is a bit of, well, yeah, I do agree that it is a problem that there are some journalists who don't really play the game through and detect any problems before actually giving it a score. Although, to be honest, speaking for myself, I had no interest in Mario Tennis or Amiibo Festival. Neither one of those two games looked very appealing to me at E3.
Which is good. That's not the game. If you don't like, if it didn't appeal to you, it was not for you. That's one thing I wish gamers could understand that. Because I could guarantee you, Amiibo Festival gonna make its money back. I could guarantee you, Mario Tennis gonna make its money back, because that's what Nintendo does. And when those games make their money back, that means more games gonna come out, even though it was not made for you.
But the problem is that Mario Tennis and Amiibo Festival, they both have done very, very poorly. I saw that Mario Tennis sold only 10,000 copies, and Amiibo Festival, it did only 30,000. I don't think that's exactly something to be, celebratory about.
Well, let me help you out there. You think those numbers going to stay at that point? You just said that those games go beyond, always sell way beyond they always sell.
Well, they might, although I'm really not very hopeful about it. The bad word of mouth for those two titles is basically I can tell that neither one of those two titles have particularly good reception, but Xenoblade X, on the other hand, people are absolutely in love with the game. I think the
I
game
could
is amazing.
I could bet you $100,000 right now. Those games sell way more than you think they're gonna sell.
Oh, I don't even want to dare to accept that bet because I would rather play it safe.
The reason I'm saying that because again, I'm not knocking your taste. This is not an attack against your taste. And most of the people who know my channel knows why I'm saying that. I have two employees and they have kids and they have Amiibo Festival. They have Amiibo Festival and they already done put 60 hours in both of their games. One is a father that has a kid and the next one is a family that has the game too. It was not made for us.
Well, sure.
Gamers.
Well, sure. I mean, they definitely make games like that to cater to different people's tastes. And of course, on that level, I respect it. Although, to be honest, it still was pretty disappointing for them to emphasize those two games at E3 because they had a lot of other titles that were very, very promising that year. I mean, Xenoblade X, of course, was the biggest one. I don't know why they didn't highlight Fatal Frame 5, though, because that one I think could have had a lot more exposure. I thought that game was great, too. But why didn't we see a whole lot of it at E3? Why didn't they go all out and show it? Why did they have to emphasize Mario Tennis and Amiibo Festival, two titles that a lot of people were absolutely upset about?
You see, I only disagree on you on one thing. That one word you said in that phrase, a lot of people. What is this? A lot of people. Nintendo makes games. Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean a lot of people. A lot of people like me who were expecting something a little bit more meaty.
Okay. Okay. Well, there you go. Okay. Then we agree on that because the reason I'm saying that because when I went to, if well, you ain't gonna, it's something you can never. But you know what? You know what? You might get lucky. Some people might get lucky. One of the things in Nintendo's E&E office is families first.
Oh yeah, I know about that. Their family-friendly image first, but at the same time, it also causes some problems because remember Eternal Darkness, Sanity's Requiem, amazing game. That game was so incredible. It didn't get the sales it deserved. It deserved to sell 1 million. So why didn't it sell 1 million? Because it wasn't marketed very well. A lot of people didn't know about it. That's why. And that's why I feel like that in a way, the family-friendly image is a bit of a it's a bit of a detriment to them because if I remember correctly,
I can't say that because okay, go ahead, say that because I'm gonna ask you a question that you see a lot of this is one point a lot of gamers got wrong, and as a business person, if we follow certain ways, Nintendo would be gone a long time ago. But go ahead.
Well, I personally feel like that there have been some gamers who have been very disappointed in the way that Nintendo has been handling things lately. Well, especially how they have not been marketing, more riskier niche titles like Fatal Frame 5 and well, Xenoblade X. It got lucky because it's got good word of mouth to propel it. Fatal Frame 5, though, is a very niche title, and I think that game could have used a lot more exposure. And I feel like that there's a I feel like that there's a disadvantage in a way for Nintendo to be family friendly and not so much on gamers. I'm not saying that they should suddenly emulate Sony and Microsoft's policies, but on the other hand, I do question their ability to keep their path going because again, I like to see them succeed and not underdeliver like they have done with Wii U.
Okay, my thing is what you're saying, and technically speaking, what you're saying is succeeding in just popularity, not in money. That's what makes the games. That's what makes future games. More money, more games. That's what makes it. And that's what's going to happen. Now, the point I'm going to point out to you is this. Do you know how many is 100%? Let's just 100% right now. Let's break out the pie. You know who buys the most Nintendo software, handheld, everything? You know who buys the most? Is it gamers or families?
Maybe it's a little bit of both because Nintendo does tend to appeal to both of those markets.
60% goes to families, 30% goes to gamers, and 10 just go to casuals. People who just got multi-consoles.
Huh, that's very interesting. I didn't realize that because usually in Japan, I usually would think it's the other way around, so to speak.
Mm-mm. And like I said, when I went over there and played look, when I went over there in EAD, and Splatoon is a very has been a resurgence in Japan. It's the first shooter that ever sold over 1 million in Japan.
Oh yeah, and it deserved to. It's a good game.
When I went over there in EAD, I basically spent 5 hours in EAD. So I went in there about 9 o'clock. I had to go down and take the lunch. Nintendo brought in people, so they go down the cafeteria. They brought kids from schools and stuff, and they had fun, and they made them play Splatoon and Mario Kart, and they brought them in. It was just joy. That's what they like to see. That's what Yamauchi said. We need to keep the family first. That's why he called the Famicom, which is the family system in Japan. If you ever go to Japan, this is one thing I found out when I went to Japan. A lot of people said and didn't know this. When I went to Japan, and I said this on this other guy's podcast, other people's podcasts, community podcasts, Gamers at Large, give him a little shout out. When I went to Japan, and I did a podcast from Japan. I called from Japan to talk to these guys. The PlayStation 4 is not the biggest. The PlayStation 4 is not as synonymous as a lot of Westerners think. That thing is not selling nothing in Japan.
Oh yeah, I definitely agree with that. The PS4 is definitely not doing as well as it is doing here in America. But on the other hand, Wii U isn't doing all that much better either. It's actually
how you know that? Because do you know what happened last week, and you know what happened last week and the week before? You know.
Sure, I'm aware about the Splatoon bundle actually helping to boost the sale. But on the other hand, I feel that that's only going to be temporary because this is just the holidays. And even though Splatoon has been a big hit, I feel like that I'm a little bit worried because Final Fantasy 15 could very well be coming next year, and
that one I could give you 100%. Ain't coming next year.
well, okay. Whenever it does come,
Yeah.
those two games are both Final Fantasy 15 and Kingdom Hearts 3 are taking forever to come through, and at this point, I think it would do Square Enix more money favors if they brought both to NX. Well, this is hypothetically speaking, but anyway, I do agree.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I do agree that, that Wii U is, in a way, it's probably the only country in Japan where it's had a bit of an advantage over the PS4, but that still isn't very much at all. The only system that's really doing great there from Nintendo is 3DS, and for good reason. It's got a great lineup. It's got a lot of games that people really want to play. Whereas Wii U and PS4, both of those systems, obviously something has gone wrong with both of those two systems in Japan. I don't know. It's been disappointing to see it happen like that.
Again, as you see, I think you're going off of what news media and everything else, because the Wii U has outsold the PlayStation many times, one, and two. Like I said, you're right about the whole bundle thing, but that's the Splatoon bundle is not what Splatoon, Mario Maker, and the Smash Brothers bundle is not what also selling there, because you know what those two selling games were that also were other than Splatoon. Xenoblade Chronicles that came out in May. Got a big resurgence in November and December.
Oh yeah, Xenoblade X absolutely deserved to sell. It's a great game. I loved the original Xenoblade. It was amazingly good. It's up there with my favorite It's up there with my favorite games of all time, which in no order are Final Fantasy VI, Chrono Trigger, Tales of Symphonia, and Earthbound, and the list goes on and on. But it definitely deserves it.
Well, the Monolith Soft is basically a first party of Nintendo, so they're part of EAD. So
they're basically former SquareSoft employees too. Tetsuya Takahashi, he's the guy who did the graphics designer for Final Fantasy VI and Chrono Trigger. As I said, both are among my favorite games of all time. The man is a genius, in my honest opinion.
Their B team just finished. Well, not just finished. They finished up a couple months. So their B team just finished up Project X Zone 2, which that was a shock. And that was when the first one came out. They didn't think that was going to sell, and it sold.
Yeah, I heard about that. I did hear about that. I haven't actually played it though, but I have heard of it. I'm very happy to hear that it's done very well. And
the first one did really well, so of course they did the second one. That's what we're going to point out. Monolith Soft is basically the directors, not directors, the developers of this one. Before it was a co between Bandai Presto, which is Namco Bandai, and Monolith Soft. But Monolith Soft is the one who did the development on this one.
Very interesting. I had forgotten about that.
So there might be. So right now, if you go to Xenoblade Chronicles, there is on the title screen. You also see the eShop.
Right, I know. I saw.
So
I see that.
They're gonna be. I'm thinking they're gonna be the team that's gonna start doing DLC for that game.
I wouldn't be surprised.
While the Monolith Soft A team has already done put in a year in the new RPG for the console.
Well, I definitely am looking forward to whatever they do because I agree Xenoblade X is absolutely fantastic. I do think the original has a bit of an advantage over the sequel in terms of having the more satisfying story arc and maybe in terms of the music. But having said that, I think both are absolutely 5-star classics, hands down. They're both amazing.
Yeah, and what the point points out, what I was saying is, like we just go back there. If Monolith Soft can make that big game works almost flawlessly, and all games have glitches. Don't get me wrong, all games have glitches. But if they could make that big game work so flawlessly that the world of Witcher 3, Fallout 4, combined could fit in this one game and does that, then that means it's the development team. The developers need to do something because remember, it was basically Iwata rolling up his hands to say, we got to finish Pokemon Red and White, and I'm not Red and White, Sapphire and whatever. Because everybody was like, oh, we need more power. One guy went in and rewrite the code to make the game work. Same thing with Pokemon Stadium. It's developers. That's one of the things is important in this 8th generation now. Just because
So you're saying it's basically a clash between the developers and their publishers, right?
Yes, that's why if you ever seen from this point on, it depends if you're going to keep on listening, if you want to ever watch any videos I put up, whatever. I always say,
I probably won't because I have a lot of other things to do in my life. I mean, I do respect what you're saying, though.
Well, okay then. So let's put it this way: we're gonna agree to disagree. You think popularity trumps out making profits. If that's what you think it is, hopefully, because again, I could list tons of popularity games, companies, inventions that were popular, but because they never made profits, are not around anymore. I think that now I'm thinking differently than you. That if the console makes money, and it makes money better than any other console, any other game than anything out there, then there should be no problems. If they make money, that means they could make better games and they could have the longevity to keep on making games. Nintendo's the only person to survive a crash, and also there's the only console maker and company that could be around before you and me die. When we die, that company will still be around. Sony, maybe not. Microsoft, yes, because they're a monopoly on the whole PC Windows thing.
Yeah, well, I don't even. Yeah, well, Xbox One may be doing better now here in America, but in Japan, it's a disaster. It's hardly selling anything right there, and
Xbox One is not doing good in America either. They're selling at a loss.
Oh, so
every time they sell a console, they lose $250.
That is quite a loss. Because I do think Microsoft has, I'm not particularly fond of Microsoft, but I have known for them to make some very careless choices, I feel like, whenever they do some designs. Hence why I don't really go near them.
And which is no problem with that. But again, the Microsoft division the Xbox division has, again, as I pointed out to you, if they came around 2000, the Xbox division, right? Came in 2015. So you go to 7 years back, if you only make $700 million in 7 years, but Nintendo could make $730 million in 1 year, that's a big difference.
That is indeed a big difference.
And
yes.
the only reason Nintendo did a loss in 2011 again is in the IR pages again, but again, you don't have to look it up if you don't want to. That's where my facts is coming from. The only reason they did it because was the R&D for the Wii U. When you're spending money towards doing to something else, you're gonna have to allocate money as a businessman. This is a little over your head if you think it is. I understand that, but for anybody listening, that's the way it is. Because like for me, when I'm gonna start doing my development and whatever, and I gotta put costs into it. In that regards, yes, I'm not gonna make the revenue that I need to make that year because I know it hit. But if it's gonna be a future profit into it, then I take the hit then and then keep on going forward. And that's the only reason they lost right there. But they did not lost in what you call it, in their financial they didn't lost in their financial profile. They lost in just that revenue for that year of saying taking that same money of that same year and then putting up something you have to develop for and you take a cut. I mean, I don't know if you understand that, but that's how it works out. Right now, Nintendo, the development is done, everything is going. They're working on the next home console like it is. So the next, if they're gonna take a cut now, but 2013, 2014, 2015, since they had to worry about nothing, everything in the Wii U has been profit. Even one of Nintendo's biggest protractors, Michael Proctor, who always don't, he got a problem with Nintendo. He always says stuff when he's on GameSpot, Game Trailers, or he's on Kotaku. He always bashes Nintendo in a certain way, and I say bashes, even though he's inaccurate. But
I don't like Michael Pachter at all.
But here's what I'm going to point out. But when he was on MSNBC, a legitimate newscast, when he talked about this year's financial, he had to say Nintendo was the only company that made this amount of profits. He couldn't say nothing, and he couldn't say his normal crap when he said on the game site journalism. He couldn't.
Interesting.
He couldn't at all. And I'll put one more point before to let you know about third parties and why I say it's going to be a problem. What Nintendo, Yamauchi did one thing also that's pretty awesome. He did. I hope, and Sakurai buffed it, and I hope Sakurai, renege and does it. I really do. But Yamauchi set up a whole a shadowing system. All these big companies, like you said, and you love your third parties that you love, they made their names on a Nintendo console. You know that.
Of course, because their games were legitimately great.
Yes, and because Nintendo hold them to a standard of that seal of quality, they made their names on those on the NES and the Super NES. Capcom, look, just like you said about Igarashi and all these, and Igarashi and all these other developers, Jane Fune and get all these other developers. Are they with the same? Even the Kojima, are they with the publishers that made them the big name they are? No,
of course not. Because I learned all about Hideo Kojima being canned from Konami, and I thought that was a pretty dumb idea. Kojima was the man behind Metal Gear Solid, and you're going to fire him for that? Although on the other hand, he was known to be a pretty demanding guy, a perfectionist. So
he wasn't. He also gave problems to Igarashi. He did, and that was messed up too. Cause he stopped Igarashi from making Castlevania games, which is kind of messed up.
Oh yeah, the last Castlevania game that came out, The Lords of Shadow, I wasn't too impressed by that.
Yeah. So my point I'm gonna say is that all these guys, all these third-party publishers that made a name on Nintendo's consoles in the past are not the publishers, the developers that make those games are not with the developers now. Be careful of what amateurs gonna do. I said right now, I'm saying it to you right now. Armature, everybody always say, "Oh, Armature is the team that helped made
Metroid Prime, right?"
All they did was designs. They never coded for the game. Tetsuya Kanabe was the one who coded out basically almost that whole game, kind of like Iwata did the same thing with the Pokemon series.
How did you find out about that?
Because I went. Reason how I found out about that, because you ever seen the what do you call it? Retro Studios did an inside look of how they developed Metroid Prime.
I must not have looked into it very well.
Because remember, Metroid Prime, the studio, Retro Studios is basically Iguana Studios. That's what it was before. Iguana Studios was basically falling apart because back in those days, everybody knows Midway. Midway went to Acclaim. Acclaim went away. THQ went away because these guys doing what's going on with EA and everybody else right now. They're doing the same problem. Iguana Studios. So Nintendo went to Iguana Studios and said, "Let's do this game." They had 5 games to develop. Shigeru Miyamoto canceled 4 of those games because they didn't see what's going on. They saw one game and say, "Hey, take this license and make Metroid. They were gonna make it a regular, basically a regular first-person shooter. But Shigeru Miyamoto came back and said, "Don't do this, do that, do this, do that." Amateur, which is the guy, I forgot the name of the guy who's the head of Amateur now. All they did was the designs for the for the monsters and what the stages will look like, which is a good thing. But the reason I'm saying that because Amateur now is in charge of coding, and they did not. Kenshi Tanabe, who's the producer of Metroid, he's the one who's been coding. Kenshi Tanabe has been with Nintendo since Super Mario Brothers 2. He was the coder for Super Mario Brothers 2.
Right, I know about him. I've seen his name on many Nintendo credits.
Yeah, he's like Iwata. He is a good game coder. Let make sure that the game is running, no problem. Has minor glitches, minor buggies. Buggies. Sorry, bugs. That's the guy who made sure the game ran smoothly. Metroid Prime 2, Metroid Prime 3, with that whole thing. Amateur didn't do that.
Interesting.
So I'm just saying, if they're doing 2 ports, that's what I'm scared. If they were doing the Wii U port only, then I could say, okay, let's see if they concentrate on one game, one system, and work on it, that'd be good. But they have the thing to work on. They're working on the PlayStation Vita version and the Wii U version.
Yeah, I heard about that. I know that. I'm sure it'll still be a good game either way. Although, I guess we'll just have to wait and see how it works out.
I'm just keeping your skeptics just because again, yeah, there are developers who went to other developers who left Capcom and all that stuff. Just like you said, some do good. Some do good, but some have done majority have done really bad games because, as you know, Rare, when they left Nintendo, really has not have a home run knockout apart other than Kinect Sports, the Avatars, and Viva Pinata.
Right. I remember Rare was definitely at their peak when they were with Nintendo. They kind of went downhill after that. And I know all about that. They lost their talent. The Stamper brothers wanted more money, yada yada. I pretty much know all about that.
And you know what the Stamper brothers said this year? They said we wish we never made that mistake.
Well, that's very, very good of them to admit that. I gotta give them credit for that.
Yeah, but it's 15 years too late.
Well, better late than never.
Well, because all they're in charge of right now is a mobile studio. That's all they're doing right now.
Oh, a mobile studio.
Yeah, they're not in charge of nothing big or nothing. It's a mobile studio they're doing right now. So they're doing little games that have free to play and all that stuff right now, and they're not even still making that much money on that either. So they made a mistake.
Yeah, well, everybody does make mistakes. I mean, even Nintendo made mistakes too. Everybody has made mistakes in the industry.
Oh yeah. I'm not gonna never deny that. So, like I said, you know what? Because you was with John Lucas, he was saying that stuff. That's why we did the whole talk about it. And I ain't nothing to do with John. I'm not putting him in this topic. I'm just saying that, you know what? If that's basically the way you see it, if I can't, I'm not here to change your mind. If you think that because the popularity is what's going on right now, again, I could list many things that's popular that failed. I'm happy Nintendo's making money to make more games. That's all I care about.
Well, I'm very glad about that too. I mean, I'm cool that we both can agree to disagree on that. I mean, you definitely know your stuff very well. I can be a little. I still am a little bit skeptical about some of the things, but at the same time, I am hopeful. But still, very interesting perspective, all the same.
Hey, like I said, if you want those links right there, you copy paste them. You could do anything you want to do. Those things will tell you everything about any company you want to do in gaming. I'm not denying that at all.
Okay, well, at any rate, I feel like that this talk is kind of dragged out a little bit more than necessary. So I think in conclusion, I'll say thanks for the talk. It was very, very interesting. And I think it was very cool that you actually got to visit those studios in Japan. I'm actually a little envious. I wish I could do that. But hey, I'm just a gamer. I'm happy for you that you got to do that.
Well, yeah, like I said, some of the games, I have a contract with Sony PlayStation. and I have a contract with like I said, Dance Central. I helped with that game as well too, and some of the Harmonix games. And right now I have a contract with Sony. I'm the sales for organization Sony.
Do you
That's my
think
main. And
do
I
you
have a
think you might get
contract.
a contract with Nintendo too?
I have a contract with Nintendo when because I went to Reading this summer as well too. There was a contract that I signed with them this this September.
So do you think your newest game might be able to be available on their next system? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
No, well, I'm not to be honest, I'm not a full designer. I'm a contractor. So they tell just like say that Splatoon's coming out, they will say, hey, I need you to do the sound coding or sound stuff, whatever
Oh,
stuff
I
like
see, I
that.
see. So you're kind of like freelance, right?
Yes, I am a freelance person that gets. That's why I say I have a contract with Sony. I've done
Oh,
stuff all over the
okay.
place.
I misunderstood you. Anyway,
No.
this has been a pretty interesting conversation, and I wish you luck in all your great endeavors. And to everybody who's listening to this, I'm I hope you have a great night. And I
Yeah,
hope I didn't upset anybody either.
I don't think you're like upset anybody, but I would just say point out one thing because I have, like I said, I'm happy that you talked to Francis, good as it is. I've tried, and you're the second person who's stepped up and did this one-on-one because everybody who's tried to do it has backed off, and Francis has done that 4 times.
All right, well, I'll
So,
talk to you later then, or at least thanks again.
all right, you have a good night.
You night. Okay, night, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Well. Oh, well. See, I'm sorry. John, I wish, like I say, we agree to disagree. And that's, I think, what's going to be the problem of gamers now. If trends are the things that people care about, and you want to care about trends and what sells, and not worry about if the company's making money in the short run, then you will have a problem. Because if they don't make money, then they're not going to make any other games in the future. And I wish I could tell. I wish you could see that, but he thinks because it's the whole trend thing. And with that said, people like him and other gamers are pushing this whole idea that you know what, we want these games to sell more and whatever, but then you pushing publishers to make bad decisions, and of course get more DLC, more transactions, microtransactions, all that other stuff to go on, and it's sad. It is sad. You guys are pushing this way, so gamers now could get more broken games and more broken games, more development. Because if he was thinking that or if Nintendo just made a console like that. Again, I just pointed out all Nintendo's games, even the ones you gamers they don't like, Amiibo Festival and all that junk. If you don't like it, you don't like it. I already don't care. Other people like it and they enjoying it. But I'll say this: if anybody out there who think that if anybody out there thinks that you keep on pushing that if Nintendo acquiesce to third parties all the time and made this and keep on getting bit slapped all the time, that every time they make a contract and third parties keep on breaking the contracts over and over and over and over and over again. That's the part that killed me. Why would I acquiesce to that? That makes no sense to me. If somebody who's beating me that's a battle wife syndrome. Somebody's been every time I put my hand out, y'all beat the hell out of me, and then I should keep on going back to you. Really? I should go back to you after you done punch me, kick me, threw me down the steps. I don't get that mentality. I really don't. I really do not. So anybody who's listening, I'm up for the next 30 minutes. I gotta go 30 to about 10 minutes. Anybody who's listening now, I know most of the people who normally hit in, I'll say this right now. If you want to say anything for the next 30 minutes, basically put in the questions you want to join in the question and answer app, join in, and I'll basically send you the link. So keep the podcast going. I'll just let me see. Boop, 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 boop. Let me see. This is just game because this is the kind of, like I said, this is the kind of stuff that gamers are not privy to. When you don't privy to, your importance to what you need to be, what you think you need to be happy for. Because the reason why, if they keep on doing this, like what Square is doing with Tomb Raider, and these things keep on flopping, then they're not gonna make a next Tomb Raider, even though the Tomb Raider was a good game. It needs to make financial success. I don't care about the sales. It needs to make financial success. It needs to budget the game so we can make another thing. Nova Regan, yes. Bayonetta has sold over 1 million, and it made and also it made profits for Bayonetta 2 has made profits long before even it reached to 500,000, because Nintendo does something that other people don't do. Most other studios don't do. They set their budgets to make money. That's why if even the Kirby Rainbow Curse don't sell 1 million, it's still, think about it. Think about this, guys. Tomb Raider sold, the first Tomb Raider sold 3 million, but was a financial fail, so they didn't make no profits. Bayonetta sold 1 million, but made the profit because the budget was not that way. Mario Kart Wii made listen again, Mario Kart Wii and the Wii and the regular Wii made $2 billion with a B dollars for Nintendo. $2 billion for Nintendo. And the budget for that game was less than 20 million. 20 million, 2 billion. That's a big ass profit I don't get that. That's why it was kind of funny to hear him say when I brought up the Microsoft problem. If one company makes 700 million in those years, but one company does it in 1 year, that don't stun you? That doesn't say, wow, something's wrong with this right here? That means, wait, one company is basically wasting money away while the other one is making profits. Huh. What do you know? Wow. I mean, it's I don't understand. I don't understand the gaming community. I really don't. And I want to talk for the business sense because I'm a business guy. Like I said, I sign contracts. I hope everything goes good. Even though I'm a Nintendo fan, I want Square. I played Square Final Fantasy VII when I was over in Japan. It's a good game. I like the battle system of that game more than Xenoblade Chronicles. That's just me. I like, because I love when if it's an action game like that. I like that I could cause action. The fight and the connecting is right there. The one thing about Xenoblade Chronicles, both games I don't like, but Xenoblade Chronicles X alleviated because you have a gun and you can shoot from a range. Is I'm far away and I could still get hit with melee hits. I don't like that. I really don't. That's annoying. If I leave the area, it should be good. My best battle system when it comes to that kind of stuff is Tails, really. Even Tales of Styria, I kind of like it. I don't like the camera work because if you're getting to a tunnel and if you go inside a dungeon, the camera always get hits against the wall and you can't, and then you can't see what you're fighting. But I don't care what PlayStation, if you play whatever console anybody got, you playing these games, enjoy your freaking games. A Nintendo fan should not tell you don't enjoy your Xbox One game or your PlayStation 1 game, PlayStation 4 game. If you buy it and you think it's fun for you, enjoy it. That's for sure. But you know what? And I like how he said that. I'm skeptic. Even though, unlike other people who do this whole YouTube stuff, in the side chat, I get and anybody out there want to go to these things, go to the IR pages, go to my WTF video number 9. In the description are links to let me list them off so people can understand it. In those, they have listings. You have to read. It is a lot of reading, but you know what? Is your answers right there? Your answers are right there, plain as sight. Microsoft, Nintendo, Sony, Sega, EA, Square Enix, Capcom, Ubisoft. Those companies' IR pages is in those links. You can go check them out. Click on that. You find out if they're making money, not making money, all that crazy stuff. That's what you would do. And you will also find out you find out about games, you find out about sales, you find out what who's the developing team. As he just asked, well, how do you know that without amateur stuff? Because they tell you there's a video also that when they did the Metroid Prime collection, they released a video talking about the development of the game, and also the higher pages tell you who's on the team and who's doing what. So I know it is weird. I know one guy who's up. Triple M, if you're listening, hopefully, let me see right here, and maybe I don't. I mean, John ain't gonna do it because he's working. So hell. Again, I'll say I'm off a little bit more for maybe about 30 more minutes. If anybody else wanna join in, you could in the question app. You could just put on, "Hey, I want to join," and I'll send you a link privately to join in. Triple M, if you're listening, right now I'm trying to. Yeah, there you go. I just basically shared you the link. So if you want to hop in and say anything you want to say, you could hop in. Because yeah, it's whew. And Nelson report is right. If people don't care about fun no more and they talk about features, Nintendo would never win the console, this so-called quote-unquote stupidity console, what everybody cares about. I never cared about the console when the Wii was winning, or the Super Nintendo NES. All I want, and to be honest with anybody on this, I don't care for the consoles really that much. I want the games. I do not know what the NX is because Nintendo did not share nothing with the NX to me. But I want the games. That's all I care about. If this game come out, I look forward for it. If the game don't come out, like Freedom Planet 2 is coming out. It might just be on PC. It might be. I'm not, you don't come to my console of choice. I'm not gonna whine about it. I'm gonna go to the PC and play the game. Or I'm gonna miss out a game. Boo hoo, I missed out a game. You're not gonna play every game for every generation now. Come on. Your life, wow. And of course, I like the way, like I said, I give you the information. You don't want to be. Well, you could check my videos now. Well, I got a busy life. I won't jump on it and stuff like that. Okay. You want to follow what other people say, even though I gave you a plethora of information and evidence and links and stuff that you could read for your own eyes and see. Yeah, like I said, he thinks popularity is important. I can't change his mind. That's his opinion. I'm not gonna. With all the stuff I just said, I couldn't argue it down. So it is what it is. But seriously, the other part of if I give you evidence from not like from a news report, not from IGN, not from GameSpot, not from Game Trailers, not from someplace else. I give you information from the companies themselves saying stuff. Don't you think that's a problem? Unlike other people, I could back up my talk and I could back up my information. If I give you all those information, don't you think you say, wow, let me check this out, what he's saying. I'm skeptic. He said, I'm skeptical of what you said. Okay, then let me see if he's telling the truth. If you're skeptic, that makes me, if you come up to me and you gave me a link, I would love to say, hey, I'm skeptical of what this guy said. Oh, you provide me these links. Let me go read what he said. That's why I think average person should do. But I don't know. You say I lost more than an hour of cast, so I might burden you if I retaliate stuff with lack of info on this cast. But are you okay with this? Triple M, yeah. I mean, again, if you're listening, I just send you a link if you want to jump in. Again, one more time. Anybody who's listening now, if you want to jump in and just talk about what you just heard or whatever, the question app is open. You could put, hey, I want to join in the topic or join in this cast. I would basically send you let you join in, and you want to talk for about the next 30 minutes about what just happened. I'm glad to talk about it. I am more than enough glad to talk about it. Yes, yeah, and Triple M, yes, I made a mistake. It was Pokemon Gold and Silver. That was my mistake. And Stadium. I know it was Stadium. I made a mistake with the Gold and Silver. That was my fault, and I apologize for that one. But I know he did the Pokemon games and he did the Stadium games. It's the developers. We need better developers nowadays. We don't need these half-ass working developers. We don't. We need people who could put their time in the game. And because our third-party publishers have been pushing not Nintendo, but all these other companies to rush these developers to make this game. That's why Sonic Boom was a broke on the Wii, because Big Red Button was trying to push the game to get it. Sega push the Big Red Button to put the game on a Wii U in time for the cartoon. What up, Triple M? Can you hear me? Triple M. Well, let me know when you can hear me, Triple M, or you could talk, because I'm not hearing nothing from you. But other than that, like I say, okay, you give you a moment. Okay. Again, anybody listening who want to join in, I have no problem answering questions or saying what you just said. I went through a whole history of stuff. And like I said, it's just weird, but again, that's how gamers are now. I think that's why I said it. I could tell you with all honesty, I'm not 100% in my facts, but in this, what I'm going to say, but in all honesty, if people don't care, if people care more for features more than fun games, they're not gonna. Then Nintendo's not gonna be on top as for popularity as everybody wants them to be. And if you want to keep, and John, I'll say this to you: if you want to buy broken third-party games, go right ahead, dude. It's your money. You do that. Do that. I am not begrudging you to go out. You bought a PlayStation 3. That's a good idea. Buy an next console. Buy an next console. That should be no problem. If you think Nintendo, the NX as everybody got this big all name for NX. If the NX comes out and it's a big disappointment, which I tell you right now, it's going to be a big disappointment to a lot of gamers in news media. If you think it's going to be all that in a bag of greasy chips, don't buy it. Again, that's why I said I never told anybody to buy a Wii U or 3DS on my channel, even on my Nintendo channel. I don't, because it's your money. Sony, Microsoft, Nintendo ain't coming to my house to force me to buy nothing. Not a damn thing. And they never will make me buy nothing.
All right.
You figure it out now?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear now.
All right. Good evening, ladies and gents, all you listeners. Triple M here. just for a few moments.
Oh, Lord. Well, that was an interesting talk.
Well, even though I've missed more than an hour of this of the discussion, the little that I did listen, that I have listened, it was quite enjoyable, actually.
Yeah, it isn't quite enjoyable. But since you're in the podcast right now, Triple M, what do you see in the site chat?
Oh, you mean the Q&A?
No, not the Q&A. The side chat, the group chat.
Oh,
All the IR,
well,
all the IR pages for all the companies. The links to each of those pages.
Since I just got here, so anything that you put on the group chat before I came in, they won't appear.
Okay, my mistake. Then I did not. That's what. Hey, I'll apologize if that didn't happen. But in the side chat,
No, it's okay.
no. Okay. At 8:19, I put 8:19. I put all this. I put all this stuff in the side chat for him before we went live. That's what I mean. Just as we went live. Just as we went live, I put all this stuff. Let's see. And you know what, folks? Tomorrow when I get a chance, when I wake up and get to my job or 12 o'clock, whatever, I'll put the same in. You know what? Why not? Why not? I'm not even gonna. I'll be honest with anybody. Here you go. That's what you see what the time is?
Oh yeah.
8:19. And you see Microsoft, Nintendo, Sony, EA, Square, Capcom, Ubisoft. Ain't like I didn't give him. It ain't like I give him something like go to IGN. Or, no. The companies themselves. The companies themselves.
Well, to oh crap, what was the word I'm looking for? Well, I would give a benefit of the doubt to Turnajon that he said it himself that he really does not have time to read this whole bag of information. I can understand for him.
Mm-hmm.
Because he does have a life.
No, he has a life, but you see, if I'm going to keep on saying the sun is green, I have a life too. But again, I can't. You can't keep on spitting nonsense.
Well,
okay, ignorance is bliss, but if you keep spitting out ignorance, then what makes you? Then that makes you no different from just being one of the regular, the vagabonds, the people who don't know nothing about what they're talking about. If you come in this gaming community and you want to show your strong opinions, again, I'm not arguing his opinion, but I'm saying if you're going to show your strong opinions and put out certain facts that are misled and totally 100% wrong, but then he said right there, he said it, as I said, I said, you know what, you maybe you didn't listen to it, but I said, you could listen, you could. That's why I said publishers and developers. I said, you could go back and watch my videos, blah blah blah. Oh, I'm busy, but then you could go to Francis, who puts out this negative crap and stupidity, but you can watch his videos. Yeah. Okay.
I guess he has little choices. Hey, I'm trying to be open-minded here. Yeah, at some certain extent, not point, some certain extent, gonna have to question some stuff. But I digress. But I will say that there's I see this. I see that there's two categories of people that buy stuff, like John Lucas put it out. There's
consumers and his customers.
Yes, and I might, okay, for a lack of better word, I might label those two as some fans who just want to buy the stuff, some other fans who just want to look at it deeper, or I really don't want to use hardcore, but it's just lost.
No, I mean, I'm looking at it this way. I don't care. Again, you know me by now. I don't care about what you buy. My purchases is not. I don't understand why my purchases should be wrapped up in trends. Why should? Oh, I got the popular console for what?
Well, here's the thing that I was going into. I can see these two type of people could coexist, but then when one of them wants to perceive themselves that they're more than just consumer, and really not looking at all sides, I would be having some doubts. Although I'm not going to derail, no, I'm not going to berate you for it. I'll just I would be like what you're doing, Ando. I would show you what's really going on.
Yeah, like I said, I respect. Like I say, I can't argue his opinion. That's why I say if then we disagree, we agree to disagree. That's what it is. I'm not. I didn't break the guy. I didn't shot him out or whatever because I don't do that. That's no. Yeah, I'm not. I'm not doing that. That's not my. That's not what I do.
Yeah,
it was just.
Go on.
Go ahead. Sorry. No, go ahead. You go ahead.
Well, I was just going to point out what Turnajon said, that everyone makes mistakes. You can equate to say that all of these companies, publishers, developers alike have done mistakes. But when I kind of compare all those publishers and developers and compare it with Nintendo, I kind of see that even though Nintendo, I kind of put it on the Q&A, not a question, but I digress, that even though Nintendo makes mistakes too, but the way they do it, they actually
recover quickly.
Yes, they recover quickly.
Or because they have the financial capital to recoup their recovery quickly. That's what I was trying to point out to him. I mean, look, there were things that was built way better, and was more popular. That's failing. Again, look at, like we just talked about Tomb Raider. It got good reviews, but it's not financially selling. It's selling good, but it's not financially making money. So if it's not making money for the company, you think they're gonna keep on making more games, or they're gonna do well? To put it this way, if we didn't have this whole definitive edition crap and definitive edition crap and all this DLC crap to offset loss, if the game didn't, if they didn't make the budget, whatever, would it not make the game again? No.
Now here's the thing with me. Remember when I said, or when I was discussing with you about the whole oh my god, why do I keep forgetting words? The advertisement, or the amount of advertisement between Nintendo and other publishers who really go balls to the wall, in almost blowing their budgets. And with Nintendo, they're not doing it in the same way. Which I'll have to be honest. I was also one of the many people that complained, Nintendo, you need to do more advertising. But when I actually thought about it really thorough, and look back at how they done and compare how they're doing it today, they're basically doing the same way that they've done since their rise. And for the most part, not all, but for the most part, it's still helping them. So even though they'll get overshadowed by their competitors when it comes to marketing or advertising, it still hasn't hurt them.
No. Well, again, this again.
So again, with all that I said about that, even if Nintendo didn't have the capital that they have right now, they would still do enough that they could still survive.
Oh yeah, and I understand that. Like I said, I've like I say, the Wii U name, blah blah blah. I've said it in this podcast about 4 times now. I understand that. And again, the advertising part right now, the advertising is getting mad crazy. Okay, and again, not even advertising on TV is getting expensive, but most of it now has been fractured because most gamers now don't watch TV; they watch YouTube or Hulu or Netflix or something else. So that's even more money now. You know
Of
what I
course.
mean?
Yes.
Yeah. So it does. What did that? Oh, I didn't need. Nova Regan, you just put Nintendo. Is it a question or something? You just put in this in the question app. Maybe put something more to it.
Now I gotta check this out myself here.
What?
Opening the Q&A myself.
Oh no, I basically almost wiped all of it out. I was clearing it out, and I saw that just popped up. Because I gotta go. Tomorrow is the last day of of the year for my at my job, so I'm gonna treat everybody out. I'm gonna go get some breakfast and everything for them. And as a manager, that's what you're supposed to do.
Oh, right.
As the boss, make them feel good. So yeah, I gotta wake up a little extra early than usual. So I'm gonna go to the place and order the food and everything, and we talk about this year and hopefully for next year we all good. But other than that,
Cool.
huh?
Of course.
Yeah. I mean, that's how I see. Nintendo advertising was fine at the beginning of the generation. They sold over 2 million units when it launched. It was lack of games that stunted growth. Yeah, Nova Regan, you're right. Okay, the advertising was all right, but it could have been much better. But the thing is, it became more expensive. It became more expensive. So, with not being more expensive, again, because like right now, so much. The advertisement game fractured so much now, they can't do that. But again, it wasn't like a games, and that game slot was open up for the third parties who said when Gizmo came out and Peter Moore and Activision and everybody came out, Nintendo, we love this gamepad, we love what this is gonna be. We're gonna make these games for you.
And then they backed away one by one after another.
Yeah. Who's the fault of that one? I can't say Nintendo in that one. It was the fault. I can't say Nintendo's in the fault in that one. If I said, here you go, you cannot. You said that our games, compete against your games. Okay, here's the space. Here is the space. Go ahead and put your games on there. You are not competing with our games.
Okay. Understandable, Turnajon.
I understand what you're saying, John. I never said you could have done it now or later. I gave you the link so you could look up anytime you want. I'm not saying you have to look up now or tomorrow or next month. I'm just saying, if you want the information that you think is important, go to the IR page for next year. You want to know about Star Fox and development thing. Next year, February, go to the page. You will see the developers talking about how it was to develop for the game. We kind of have to do that for the investors. I'm not saying you have to do it now. Never said that. I'm just giving you where the information is to get from the company's mouth. That's where I'm coming from. And if you ain't got it, I will gladly put it in the description of this video so you can click on it. Because again, since I can't since the podcast is up right now, I can't put a description right now. I'll put it in later in the description of the podcast. But if you go to the podcast, or you know what, I could Google it to you so you have it. You know what, I'll do that right now. You don't have to look at it. You don't have to look at it tonight. You don't have to look at it tomorrow. You don't have to look at it in no time. Just whenever you think you need more information about Nintendo, you need any information about Capcom, Square Enix. You just talk about you want Kingdom Hearts 3 to come. If you want to know about Kingdom Hearts 3 and how the development is going, those are the links right there that Those are links right there that I'm talking about. So give me 1 second, Triple M.
All right, Turnajon. If anyone's going to give you flack the way you come across in this podcast, which
Nah, I don't think you should give flack for turning to the podcast. No. You should not get flack for this. And I will basically have nobody say that what you did was wrong. You came here, you asked questions, you say you understand stuff what we talk about. Again, we agree to disagree.
and so far that I've heard, you were quite respectable.
Yeah, I was again. I never shout you down. I never done. We're a respectable person. Right now, Turnajon. Right now, I just send you the. You have all the links. I just put up there. The same thing I had in there. You have all the links. So you go click on them. You do not have to click on it tonight, nor tomorrow. No. If you want to know about this stuff in the future, look at those links. That's all I'm saying. That's where you get your information from. I'm not getting it from Francis because Francis has done many stories that's been opinionated. As you said yourself, you hear people who put opinions and turn it into facts. Francis is one of those people because he has done many things that's been opinion and his facts has been debunked many times. Same thing with Retro Review Tech. So this thing is Angry Joe. Same thing as all those people. Because when they talked about Nintendo with the YouTube thing, I told Angry Joe what he could do. I had a chat with him. He's like, "Yeah, but I didn't want to." And if he said that he didn't care for it, then what can I say to him? He's just doing it to get his to be angry so he could get money. That's it. If that's his hustle, I can't knock his hustle. I can't knock his hustle. And when I put a perfect thing to Virtual Review Tech about why the third that's when you were saying, oh, Kazurai, that's why Kazurai is happy with the PlayStation because they made it easier for to develop. Yeah, but they made it easier to develop. Like developers now are getting so lazy that we're getting way more broken games in this generation than we got before.
And still developing games with a PS3.
Yeah. You bought a PS3. That's a smart move that you did, Turnajon, because you know what? That's what because the one thing that's selling other than the Wii U in Japan is it's not even selling it just because of the install base is so big, is PlayStation 3. And that's why they keep on making games for PlayStation 3. That's why Persona's coming out on PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 3. That's why Tales of Zestiria came out for the PlayStation 4, PlayStation 3. That's why a lot of these games are still coming out for PlayStation 3. And that's why Kazurai wants them to stop it. Because they need to push the PlayStation 4 so they can make the money. Because nobody really buying PlayStation 3 unless it's used nowadays. They're not turning a super profit on used PlayStation 3s.
That's kind of okay. Now that you say that's kind of sad. Used PS3s.
What it is?
Wait.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm sorry. So sorry to cut you off, but so that means that to the people that had a PS3 last gen, then basically sold their PS3s for the PS4, and they probably might have gone back and buy those used PS3s.
Some gamers have, but again, the proof is in the Sony's IR page. Nintendo's console has a higher attachment rate than the other consoles. These are people who owns their games outright. Sony only has 3. The average user of games they own is 3. And they didn't say which games it was first party or second party, whatever. I wish they did say in the IR page. That's one thing I wish they did say, but they didn't. Because I want to know. Huh?
Yeah, that's kind of crap.
Yeah, I wish they told, but they didn't say it in IR page. And that's one thing I wish they know because I know the seven games that all Nintendo fans have are all Nintendo games. We know that because that's what people buy the console. I buy a Nintendo console for Nintendo. Look, I buy a Nintendo console for Nintendo's games, Nintendo seal of quality. That's it. That's it. If I need to buy a third party, I understand for people out there who don't have the money to buy a PC, a third party, other party console, I said to you, that's why I say I never push anybody to buy a Wii U or 3DS. Look at all 3 consoles. Look at all 3 companies. What's your taste? If third parties is more important to you, go to third parties. If go to the PlayStation or the Xbox, whatever. If internet online multiplayer is more important to you, go to an Xbox One, because even though Xbox One could go down, Microsoft has a better infrastructure to back up this stuff because they're an online software company. They know how to do stuff. PlayStation Online has brick consoles.
Speaking about that, has there been any reports that that the online section of Xbox One or PS4 shut down on Christmas? I hope not.
They had outages, but not as bad as it was last year. Can remember Sunday Taiwan came up with messed me up. So it could be the Xbox, it could be the provider, because there's a lot of people playing games and stuff like that. But last year it was the Lizard Squad that took it down.
Yeah.
So I don't think that was the problem. No.
Because sometime earlier, Lizard Squad did put up a warning that, hey, we're gonna shut down your system.
Yeah, they did. But I'm happy. Like I said, I wished it not on those guys, because you know what? A new kid or a young child got an Xbox One or PlayStation 4 and they wanted to play it on Christmas Day, they should enjoy it. The sad part about it is, though, you're going to have to wait some hours to play the game because you got to do install and all that other junk.
Which is really depressing.
Yeah. Again, you have to do the update with Wii U. Okay, you have to do the update with the Wii U, but I still like it that I could put in Xenoblade Chronicles, and instead of the update, which is basically the security check, I could play my game within seconds. Within seconds, because I could, unlike that, I could say cancel and let's play the game. And
right.
That's the reason why I was saying. That's one of the reasons I'm saying. That's why Nintendo is only. No, Nintendo has as much bad things as people say about Nintendo. Nintendo has things that I wish the other game. See, this is the thing about me as a person who's a developer and who got my company and everything else. I don't wish bad against Sony or Microsoft. I want just as you guys who be saying about third parties this, third parties that. Here's the thing. You want Nintendo to have third parties. Okay, then why can't we do the reverse? Hey, on Sony and PlayStation, Sony and Microsoft, why can't you guys get more exclusive games?
No, more like, why can't you guys actually build your own first party studios? But I guess they didn't want the third parties to have competition from their own side. But
I don't think that's a problem on their side, son. I really don't. I don't. I cannot beat up a company for like I say who's supporting their own ecosystem. Again, make your decisions to the next console. Do not rush out there and buy if the NX is a home console, do not rush out and buy it. Do not. It's not gonna be like the Wii. The Wii was a fad. The Wii was something that, because again, Nintendo got ton of free advertisement for the Wii. That's why that thing sold like, other than the killer app, that's why that thing sold like hotcakes. Everything was aligned for the Wii to sell.
When the Wii was selling like hotcakes, and at that time I was still employed, so I could have bought that Wii even in its launch day, but I didn't. I waited until the game that I want to buy with that platform. And by the time Mario Galaxy and Mario Kart Wii came in, that's when I decided to jump in, because those were those two games I actually wanted to get to play. Same thing I'm doing with Wii U. Although since 3D World dropped, Wind Waker HD, those were my push, but alas, don't have the money at the time and don't have it now either.
No, I got you. I have no disrespect, like I was saying, but that's what I'm trying to say. The Wii is the only game system I bought day one. The Wii. I didn't buy a Wii U. day one. I didn't buy the game. Well, the GameCube was gifted to me. That's different. So the 64, I didn't buy it day one. I was like, wow, those Mario 3D. I didn't buy it day one. The Dreamcast didn't buy it day one. I've not bought PlayStation 2. Didn't buy it day one either. I just need to figure out what's going on. I need to know what the games are. I'm not gonna buy. I never looked at. In my honest opinion, in my whole life, I never looked at a game and bought one game and looked and say, "Wow, this one game is what gonna make me buy a console." Never. I need to have at least 4 or 5 games to make me think, okay, this is what I'm gonna buy. You know what? You know why I bought my Wii U, even not day one, but as you guys see the joke, I never played Batman Arkham City. I bought it. So that's one game. Razor's Edge, Ninja Gaiden 2, Super Mario Brothers U 3, Nintendo Land. And as much as people, you know what, is your opinion, and I ain't arguing nobody's opinion, but me and my sister put ton of hours in Nintendo Land. In Nintendo Land, Black Ops and Call of Duty Black Ops 2. So let me see: Nintendo Land, Black Ops 2, Batman, Ninja Gaiden, Super Mario Brothers Wii U. 6 games. 6 games I bought and played for my console when I got the console, which was 1 month after the launch. I was not gonna buy this game for the Super Mario Brothers Wii U. Six games at launch. Now the Wii U, like I said, the Wii, that one is the only one I bought at launch. I of course have Wii Sports, that was packed in. I had Zelda. I wanted to play Zelda. I have Rayman Raven Rabbids. That turned out to be an awesome game in my opinion. Again, it's in my opinion.
Oh, yes, of course. I keep forgetting. When you said Zelda, I was like, Zelda? But then I remembered, oh yes, Twilight Princess.
Twilight Princess, yes. Twilight Princess. Those were the 3 games I got for my system, and I enjoyed it. And then of course I kept on going more and more and blah blah blah. But I enjoyed it. But I never looked at one console and say that's the first game. When I bought my 3DS, it was like 6-7 months after I bought my 3DS. I bought the Zelda 3D edition. I had Street Fighter. I had Zelda. I had the Street Fighter. I had Zelda, and I had a bunch of I have a bunch of DS games because that game also came out. Pokemon, not Pokemon, Kirby Mass Attack. I bought Kirby's Mass Attack, and I bought Akami Den. 4 games. Now 20 I'm gonna play on my DS, but I say, you know what? I went there, I saw a little sale. I say, you know what? 4 games. And I bought it for my thing. That's why I love the backwards scheme with my consoles, and I played it. 4 games. Not one game ever gonna make me buy a console. They ain't gonna do it then, they ain't gonna do it now.
And I'm the one who would differ.
Huh?
And I would be the one who would differ.
No, the reason I'm saying it because I just don't see that. I don't see why would I spend $400 for one game? Why would I spend $250 for one game?
I guess I would, because I know for sure if that's the game I'm going to buy on that console, I know for sure that I'm going to play that game repeatedly.
Okay. Like I said, I don't argue people's opinions. If that's what you think to do that, yeah. You see, even though I have these, look at you just said that you don't have the financial settings now. I do, and I can't, and I'm opposite to you. I'm 100%. I'm 180%. I'm 180 opposite to you. And like I said, if that's what you think, that's what I just can't. I myself just cannot see myself doing that. Buying a console for one game. I just can't. I gotta have a plethora of games to make me say I gotta buy that game. When I got the 64, I had a bunch of games as well too. Not only Mario 64. I didn't buy the game when he came. I didn't buy the game when the first came. I had Mario Kart 64. I had Mario Kart 64. I had Mario 64. I had Star Fox.
I will say though, um, Super Mario 64 would have been the game that would have made me acquire the 64.
Don't get at the time that game blew my mind. That was a cool 3D game in the first place, and how you could control it. Don't get me wrong, I understand it, but basically because of, go ahead.
I would say this to me, or should I say it like this? In my preference, I would still, if my N64 could have still played, because I need that freaking adapter. But I digress. But to this day, I could have still boot up my N64 and play Mario 64, even from the beginning. It's just so darn good, in my opinion.
Yep. Let me see. This is Nova region again. Let me see. Third parties did not see the Wii U as next generation. They had hedged their bets on PS4 and Xbox. Do you think the strategy resulted in an industry regression in terms of gameplay ideas and machines? Yeah, half and half. I mean, the developers had no problem. This generation thing is everybody thinking about this whole power graphics thing. The developers had no, as again, Hideki, you saw what Double M put up?
With Capcom
and Hideki come in and said, right?
Oh, you should have seen my post or my comment.
I saw your comment. I saw your comment. That's my thing. Developers have no problem developing games. They want to do it. But because it is expensive to do stuff, again, listen to me carefully, anybody who's listening now. The Wii U is the cheapest console to develop for, bar none. But it's the hardest console to port from the other consoles. And the reason Nintendo did that, and I would have done the exact same thing, because I want you to build this. I don't want no cookie cutter house. I want to make sure that you build this thing from the ground up solidly. That's the way I look at it. And that's the way Nintendo look at it too. If you're going to make this game, if you start coding from the ground up, you're not going to have major bugs and glitches. But if you just copy and paste over and then optimize, what are you going to get? Game-breaking bugs, glitches. You're going to get all these problems that we get in the 7th generation. The ESRB said that this has been the most glitchy and most glitch-ridden generation out of all of them. The ESRB. And they see all games, Nintendo, Sony, Microsoft, Capcom.
That still boggles my mind.
Huh?
Which that still boggles my mind. It comes from the ESRB themselves.
Yeah, and they see all the games, all of them. I'm gonna invite you in, Secret Agent, but I don't want no drama, please. It was all nice and all cool. No drama. No drama.
Who's instigating?
They instigating, but I just know how that person is. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh.
I don't want no drama. I'm gonna send you the link right now. Give me a couple seconds. Damn, where the hell is you? I said, what is it now? What you said? Well, I can't open that window right now. So let me see.
What the heck? Timeout corner?
Huh?
I was just looking at the Q&A and I just see timeout corner.
Oh, let me see. I can see if Tyler want to jump in. I could stay up for a little while still. Let me see. The Q&A?
Yes, the Q&A.
Yeah, I'm in the Q&A. Where is it? Okay. Oh, where's the after party? I can send you that. Look, Turnajon just put up that he's thankful that he's things. So like I said, I'm not gonna say Turnajon again. Thank you for coming on. We agree to disagree. Like I said, I have no negativity against you, and no, I don't want nobody to also go towards this guy and do the negative against it either. It's not worth. It's not worth it. He has his opinions. He believes that. He believes that. That's cool. We agree to disagree. I have no problems with that. Ah, crap. Dang nabbit. What now? Not timeout. Give me a second timeout if you're still listening. Damn Google. Damn you, Google. Okay, I said
So Google is being a baby.
Yeah, I'm saying send one to timeout and I send one to Double M. So it's up to them to see if they could jump in.
Wait a minute, Mike is in the Q&A?
No. He was doing it personally through the regular Hangout. Me and him got like once you talk to the link to like link that situation, you could basically do phone talks, conversation, everything without doing a podcast or any of that junk. Basically, Google Talk. Google Talk. Basically, it's Google Talk. You could do that through Google Talk. But Triple M, Triple M. Time I call, I send you one. Micah, I send you one. If you want to jump in, I could stay up for a little bit more before I go to sleep. I ain't got a chance to play my damn Xeno crap. Damn. Yeah, my sister surpassed me, man. I wanted to get back in front. My sister surpassed me. I wanted to get back not in front, but at least she's already on to the next chapter and stuff like that. I'm like, man, I want to get into that too.
Yeah, I want to smoke that crack, hey?
Hey, it's addictive, man. It's very addictive. It's very addictive. Maybe one of these days I will have a conversation with. Nah, he would never join me on one-on-one. Francis would never do a one-on-one. What up, Mr. L? Hey, Tom, I'm calling. What's going on, son?
What's going on with y'all? Oh shoot, what's going on? I come in here, we already. Oh shoot.
Oh, what you trying to be called? Oh,
Hey.
Double M.
Hey,
Yo, can you not hear
you
me?
should have had a mediator in that bad boy, man.
How clear am I?
You're
Oh,
clear now.
very
You're very clear.
Okay, good.
That's something you gotta be quiet. Yeah, I know. You gotta be quiet.
Yeah, no, it's what it is. I'm using because I can actually move my dynamic mic, so I'm using that instead of my webcam mic.
You say we needed a mediator timeout? What do you mean, man?
Hey,
I
you should have
said
somebody in the
No,
middle,
not
be
you,
like,
Mike. Not that one time out corner. Say again.
I'm just should have somebody in there, you know. Hey man, hey, that wasn't too bad, you know. I was expecting something a little more, you know. It was good. I was expecting a little more craziness from the other dude, but
yeah.
Oh,
You was expecting something, but you was expecting something a bit more dronish.
yeah. You know. So how is he in the comment section then? You know, is he crazy in the comment section, or did he tone it down a bit? What was going on here?
No,
Is he giving us a facade? Or?
No.
Okay.
It was all like I said.
Did
The
you-
thing was at the beginning of the podcast, I gave him my the IR pages of all the companies.
Yeah, I watched it from the beginning. That's why I'm a little late coming in now. I just not finished it.
Yeah. I like I said, it's still going on live right now, dude. I'm still recording.
Yeah,
it.
I know. I just saw you said at the end where I was at the end. He just left, and then I saw you can come in now. So I just said let me just go there.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
yeah.
My point was I gave you you gave the information. Do not listen. My point was, he was saying it's skeptical what I said. I say, you know what? Here's the IR pages, and I didn't. You don't have to listen to it now. You don't have to go read it then. There's a lot of reading. I'm not denying that. But if you want,
You're funny, like about start drama,
I always start drama.
I get what you're saying, Liger. The only thing was I mean he was good as far as I mean it wasn't no drama nothing, but I just didn't understand his the only part was I didn't understand his when he kept saying well you just said it, but I forgot how he mentioned it. He was skeptical, yeah. I kept doing the eyebrow thing like what you mean skeptical? That's the only thing
Well, because yeah, I can understand if I was saying all this stuff and I didn't have nothing to back it up with.
yeah. So
But and that's why that's again as you see you listen from the beginning of the podcast. That's why I said look at the side chat. You see all these things right here. You can link on them. I didn't see if you want to check them out, go check them out. You don't need to check them out today, tomorrow, whatever. Say Star Fox get something going on with Star Fox. Click on the page. Go check out what happened to Star Fox. You want to find out Bayonetta or what the sales are for Bayonetta. Click on the page. Go to see the sales of Bayonetta. If you want to find it out, that's your information. F IGN, F GameSpot, F Francis, F all these people. You gain it firsthand. You gain it from the first hand.
This guy's telling me about not starting drama and he's effing and blinding all over his podcast. What the hell?
Whatever. No.
Exposed.
You're a joker. You know that?
I will say this: when a few podcasts back, when Red Fox was explaining who Turnajon is, because to him his name's the username sounded familiar, and I was like, really? And then when he said that he goes by I think by another username on Player Essence, and I was like. And when he mentioned that other username, I was like, oh my, wait a minute, this is the same person that we've actually interact. Which even back then, he's not a crazy dude. He's not a crazy person.
No, I never said he was a crazy person either.
The thing is,
it's just that Tom Corner was wanted to know more of him. So yeah.
Okay.
Well,
okay. I was just seeing if I just wasn't sure because I thought I saw comments before that saying he was going to be in a one-on-one, and I wasn't sure if it was I had my popcorn ready. I thought it was going to be one of those crazy dudes coming on there with the one of the people that Red Fox Infinite had a podcast with.
Yeah, you mean Shadow? Yeah.
Oh yeah, my bad, Shadow. More so, like the Leslie one. I thought it was another one of those, so I was about to. I have my finger on record button in my own video, like I did.
He's stupid. He's stupid.
I actually want to have a discussion with that guy. That same guy you had a discussion with, but I want to have one more based on the aspects of gaming technology and how it works.
Well, it's up to him to think. Like I said, it's up to him to if you want to do it. Because like I said, I respected him. I didn't shout at him. But
no, he seems like a cool guy. My thing about this is, my thing. I know like you see him as the drama man, like the one, the one that's probably gonna go and like go all guns blazing, all guns fire, and attack the next person that comes in the debate with me. But no, I'm up for a healthy discussion and sharing my knowledge and hopefully learning from others as well. So that's my thing. That's why I would actually like to have more more discussions with people in the YouTube community that may have a certain view on things. So hopefully I can give them a new perspective, just like what you were doing.
Yes, same here, man. Like he wasn't one of those crazy guys. So that was cool with me. That was cool.
The thing is, because I had a discussion with someone similar before on my channel, and a lot of these people aren't really that crazy. Some of them a lot of them just don't really know any better.
Yeah, that's what it seems like.
They don't know. Look, and like they don't seem to know any better. Okay. Also, like I said, this one thing I did say to him, and he said, "You said you do not like people to be opinionated to thing." Okay, then you can't tell me the same thing with Francis. He does it. He does the same thing. He pushes opinions as facts. That's the difference. That's why I could say that.
Can we please not mention this guy's name? Because it seems like every time we mention his name or indirectly mention his name, it's like it's like we all want to start drama. So it's just
I want to start. I don't want to start drama. I just don't like rumor. I don't like rumor sites. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well,
I just don't like rumor
well,
sites.
you mentioning Francis is making me want to start drama.
I got you.
Gosh.
But I just don't like rumor sites. I don't. You think I take everything from Nintendo Life and Nintendo everything and Nintendo Days? You think I take everything from them 100%? Because they also get mistranslation and everything else. No, that's
Well,
why.
to be honest, even the more Nintendo focused websites are starting to just go down the pot now.
Yeah. So that's why
Just,
That's why I said if you want to learn about Sony, Sony RF page, Microsoft, Microsoft RF page, Nintendo, Nintendo RF page.
Hmm.
That's it. You get it from the people's mouth. You telling me I'm paying? You telling me I'm paying? What is it now?
Like,
Time out.
Oh no, Player Essence done did it again.
what do you do?
What?
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 I
What
don't
you
know if
doing?
it's true or not, man, but hey, it might be true this time. I mean, maybe I'm not for no reason. It says
Boy, you better confess before I start some drama up in here.
It says
What?
Bayo 3 confirmed on his
Oh
on his
Lord have mercy, Lord have mercy. Somebody hold
Oh
me
my.
back. Somebody hold me back. Somebody hold me back, please.
Wait,
Whoa. Okay.
I was on Facebook, so I'm just scrolling through on something real quick, and it says Bayo 3 confirmed. So I click on the link, and it leads me to Player Essence. So I'm like, oh, what the heck?
What does it lead to a specific article?
Yeah, PlayerEssence.com and then Platinum Games on Star Fox Zero, me amount of Bayonetta 2 content and possibility of Bayonetta 3. Oh, possibility. Okay. Yeah.
Oh my
I was
God!
about to say, man,
I was
don't
that few hours
do them.
ago.
Don't do them things to me, man. Man was about to man was
That's a long ass title.
I was just reading that article a few hours ago.
Okay.
Time out. Don't do them things to me, man. Man was getting riled up and everything.
Look,
Please calm down, Double M.
I'm calm. I'm always calm. I just don't like nonsense.
well, like I said, you know what killed me is again, if Sega wants to do a Bayonetta 3, they could. And if Platinum Games, you know what? Like you just said that time. Let me see. You just said that. So let me see something. Since you said that, let me go check out. Let's see. No. No.
You know, for such a comment like that, I could understand if it was someone that looks at the website, visit the websites, into some in a way like that. But for a person that is the content provider or so-called journalist, why would you say something like that? I'm sorry. I'm backing off.
He's saying backing off. Alrighty then. Let's see here. Just to make sure, as you just did timeout, I want to go to 3 places and see something.
I've read the article. It's not that bad.
What? Who's talking about the article? I didn't give a damn about the damn article.
Oh, my bad. I thought you were talking about the article on Player Essence.
I ain't going to that website. I'm going to Platinum Games itself. No, I'm not going to no article.
Yeah, well, actually,
Okay, easy, brother.
actually,
You're going like I told you to go on a porn site live.
I actually discovered that article on Nintendo Everything, and from their source, it was on Kotaku. Unfortunately, I was let down.
Let's just be honest. All these companies and all these journalists and publishers and everyone in there, half the industry is full of sluts. And when I say no, it's true. Half the industry is full of sluts, and when I say sluts, I mean business sluts. They're all sluts for money. Sluts for money. Sluts for money and publicity. If you're gonna do it properly. If you're gonna do it, please do it properly. It's moist. That's better. Thank you.
Oh my gosh.
Not as good as me, but a lot better.
It's not as
Well, you should have said moist than just sluts.
Huh? Oh, they are moist as well, but you know, it's because they're slut industry sluts why they're moist.
Gosh.
You know, you think of what you think of what's happened. You think of why a girl is a slut because she's getting literally moist for any man that's out there.
I get where you're coming from. I was just hoping that you direct.
Oh God.
Hey, the truth is raw, man. The truth has no friends.
Well, you can give the
Truth,
truth with subtlety as well.
Huh?
If anybody I ain't seen nothing that popped up about that, so you know what? If anybody wants it, I put it in the side chat. If we're looking for Platinum, we want to save it as a bookmark or whatever. That's Platinum's stuff. So.
To be honest, I don't really care what these developers say or do. Just bring me the games. That's all I care about.
Well, I mean, like I said, I have respect for some developers. Platinum is one of them, so I have you know.
Oh no. I'm not saying I have a disrespect for any of them. Like you said, separate the publishers from the developers. I know these developers work hard, but I'm just saying, I just want to see the games. Like, you know, I'm not getting paid. I'm not getting paid to really worry about what you do.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's sad that me, who work in the industry, don't get so crazy about these things as these people do. Jeez.
You think?
I like kids the games, man. You give me the games like you just said. You give me the games, I'm cool. Hey, you know, speaking of, let me do this quick. You see your girl's episode 5.
5, yeah. It's
Okay.
good, man. I like it. I don't think it's as good as 4, but I do like
4
the
was
book.
well. 4 is the hot one because again, that's the one she get to sell to Samsung and she made the money off of that, which is good, fam.
Yeah. When I do my bossman speech, you better sell that to Samsung too, fam.
Yeah, but Chris, your lips like crispy bacon.
What the heck y'all
That's
talking
funny.
about?
No, we're talking about us artists. That's all. We're talking about music.
That crispy bacon thing was jokes, man.
Well, I
I'm gonna
still
make
like
a bossman speech.
I still like the beginning. I like the beginning, which is like, you know, Batman, and then stop, slow motion. She did that right there. That was cool.
You know, one of the bars she used. She actually used it on BBC One Extra before as well.
Mm-hmm. No, I know, but I just like it. I like when people go dramatic with their music like that. Good.
No, I like her. She's one of my favorite artists over in the UK. Like, I've been listening to her stuff from like 2011.
Mm-hmm. Now, like I said, I've been from 2007. But...
Not 2011, not 2012.
Oh, yeah, like I said, I've been hearing her stuff from since 2007. The girl's been fired from since then to me. So
I didn't even know she was doing stuff. I mean, I know she was doing I know she did a bit of like acting and stuff like that, but I didn't know she was doing so much music back from that time. I didn't know she was doing it publicly.
Well, most of it was she's being an indie artist, and she kind of still is in a way, but she was doing her stuff from then. Like I said, remember I told you, Baby Blue is the one who introduced me to her. So,
I can imagine she was doing stuff. I just didn't know she was actually putting it out there as well at that time. I thought she only just started putting it out like in around 2011, 2010.
Well, hell, Sway did the same thing too.
Okay, yeah, Sway's another good UK artist.
Yeah, he was doing that thing before he got signed up and everything with them. Man, he had.
He got signed with Convict Music, innit?
Yeah. Yeah, two of my three. DJ Denny B and Rock City. Two of these guys graduated with me out of the high school that we went to, and they signed to Convict Music as well.
Oh, nice. You see, Sway's one of the only UK artists of this generation that has really signed actually with an American label.
Well, it's an international label because Convict. When you tell Akon that Akon would never say I ain't an American label.
Oh yeah, you get what I mean. Yeah, an international label. Like most UK artists don't really get deals like that. He's really the first one that really took off like that.
Yeah, and it's a good thing. Like I said,
it's good because he's a really good artist, and guess what? He's from North London.
Yeah, that's why he was the
I'm telling you, all the best. Well, I wouldn't say all the best, but most of the pioneering musicians usually come from North London. Some from East, but a lot of times it's North London. Like the UK urban music started in my hometown. Like I actually know one of the guys who pioneered UK urban music.
What's the name?
His name is Million Dan.
Never heard of it. So yeah, you got me on that one.
Yeah, UK. The thing is, when UK urban music came out, like there was the original UK hip hop, which was like in the 1980s. Thing like UK actually had its own hip hop scene, but it was kind of like a small subculture, so it didn't really like branch out as much. So a lot of the old veterans, a lot of people don't know them. It's like, you know, people in America, a lot of people don't know people like KRS-One and people like that who were like some of the original hip hop pioneers.
Yeah, Quiet Tress, De La Souls, stuff like that. You know?
And and then you think like the UK hip hop culture was even smaller than that. So
yeah, you're right. All right. But like I said, the people I met up there is, of course, I mean, I've done a track with Sway. Like I said, Baby Blue, Pirelli, Dynamite MC, Next Man, of course, Lachey, you know, Lady Shay, you know.
Yeah, man, you just need to work your way up. You just need to work your way up the ranks to Alpha Disciple, like.
Don't worry, man. You're gonna see your push going on next week. Just trust me. You'll see.
Okay, cool.
No,
I'm not in no major rush anyway, so you know.
But I'm gonna put your part of the first set of people I'm pushing, man, for real.
Oh, thanks, man. I really appreciate that. And don't worry, man. And don't worry, man. I've got some good lyrics for your Song of Storm beat. Don't watch that. I've got the lyrics down already.
I'll be waiting, man.
I ain't gonna lie though. I had to speed up the beat quite a bit to accommodate
I know you said so. You said so. I understand that. It's cool. It's cool.
It's just I like slow flows just don't work for me too well. I'm a skippy person.
I can see that.
Yep.
Huh?
He said he could see that.
Yeah, I mean, I can rap over slow. I can rap over like 90 BPM beats, but you know, I can rap over any beat in all honesty. But I just prefer to do it over the faster beats.
I got you. I got a preference really. Just give me something I can feel comfortable with, and I'll get it down with it. That's the way I look at it.
Well, you spit, Liger?
Yeah.
Huh? Yeah.
Yeah, I spit, sir. Again, how much time I give you the damn website that you could go check it out?
No, man, come on, man. I've been putting I put a video on my channel about it.
Well, I mean, I'm not about you. I'm talking about timeout.
Hey, I've been out since 6 months. I haven't been doing nothing for 6 months, man.
I got you, man.
I just got back into the groove of things like a few weeks ago. It was I could say this on here because again now people don't know me anyway. I figured that, but it was a girl who did some shady stuff when I was in high school. It made me do my first song and that went popular. Oh shoot!
Yep, Baby Mama Drama. When she pulled that crap on me, I was like, whoa. And I did that song as a joke, whatever, and somebody in the presence of somebody else, and they were like, man, that is hot. It's like, whoa, okay. I didn't meant it. I did not meant it like I was just putting words in my head. It was a freestyle. What happened was, to be honestly, what happened was one of my friends was in a band, and I went to the show with him and with the band, whatever. So they had to do an intermission. So he asked me, yo, how that girl's doing, blah 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 blah. I said, yeah, man. I said, man, she ain't talking, man. Because after she put me through all that drama with that stuff, I said, nah, man, she ain't talking. That's crazy. So he was like messing around with the guitar, and so we were messing around, and we were spitting, and then I was like, so he changed up the keys. I was like, I know my mama want me about this crazy lady. I met the Spanish mommy who said she had my baby. When I met the honey, she already had the belly, and now she wants to tell me that I'm the baby daddy.
Oh God,
that's brilliant.
That's the first verse, and then people thought it was like, whoa, this is. But here's the thing: we was doing this, and we were crossing by the stage, and he was playing the guitar. and people thought that was a part of a song. I was like, whoa, whoa, and then I went back home and I wrote the second and third verse. And hey, for any people out there who's ladies, the third verse is basically talking about female. I hate my baby daddy. So the song is basically I hate my baby mama, but the second part was I hate my baby daddy. So I was equal on both sides, but that's what kicked it out for me. I was like, okay, and then I started doing a little bit of a little bit of reggae stuff, which is that was mostly soca, which is from the Caribbean where we're from. That's the kind of music we do. And then I did a little bit of reggae, and then I started producing music. And then when I started doing music, that's when I came a little better. I be a little famous, a little bit more better. And then of course, 2005, I started signing people. I started 2002, I had my label. 2005, I started signing people and everything. And then in 2007. We got our first platinum. That year we got 2 platinum selling albums. And after that, it took off like wildfire from then, man.
Remember, I'm gonna be saying all that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have to correct my earlier statement about that. Where I found the article, it wasn't on Kotaku. It was actually on GameSpot. Which
they make it worse.
I was just about to say that.
They make it worse.
Which they said themselves. I'm not sure about this. That they interviewed the.
They interviewed this. They did, but they were talking about Easter eggs. Just like how Bayonetta had an Easter egg of Star Fox. They were talking about the Star Fox gonna have an Easter egg with Bayonetta.
Yes.
And again, I have not seen nothing solid to say anything, but I'm not doubting that because because look, if Sega wants to do a 3, it sold over 1 million. So Nintendo paid off a good amount of money to Sega so they could play the games. So Sega made money off the deal, and Platinum made money off the game, and Nintendo made money off the deal. So
win-win situation.
Exactly.
Yeah, everyone's happy.
So if the game sells and makes money, then that makes more. Then the money makes more games. That's
the thing. That's the thing people don't realize with Nintendo is that. That's the thing people don't realize with Nintendo is people think that Nintendo doesn't support developers. It doesn't. Like, as a developer, if you can prove that you're willing to put the work in to develop on the system, Nintendo will support you in some way, shape, or form. They've marketed third-party games. They've gone with third-party companies and helped them with development and things like that. They do these things. They do. Like you
have to show that you said you have to show that you're not going to stab them in the back like all the other publishers did over the years.
It's just like if you're because as a third party developer, you're looking to create a contract with the company you're going to develop a game for. They're doing a favor for you by providing you a platform. So you're essentially applying for a job, and when you apply for a job, the person that you apply for a job to, they don't write your CV for you. They don't buy your clothes that you wear for the interview. They don't give you the money for your travel and stuff like that. They don't tell you the information about the business. You have to go do those things and find those things out for yourself. And you have to present yourself in a way that shows that, I am going to put my all in when I do this job.
Apply for a job? More like apply for an opportunity.
Well, whichever way you look at it, the concept, the scenario is more or less the same.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, but look, if Bayonetta, they made their money. That's good. Look at go to Koei Tecmo. Koei Tecmo.
Yeah.
All they wanted to sell again, just to make money, just to be profitable, to make profit and be happy. All they wanted to sell was 100,000 copies in America for Hyrule Warriors.
And that's all they wanted to sell. Over 1 million.
This is the best. That's the best-selling
Dynasty Warriors
games they ever had. That's why they were so quick to say, "Hey, Nintendo, can I do something else? Can I do something else?" They say, "Hey, do this with 3DS." And I guarantee you that thing will sell like crazy too.
Well, people will buy that game just to get Toon Link and Tetra.
and Linklin.
That was just like one of those indie developers. When they said the Wii U doesn't have a big install base, but when they sell games on the Wii U, they make a lot of money off of it.
That's what we.
I can't remember. Yeah, I can't say it, but
it's like what's the point? Well, what's the point of having 100,000? What's the point of having 100 million users if only What's the point of having 100 million users if only 5 million them, if only 10 million of that, 10 million of them are buying your games? I'd rather have 20 million users knowing that half that install base is buying the games at least.
And actually,
you forgot to mention one thing. 100 million consoles, only 10 million of them buying it. But here's the key thing. That 10 million is not going to be the threshold.
Well, you know what it is. Well, you know what it is. It's just that, like, when you, the thing is, in a way, the Wii U being having a smaller install base actually can, the Wii U's install base being so small actually can does in somewhat way work in Nintendo's advantage. I'm not saying it's a good thing, but I'm just saying the advantage is that Nintendo doesn't have to worry. Nintendo will never have to worry about producing more than 11 million copies of games.
Yeah.
They will never have to. They will not have to worry about that. They will not have to worry about producing 11 million copies of a game, more than 11 million copies of a game. So, in terms of production costs actually end up being cheaper because of the smaller install base. And if they're selling to more than half the install base, and not having to worry about as high the production cost, then they're making more of the profit.
Well, if the way you just said it,
it evens out eventually.
Well, no, because
I mean, not evens out, but if you have more people to sell to, then you have to buy.
I'm not saying that. Obviously, like, if they had a larger install base, I'd know they would make more money. But what I'm saying is that, you know, what I'm saying is they're not having to worry about What I'm saying is the production cost isn't as much of an impact with lesser users. That's all I'm saying.
Oh no! If it was 1 to or a million, it made no difference. Yeah, you're right. That part you're right. No, if it was 1 or million as an install base, it didn't make no difference. Because the one thing Nintendo does is they budget.
Yeah. So
I wish I wish Square learned that. I wish Capcom learned that. I wish a lot of game publishers learned that. Because again,
I don't even think it's so much the Japanese side. I think it's more the Western side of these developers.
I just wish. No, well, yeah, actually Western too. That's why I said I'm scared, because Square Enix Europe is more that Western development mentality. That's what that Western mentality is. What is you know, it just, I don't like that way it's set up, and that's again Square Japan and Square Enix Europe is fighting. I don't want them to knock themselves out like Sega.
Well, I think worse. I think if what you're saying is true and Square is talking to Nintendo, because you got to remember, Square produced a lot of games on the 3DS that all do very, very well. So, hopefully, this is just a theory. Hopefully, worse comes to worse, Square in Japan just separates and becomes its own company.
If they could buy themselves out, they could do that. I don't know if they have the capital to buy themselves out, because all the money is still going to still develop all these crazy ass games.
Comes to worse, all the best developers go and leave and go to Monolith Soft. That way we get those games exclusive.
We'll get the developers, but not the IP.
Yeah.
Who cares? We can make new ones.
Exactly. You made Xenoblade Chronicles. Hell, and that was this is so far a good game, so I ain't gotta worry about that.
You know, there's one thing you forgot to mention in your podcast, Liger, and I guess you know, not being like so heavy on the tech stuff, it's probably just something that might have just gone over your head. But you know, with when they mentioned the whole situation of Bloodstain, like, because a lot of people talk about Bloodstain and, you know, the cost for the Wii U version, but no one talks about how Yooka-Laylee, which was and I know you know this as well, no one really talks about Yooka-Laylee, which only had a small budget for the Wii U, but to go on the PS4 and the Xbox One, they had to have, you know, they needed $1 million in the Kickstarter.
Because they were going to develop the game on a Wii U only, because they know that was the fan base that were going to buy the game.
And not only just that as well. It's just that, you know, obviously they started development originally on the Wii U, and then to move to the other systems, it's obviously going to cost more to port over.
Yeah.
Just like with the situation with Bloodstained, it was never originally meant to come. It was never originally planned for the Wii U, but when they saw that people wanted it, they put the Kickstarter out and said this is how much it's going to cost, and well, people supported it in the end. However it turns out, we'll just have to wait and see. But
that's why and that's the only thing
that's what I'm saying. That's one of the points I was saying you missed out.
Oh no, and I ain't really missed out. It's just that when you're going with somebody and you could see that some cases he trying to say, like I let him talk to what it was because I want him to say that the way what he wanted to say. So no, I understand the point that you just point out, and the thing that killed me is again. I know I've said I have not said it on live, but keep your eye out for Bloodstain. It could be a great game. It could be a bad game. And I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about optimization. I'm talking about optimization. I'm not talking about the game story or the gameplay. I'm talking about optimization.
In all honesty, I don't really. When it comes to video games, it's just one of those things. If it comes to my system, it comes to my system. If it doesn't, it doesn't. If it's good, it's good. If it's bad, it's bad.
And that's what I'm saying. No, and that's what I'm saying. That is exactly what I am saying. I'm just saying that people got this. I don't like people pushing this falsehood of like, oh, this is the people who helped develop Metroid Prime. No, they won't. No, they didn't. They just did the designs for the game. They didn't do
game?
Huh?
I mean, are you talking about the
Armature.
Okay.
Yeah, they just did the designs for the game. They didn't do no coding for the game. They just dropped the background and draw the designs and stuff like that. So that all the games, only one game. All the games they did is ports.
Look, Liger, you banging that on is you banging that on is gonna go through people's ears as much as me banging on that RAM does not equate to performance.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay, you're right. You got me on that. You're right.
It is what it is. Like, let people, there's an old Caribbean saying, and I'm sure you know it even better than I do, and that's if you can't hear, you must feel. We'll all see when the game comes out.
Oh my gosh!
Yep.
Wait a minute. What?
If you can't hear, you must feel.
Oh.
If you don't hear, because basically, I don't know how you set it up, but you know, for us when we being little kids. If you ain't hear, if my grandma like, you ain't hear what I said, then you know you get a whooping.
Yeah.
You won't feel. Yeah.
So that's just how it's gonna be. Like if the game turns, like I said, if the game turns out good, it turns out good. If it turns out bad, it turns out bad. All I know is that it's my money. You know, I was never that fussed about this game to begin with. In all honesty, like I mean, don't get me wrong. I played Castlevania: Dawn of Sorrows on the DS. That was an amazing game, but it's like. You know, I'm not a major Castlevania fan. It's not a game I'm just gonna go and run out and buy. Like that Castlevania Dawn of Sorrows was actually a gift, and I played it. I enjoyed it, but it's just you know, I'm not a major Castlevania. I'm not gonna run for Castlevania like I would Zelda. So you know, if with Bloodstain comes out, if it's a good game, it's a bad game. Big whoop. You know.
Well. That's what I was telling him about. He wants Kingdom Hearts 3 to come to the NX. Again, I don't know what the NX is, but when it comes to NX, if it comes, it comes. If it don't, it don't. Like I said, that's why I said with Freedom Planet. Freedom Planet 2 is coming out. If it don't come out for my Wii U, I'll just get it for PC like I normally would have got it. And you know what? And I won't make. I know every good game don't need to come to my console of choice. That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying that I never. That's why I was saying I don't buy consoles at the beginning. And Triple M, me and him before you guys jump in when you talk about one game that make you buy a console. I never buy no gaming console for one game. Ain't going to. I'm not going to. I need at least 4 or 5 games to make me say, yeah, I want to buy this console. And with the Wii was 6 games before I bought the console. I bought 6 games at launch for my Wii U. That's. I mean, again, this is me. I'm not saying for you guys. This is me. That's why I can't. So I can't say. Oh, that Xenoblade will be. I said it. If anybody watched my my Xenoblade Chronicles review, I said this is not the game that's worth buying the console for. It's not.
Nope. Yeah. Not unless you're actually a fan of that genre.
Yeah. But it's still, I
Mhm.
wouldn't do that because, and then after that, the thing, if you, I'm gonna buy one DVD, I'm gonna buy a DVD, a $600 DVD player, which basically a lot of PlayStation guys did in this, in the last generation. I'm gonna buy me a PlayStation DVD player for one DVD, please.
Looking at the game sales, you would think that's just what they did for this generation.
That's a good one.
I know.
For some reason, it looks just like the PS2 days.
You know, it's over here in the UK, we got this hype with the new hoverboards. You know, these fake segways, and
You better don't make your house get catch on fire.
why you say that?
Because they catch on fire, they spontaneously combust.
Well, I'm glad I ain't got one of those. I see people. I just don't get the hype with them. Yeah, it's a cool novelty to have, but it's just like to actually be going up and down on road with them. What is the point? Are you that lazy to walk?
Yeah.
Possibly.
Like what? I don't understand it. Like, just get on your 2 feet and walk. What the point is? Like, it doesn't like. I can
Micah,
understand if you. Look,
Micah,
I can
you hear
understand.
yourself?
Huh?
You hear yourself? We got gamers who don't want to read reviews, who just want to take their eyes and scan something, but looking at the number. And you talking about people just wanted to get us.
No, I'm using it as a comparison, and the fact that people just go for everything because of trends.
Yeah. That's why. That's one of the reasons I could argue him down from that point. He think that because the sales is the important factor. Okay, if that's you think that's the important factor, even though as I told
McDonald's is a popular food brand. Does that mean I'm gonna eat McDonald's every day? Because I guarantee you, if I did, I'd probably be dead.
Yeah.
Everybody, look at this. But
people. This is the thing. People say, oh, if this person people will say things like, oh, if this person jump off a bridge, would you? And the person would say no. But in all honesty, psychologically, that's what a lot of people are doing. It's a self-destructive behavior. It's no different from jumping off a bridge. You're just doing it very slowly.
Well, okay. Let me. Time out knows is because he's in where he is.
There's a saying that if your mentality is stagnant, then you're as good as dead.
True, but let's go with time out. You know this. When everybody say fast food, and it could be a negative connotation to it, but when they say fast food, everybody say, "Oh, fast food chicken. Where's the best?" You say you're gonna buy fast food chicken. Everybody gonna think of what? KFC.
Yeah.
Even though they're not even one of the best.
They're not the best, and the number one selling thing because KFC has the brand name, it has the trend. But you know this. You have Chick-fil-A, right?
Yeah.
Chick-fil-A sells more chicken food and everything than KFC, but KFC has the brand recognition.
Yeah.
And their chicken is way better than the KFC's chicken.
Yeah.
But that's what is going on. That's what I'm trying to say. That trend, you said it, Mike, and that's what I'm trying to say I was trying to say to John. It doesn't because it's that, and
well,
because
it's like over here in the UK, you have the two biggest trending supermarkets are Asda and Tesco. Asda being a subsidiary to Walmart. So this is basically the UK Walmart. It is actually owned by Walmart.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they're the most popular trending. Like, you ask most people about, oh, where do you shop? It's either Asda or Morrison's. But the supermarket that makes the most profit at the moment, the supermarkets that make the most profit are Aldi, Lidl, and Morrison's. Aldi and Lidl because they sell similar products that the main supermarkets sell, that the big brands sell, but they're from other parts of Europe, so they import them over, so it's cheaper for them to sell. Whereas and Morrison's is just popular because of their reliability. They source their own foods. Their foods, when they had like a horse meat scandal over here in the UK, and Morrison's was the only supermarket not affected by it because they were the only company that sources their own foods. Like, they source they have their own butchers, their own farms, their own yeah, they have their own butchers, their own farms, their own fishmongers, and everything like that.
So,
So you
so
know,
basically,
they
so,
they
bas-
they.
so
Go
basically, you're
on.
saying they have their own ecosystem.
Yes, like Nintendo. And they're out of all the UK, because Aldi and Lidl aren't UK supermarkets, but out of all the major UK commercial supermarkets, they are the most profitable.
Well,
Hey, I
like
don't know how many times
And
it has to be, it has to be
I
said.
wonder who else operates like that.
I don't know how many times it has to be said. Nintendo can survive without third party. PlayStation and Microsoft gaming divisions, I always say that the gaming divisions, anyways,
yeah.
can't survive without third party. And
Well, you think about it. What took Nintendo off? It wasn't third party. It was their own games. That's
yeah,
what took them off in the first place.
I guess that's the thing I was kind of confused about with this. I guess the only real thing, what the dude's name is,
Turnajon.
yeah, him, was I guess I couldn't grasp I couldn't grasp how he couldn't grasp the fact that Nintendo can survive without third party. They're doing it now. They've done it. And what makes you think they? I mean, like, I was like, okay. It's proven you're admitting that they are surviving right now. Really good. They're the only ones really making a good profit this generation currently.
Yeah.
I think
You admit that, yet you still can't come to the conclusion. You still are skeptical, or you still don't believe for some reason that they can't do it, yet they're doing it and been doing it. Yet you somehow think these other companies are good to go just because they're they're so popular, whatever, whatnot, and they're not making that much. They're barely making any profit. I mean, what makes you think that a company will survive, keep surviving, where they're not making any money? Like, we all know the shareholders, I believe.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing with me, because I see that he is trying to equate survive with success.
Yeah.
He wants Nintendo to succeed, but I guess in his way of thinking, to survive, you need to succeed.
Well,
With,
they are succeeding in the sense of they're doing what they need to do, make that profit, so they're succeeding.
But they're not.
He means succeeding in the sense of being the top dog, the top dog. Okay, in that sense, no, they're not. They're not. Okay, they don't have that. They don't have that Wii, sales, the NES sales, and whatnot. They don't got, as far as over the competition. They don't have that. But what they do have is what they're supposed to have, and what really matters the most is that profit. Like Indu was trying to dig in his head is, hey, if you ain't making profit, eventually your shareholders or whatever, they going to be like, hey, cut that crap off. Eventually it's going to come to an end.
But there's a simple saying in this, and that's empty barrels make the most noise.
Yeah.
And what happens in this? Who makes the most noise in this industry? Is it not third party?
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, look, that's the thing that kind of did kill me. Like, I'm pointing out, I built it up so he understand what's going on. That's what I was trying to make sure with the whole process. I built it up from the 64 all the way up to now. But also the thing that killed me is I said, if Xbox division made again in 7 years made $700 million, and Nintendo made $730 million in 1 year, don't you think that is such a big whopping difference?
Well, the Pokemon company in 2014
made $2 billion.
Yeah, in 1 year.
That's stuff so why, as you said, Michael,
3DS. I think there was 1 year where in North America alone, 3DS was a $1 billion industry.
I won't be. You know what? I won't even.
Reggie himself said that.
I said I won't be surprised if that's not true. That's true. Sorry, that is true. But the number I just point out, and you even knew you just said with the and I went back to last generation, Mario Kart, Mario Kart Wii, as we talked about it when we had the thing when we asked the question on the Loss of Brain Cells podcast.
You
One
sound like you got a
game.
bit of rap there still.
No, but yeah, come on. One game outdid Black Ops 1. I mean, not Call of Duty Modern Warfare, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, Black Ops 1. It outdid all those games, and all those games are on different platforms. One game.
Look, you know what Nintendo's biggest problem is? Nintendo only has one major problem right now, and that's their brand awareness. That is the only problem they have. And that is not 100% Nintendo's fault. That is, that is just years of conditioning over time. We as people, we don't pass down certain information. So a lot of kids that become gamers now, they don't know about Nintendo. They have Call of Duty billboards posted in their face. A lot of the TV shows they're watching on channels that aren't really made for kids. Because if you go on kids' channels, Nintendo advertise a lot on them. But they go on channels that aren't really meant for kids and stuff like that. They're on the internet.
That's
They've
the
got
next thing. That's the next thing.
and all this stuff going on over the place and all this kind of thing. You got parents that are just buying kids these games to shut them up and stuff like that. So it's just like, this is what is pumped in these kids' faces. A lot of these kids don't know about Legend of Zelda. There are a lot of there are a lot of gamers out there now, even my age, that don't know what a Wii U is.
Yeah, I understand that. But what you just brought up there is the one thing that killed me to everybody. Then when I said the whole thing about the Amiibo Festival and everything, it was like about the whole family thing. I'm like, that's what Nintendo does. It's family. They always says family.
It's like John Lucas said, if you don't do family, if you don't do family, then where are the next generation of gamers coming in? It is not even just a moral, it's not even just an ethic thing from Nintendo, it is actually a business move. This is when Nintendo invests in a long term, it's not even just on the business, it's not even just on the level that we see, it's on an even much wider scale. Nintendo is investing in the new generation of gamers, the people who are going to buy their games 10 years from now.
And not only that, people who are going to make their games in the future.
Yeah, that's one of the things I was trying to point out too, that look, all the other companies that built their name on Nintendo, where are they now? Konami, Capcom, Square. Look, all of them got financial problems. Nintendo is the only one that ain't got the financial problems. And look at all the developers who made those games. Kenji Inafune, Igarashi, all these guys, they're not with the same company that they made their game with. They made
and if you look at all the old school developers that worked for these companies, a lot of them are with Nintendo now.
Some are with Nintendo, and the thing that killed me is none of these developers, like everybody got with Kojima. Nobody's shadowed Kojima.
Mm-hmm.
So if something happens to Kojima, what gonna happen? Again, we have Kondo for Mario Kart. It's in safe hands. Miyamoto just gonna oversee, but Miyamoto knows Kondo gonna take it. Inuma, he knows this Zelda. Inuma knows Zelda.
That's where Zelda's prepping the next successor now.
Yeah, that's why I said the person who did Triforce Heroes, Hitachi, he's gonna be the next Zelda producer. He was a producer for that, so he Inuma's not gonna take over. So
you look at the team that made Splatoon. They were a new group of young developers, and they're the ones that Miyamoto brought in.
Yeah,
the garage team, aren't they called?
Yeah, Yusuke.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. Yeah, these guys are young developers who looked up to Miyamoto and said, "Wow, whatever," and they taught and he helped with the designs and ideas and everything else. But yeah, they were a young team, and they turned Splatoon around.
And it's into an overnight success.
Not even a success, a phenomenon, dude. Again, for Splatoon, a shooter to sell over 1 million in Japan is crazy.
That's creating history right there.
That is history. No game done that yet.
None.
See,
I didn't even know that. And you said, I was like, oh shoot, that's pretty
I'm not surprised because shooters sell like shit in Japan.
Yeah.
This is the first shooter where this is the first shooter where you can't avoid, where you can't not see Japanese people playing.
And then the next thing killing me is when he was saying that the sales
no matter what time I go on that game, I'm like, do some of these Japanese people even sleep, fam? I'm going on this thing. I'm going on Splatoon at like I'm going on Splatoon at like 10 o'clock in the night, and I'm thinking to myself, nah, the Japanese should be asleep. I should just have a bunch of easy Yankees to deal with. I'm like, what do these Japanese people sleep? It's like 3 in the morning where they are.
Yeah. No, but look, and that's the next thing that killed me. He was like, okay, the PlayStation, what I'm saying that it shows that they're only doing the bundle stuff. They don't right now. The bundle for Xenoblade Chronicles is they're not doing that. They're doing it for Splatoon and Mario Maker. But Xenoblade Chronicles has sold crazy for November and December again, and the game came out in May. You got a resurgence.
Mm-hmm.
Good game, as Red Fox said. If you make good games, it's gonna sell. And that's why he was like, I love it. I gotta give it to you, Turnajon. You didn't take the bet, and you were saying you want to play it safe. Cool. I was like, I bet you those games. I bet you those games. When I was talking about the Amiibo Festival, or whatever, it's like,
Mario Tennis.
You know why those games are gonna sell? Because Nintendo's gonna continue releasing content for them.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the thing with me about Animal Crossing Amiibo Festival. I'm hearing all of you people. Well, maybe I should mention names like Red Fox One, Mr. T, Terminator Jews, Terrell, and by the way, I'm giving them shout out for that because those guys are good. But anyway, they say that this game is horrible, by our standards, in the not for the technicality standpoint
No.
of bugs.
It's subjective.
Yeah. I'm gonna go over there soon, but yes, subjective. And to be honest, at first I was in favor of their subjectivity, but then I kind of draw myself back when I noticed the price. Now, if Amiibo Festival was actually $60 game, and I mean without the amiibos themselves, I would agree with them. But since it's coming with the amiibo, and even though it's about like what, $50 or $60 tops, and the amiibo already cost about $12, or maybe even 20 to the max. So seeing that it's not a full price, it's not full priced.
It's gonna sell amiibos.
Yeah.
It's gonna sell amiibo cards. So that's extra money they're making. And the thing that killed me about that's the one thing about.
Can I just jump in here? Look, I just want to say this. Why do people care so much? Like, really, if you don't like the game, you don't buy it. You really think you really think that every single game Nintendo makes is just going to be made for you? Do you think I give a fuck what a reviewer says about Amiibo Festival? I know what type of game it is. I can see what type of game it is. I know the reviewers aren't going to be feeling it because they have a certain mindset with the type of games they review. So I know who Nintendo are trying to appeal to with this game. You really think I give a fuck what it sells or anything like that? I'm not putting my money into it. I don't care about it. It doesn't appeal to me.
But here's the thing, though.
It doesn't appeal to me.
I know.
I'm not this shit like it's Legend of Zelda or something like that. This is Amiibo Festival, for frick's sake. It's some little party game, for frick's sake, man. Why is everyone getting so annoyed over some little party game that was, it's just foolishness. It was designed for family, and I'm sure there's families who it's like Just Dance, for instance. Now, if most people would say Just Dance is a rubbish game. It was never made for you. I've got Just Dance. I played it. I actually enjoy it. And I buy it because my sister likes it as well. Because she likes dancing. She's into that kind of stuff. That's who it's meant to appeal for. Now, at the end of the day, like no reviewer is going to be able. The one thing I say about when it comes to casual games, no reviewer is ever going to be able to justify a casual game. because they review them like they're hardcore games. These are not hardcore games. You have to take them for what they are. If you don't like the game, fine. What does the sales have anything to do with you? If you knew you wasn't gonna buy it, then why the fuck do you care? For frick's sake, man, what is wrong with these people? Lord have mercy.
Now you did name drop Zelda, which I'm going to say Triforce Heroes, which is not getting it's getting attention, but not the kind that you would think would be all gangbusters and praise.
That's a Zelda effect again, so I don't give a damn about that either. No, I'm gonna buy I don't have Triforce Heroes. I'm gonna buy it, and I bet you I'm gonna enjoy it because because a lot of people who I know who got the game, they said it's fun with multiplayer, but they still have a good single player campaign.
Hey, it looks fun as hell, man. When I get the chance, I'm gonna buy that shit.
Look, but the thing that killed me is with Amiibo 4, and that's why again I point that out in the thing, like you said, Michael, with fewer words. But I point that out, saying, okay, why do you worry about it?
I just had to get it off my chest, man.
No problem.
It's on my nerves. It actually gets on my
No,
nerves.
I got you. That's why you saw when I had a podcast, and again, shout out to Red Fox when he said, it's my stance that if it's not for people, it's for somebody else. That's why I said, because I know I have two of my employees who enjoy the game. Everybody's talking about, I put 20 hours, 40 hours in Xenoblade Chronicles. They put 50 hours in Amiibo Festival.
Hey, I put that much in LBX the first day.
But I'm just saying they put that much time with their kids on Amiibo Festival. And
Look,
even so, the game was not made for you. So why would I say it's a bad game if it was never made for me? Minecraft, it doesn't appeal to me, but it appeals to millions. You got tens of millions of people who love that game.
In Japan, well, not tens of millions, but it's selling surprisingly.
Okay,
Yeah.
look, here's an example. Here's another example. The largest online multiplayer game that is out there right now, and no one can deny this, is World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
World of Warcraft is the largest online multiplayer game right now, which is on the PC, by the way. So I don't know why everyone hypes up the online thing when it comes to Microsoft and Xbox, like they got the biggest online fan base. But that's another story.
Oh, I know they don't have that.
Hold on. They do have the biggest online base, but it's separated in different games.
Yeah, I think even if you combine those online things, they're not going to match up to World of Warcraft.
Mm-hmm. No.
Okay, fair enough. I might have blown out of proportion.
Well, yeah, because wait. I'll say one thing. Like you said, if you do that with all those games, because again, if you take all those games, like I just said with the Call of Duty, it's still and you put all Mario Kart Wii games online, they're not gonna match up because Wii gonna kill it. But go ahead, Micah.
But yeah, you look at World of Warcraft. It's got a 13+ million user install base. You know, how often do you hear that game spoken about? How often do most of the gamers we know and talk to, how many of them are really putting hours into World of Warcraft, or even playing the game, or paying for any form of subscription or whatever? Yet no, you don't really hear anyone talk too tough about that game or anything like that. Yet it's got the largest online install base, which just goes to show you, just because something is trending, it don't mean shit. How often do you hear people talk about World of Warcraft unless you go to dedicated World of Warcraft videos?
Or
you
StarCraft.
You don't hear people talk about these things, but yet the numbers they're pulling in are way better than any trend that's going on right now.
That's a good point. Yeah.
No, that's what I'm saying. The trend, this whole thing with trend, and like I said, and look, that's why I brought the Nelson report. If the number one reason people buy Wii U is for fun, while the others are for features and online, then they don't. Again, if the NX is a home console, it's not gonna be no big seller. This savior of the minions that these people looking for. That part right there, I could say anybody who's got Turnajon and everybody's got question. You guys are gonna be so disappointed
No, but
What are you trying to? What are you trying to save? Some popularity contest? My
Here-
God!
here- here's what's gonna happen though. Oh, go ahead.
No, carry on.
Okay, oh, this is not what's gonna happen. But here's what I'm saying is gonna happen. So Nintendo, you're right. If it's based on the fun factor, it's not going to sell because Nintendo, it's all for the fun, and enjoying your games and stuff whatnot. But check this out. I think Nintendo is about to cause some havoc. I think this I don't know why, but for some reason I think this DNA thing is about to just. I have this feeling that they about to just what do you call it?
I think Nintendo is about.
No, hold on. I think they're about to do so much. Now I don't want to say advertising, but somehow, some way, I think they're going to use social media. Just go crazy with it with this. Gosh dang it!
Well, you said, it, Micah. You said it because they will do what they could do on the mobile platform to push them over to the Nintendo platform.
So,
Well, this is. I'll take it even a step further than what Time Out said. Even though I know he's on the phone at the moment.
a little bit.
I'll take it a step further than Time Out talking.
Drop
I
the
think
thing.
Nintendo are gonna. From what I can see and what you've told me, like. I think Nintendo are going to completely separate themselves from the industry and become their own industry.
I won't be surprised. They have their own ecosystem. Hell.
To be honest, they are pretty much their own industry at this point. So I think they're just going to make that. I think they're just going to make that official. Like I think it's just going to be a thing where we are Nintendo. This is us, and these are the people who choose to work with us.
Well, yeah, because Reggie said they're not competing with Xbox and PlayStation. Iwata said we're not competing with Xbox and PlayStation. Shigeru Miyamoto said we're not competing with Xbox and PlayStation.
Look, I have a saying which I just created now. The man who wins the war is the one who was nowhere near where it took place.
Well, in recent
if you're not involved in the war, then technically you've won it because you've never had to. You didn't have to lift a finger.
I got what you're saying. I know you, man.
Well,
I'm with you.
In recent news, apparently, and I'm reading just by the title alone on Nintendo Everything, Koei Tecmo hints at NX being a home console. There, I said it.
Again, it is what it is. I don't care. Whatever.
Same here. Like Koei Tecmo can hint all they like.
All right, but
chances are Koei Tecmo never even said that.
Yep, it could be. But go ahead.
Some next mistranslation and stupid interpretation.
I don't know why we just can't wait until Nintendo said E3. We just wait until then and shut up.
They don't want to wait, man. They don't want to wait. But
no, wait, man. These guys are jacking off to this concept. This concept. This concept be like the porn that does everything for them.
I'm gonna push my concept real quick. This little idea. Oh, it's not for the NX though. But well, actually, maybe it is. I don't know. Anyways, for your point though about Nintendo not selling as many consoles if people are looking for it, because people enjoy the Nintendo consoles for fun. I think Nintendo's about to explode with not advertisements but advertisements with social media with this mobile stuff. I think they're about to. I think everybody mentioned it before that they're going to try to, and I think Nintendo mentioned it as well. They're going to try to push people from the mobiles to their consoles. Yeah, so yeah. I think they're going to go on a campaign of just slaughtering Twitters and Facebook and make this. You know how you got the Miiverse, not Miiverse. We had the Miiverse on Wii U and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I think they're going to make some sort of. And this is just me just thinking of it just now. Well, not really thinking of it, but just blabbering off. Anyways, I think they're going to have some sort of Facebook-like integration, whatever, and an app on your phone. So it's going to be like what's that game? It's not a game that they mentioned not too long ago.
Mitomo?
Yeah, that. So something like that, but it's like I don't know. It's like it's going to be like addictive. So everybody's on it, and they're going to say, "Hey, get the Wii U, get the NX, do more." It's like this big. Whatever. Yeah, go on and say what you want to say.
No, I think it is. I think it's gonna be to a point where I think Nintendo are gonna Nintendo are gonna push it to a point where your NNID is literally everywhere you go.
Guess what I'm trying? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say right there. Bam.
Your NNID is literally everywhere you go. Like Miiverse is already a sign of, Nintendo having some form of social network, and it already does things similar to like Twitter and Facebook. You have a
check it out
profile,
though.
you can follow people, you can make comments and things like
But
that.
Miiverse is so live. It's like, bam. It's of course there's little me's, but it's live. You can see people walking around. And it's a little fun. Guess how many people gonna like that when they see that on some little app like that on Facebook or on their phone? Oh, look, somebody's walking on my street talking to me. Oh shit, what is this?
Put it like this: Nintendo's made that on their own. Now that they've got DNA involved, I see it potentially being taken to the next level.
To the next level.
Like Nintendo's looking to push brand awareness, and as I said before when you was on the phone, I said basically that I think Nintendo is looking to literally separate themselves from the industry and become their own industry, become their own brand. That's why they got the theme park going on as well. Like can you imagine how much that's gonna push like Nintendo?
I forgot about that. That's madness.
Look, all I want, like, there's two things I want. I want a not like real paintball, because real paintball is painful, but like some kind of Splatoon paintball range or something like that, where just flow like water bombs on like spray paint and all that kind of stuff. Well, not spray paint because that'd be poisonous, but like just like a water gun but spraying paint, like all that kind of stuff. And you obviously wear the ink suits and stuff like that. That would be awesome. And also as well, I want like a co-op Laser Quest type thing, like, but in the vein of Federation Force.
Man, it's you know what?
Like, if I get that, like, fam, like I will make myself broke just to go to America and go there.
I can see the paintball thing happening, because remember Splatoon was coming out, they had them little short videos with them playing with the paintballs and things. Yeah.
That's exactly where I got the idea from.
Yeah. So I can see that happening.
For all we know, that could have been Nintendo experimenting.
Yeah.
Yep. And I said so.
The reason why I said the Federation Force thing, because like I thought about, like, when I was thinking about it today, I thought to myself, you couldn't really introduce it. It wouldn't be too easy to introduce like a Metroid Prime, Metroid style kind of like attraction without it seeming like a cliche thing, like just a roller coaster or something like that. So when I saw Federation Force, I thought to myself, you know what? The way Federation Force is done, it would actually make a good concept for a theme attraction. Like if you had some kind of co-op Laser Quest thing where you're going after some kind of virtual monster, you're going like after virtual creatures and stuff like that, in a co-op team, and you have to like shoot down. You get what I'm trying to say, basically.
Yeah. To be honest, Federation Force kind of reminds me that Metroid minigame in Nintendo Land. And Federation Force is basically is the idea expanded upon.
Nah, man, Federation Force is some bullshit. That ain't no real Metroid.
But like I said, the point, and even to finish off the point where we talked about the Amiibo Festival again. You see, I hope people understand when I was talking to John. I just basically typed out and tell him, you know what, thank you for joining the cast or whatever, and he was a reasonable person for talking and stuff. The thing I was gonna say is this, because when he brought up the Amiibo, when people bring up the Amiibo Force and they go around like the whole case, like me and Michael just said, or be subjective. Even that, I was like, look what IGN said, and this is what people are already done missing out. So Per Snyder, Jose Otero, and Kathleen Plaguey said, I'm having fun with the game. It's not broken. It's not glitchy. But
there you go.
But you give it a low score. That's objective. I have no problem with that. But you give other games that have game-breaking bugs and glitches and everything higher scores. See, that's why I can't do that.
By technicality, that's already almost a failing admission.
Exactly.
No, it's not a failing admission. It's a cheeky check under the table. That's what it is.
A cheeky check under the table. But I mean that's why every time he brought up a point, I was just trying to go counter and say, hey, give him not only one, but like different views to see. Like it's like he came with something, and I was trying to go or circle around him to say, all these things don't make what you just said almost right. You know, when if you try to go fact wise, the opinion wise, again, I can't argue his opinion, but I'm just saying all these things is what make the decisions going on now. After Nintendo has been contract has been broken all time over and over and over and over again. Why would I go back to somebody who's keep on slapping me? I don't get that. And it's not, and that's what I said. A lot of people. That's why I said that. That's why I wanted to start up the whole thing with the whole PlayStation thing, because everybody always think, oh, PlayStation, it was Nintendo who did the whole Philips deal. Nintendo was shady. That's why they did Nintendo. No, Nintendo did the deal. They were wrong. But again, who in the world would let somebody come take 90% of their 80% of their profits on the stuff that they created? If you do that, you need a slap. I mean, seriously, Mike, you're artist, Mike. Yeah, like I said, Mike, you gonna tell me because you know I'm a label. You gonna tell me you gonna take a deal? I'm gonna tell you, hey, Micah, you make your album, right? And you make your album, and I'm gonna take 80% of the profits. I only give you 20.
I'm like, fuck you, bitch.
Hey.
Slap yourself.
Who would sign it? Are you that?
I'm the one that's staying up all night writing these lyrics and doing these recordings and shit. Like, why am I gonna give you?
So you're telling me? So the thing about it.
That I might as well go sign up to the Illuminati and shit, man. What the hell?
So think about it.
Step my game up, man.
So
I think I need to step my game up.
Think about it. So if Sony's deal went through and everything went through, and Nintendo was that stupid, so Sony would have made 80% of the profit off of Mario 64.
Sony would have made some money then, shoot.
They'd have made a lot of money off of Mario 64. Remember, you're just going at the time and the frame. Mario 64, this game-changing game, they would have made 80% off of that game. While Nintendo, Shigeru Miyamoto would have put all those time, like Michael said, all the time and everything to make that game work. Are you freaking kidding me?
Now,
who signed that deal would need to get like this? You just slap yourself.
Hey, what y'all talking about? Sony signed just like that right now.
No, I can understand if Sony said something like 20% for the use of the disc technology or something like that, but come on, 80%. Come on, you're having a laugh, mate. You're actually having a laugh.
Yeah, Miyamoto was like, Miyamoto did that meme when he like looks at you sideways, like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" What the?
But you know what the cliche saying for Nintendo is right now in all of their systems? It prints money.
Exactly. Exactly. You were gonna say something out?
Oh, it was just a joke, but it's past. So.
I got you. Look.
Right now, actually, Sony has that meme.
Just let you know, like just let you know, like I wouldn't actually say "fuck you, bitch" to you. Like,
yeah,
I got you. But even though, look, I have.
I'd be thinking that. Don't get me wrong. No, I'd be thinking that out loud and clear.
Look. When I one of my platinum selling albums have a lot of hip hop R&B stars on it. One of them was Ludacris. Ludacris wanted to with the beats I was doing and everything. He liked it. Oh man, these beats are good. And Michael's first hand, he knows all my beats are. He's like, these things are good. He said, oh man, I want to sign you the DTP. I said, all right. But he said, I'm gonna keep the masters. I didn't say it to him like you just said, Mike. I thought it. F you. I'm not giving you my masters.
Yeah.
Because if I give you my masters, then I'm not gonna make. If I do anything with that thing, you make more money than me. Because you know, everybody knows Busta Rhymes. He's one of the biggest pioneer hip hop from over here, from back in the day to now. He's still a good rapper and everything. Everybody knows that. But did you know when he went from Electronic Underground to Interscope? Electronic Underground released an album called Best of Busta Rhymes, right? The hip hop artists, yeah, Janet Jackson, Give Me Some More, all those songs. Everybody knows
classics, basically.
Those classics. He did not. That thing went platinum. He did not make 1 cent. off that album.
I would put it like this: I would rather sell 10,000. I would rather sell 10,000 copies of an EP, knowing that I done it under me, than sell knowing that I done it, or knowing that I own it, rather than sell 1,000,000 copies of my EP, knowing that I don't own it.
Yeah, because you gonna make you really make less money in most cases, and that's what's called a 360 deal in the music deal. But again, that's what I'm saying. Busta Rhymes did that. Not a penny went to him. A penny.
So you know what it is? You know, it's false lifestyle with a lot of these artists. A lot of these places, like, people think they get a lot of money. No, like, just because you see them in a nice house and everything, that house is more than likely endorsed. Like, their label probably signed a deal for them to have that house.
Well, that's true. That's one. But also, if you don't make money with a 360 deal, you don't make money on the CD album sales or whatever. You basically by doing shows. You go touring and stuff. That's where you make your money. So you better hope your songs and singles are that hot that you bring a crowd in to make the money. But off the albums and stuff, no. And like I said, that's why Sony would be stupid. That's why Nintendo would be stupid if they did that. They'll be dumb to take that deal. No. Hell no. And the same thing for me. And the same thing for me. One of my favorites. One of my most. What happened is, I take a song, a beat. If I made a beat, a track, I mostly sometimes take the same drums out of the track, whatever. So if I signed a deal with Ludacris, he would have had all the rights to that, and I couldn't do it. I'd have to pay him to use my own music, which is stupid. I ain't doing that.
Very stupid.
I'm not doing that. And one of the songs I have used one of the songs 5 times. 5 times with major artists. Well, basically more than that, really. But I'm talking about, like, so people get resurgence or whatever and make money off of that. But again, that's the game. That's the thing about the game behind the scenes that a lot of people don't understand with these kind of deals and what's going on and all this craziness. And that's why I said about, with Nintendo and everything, when people's like, oh, well, why don't Nintendo don't make the GameCube game and all that stuff? Because of what's going on with third parties and everything. Because if nobody want to renege on the deal to make to sign the contract and say, okay, go ahead and do it, they're not gonna do it. They're not gonna do it. EA has to come to me and tell me, hey, I want to redo this. I want to do Need for Speed Common or Need for Speed Most Wanted. I have to. I want you to renege on your contract. I say I ain't doing. To me, afterwards, I've seen EA. I say I'm not doing that. You're gonna have to pay me because I have rights to those. I have rights to what I put onto your game. And if I don't say that, then they can't make the game. I'm just one person, but then they can't produce the game because I have to sign it away. So. There's a lot of things behind gaming. A lot of gamers don't understand. They try to understand. Again, Turnajon.
It's not just gaming; it's business in general.
Yeah, and like I said, I care for the company to make money. Nintendo's making money. That means they're gonna make more games. They're gonna make a next Metroid. They're gonna make a next Zelda. They're gonna make all this stuff because they got the money to do it, and they keep on buying them to do it. Anybody out there who's listening, if you want a game just buy the game. Buy the game. That's all it is. Buy the game, and you'll be all right. I said if they have all that crazy DLC practice and stuff, you don't have to buy it. Speak with your wallet because I don't.
God forbid, I know this is not going to happen. If the next Zelda game didn't sell anything and I'm the only one who bought a copy, best believe I'm banging out that copy, no questions asked. I don't care if I'm the only one playing Legend of Zelda. I'm banging out my Legend of Zelda, fam. It's that simple. If everyone else wants to turn against Legend of Zelda, fuck you. I'm playing Legend of Zelda, fam. Done, no, straight up.
And that could be the last Legend of Zelda game.
Yeah, I'm not saying. Well, if it's the last Legend of Zelda, I doubt it. But even if it was going to be the last Legend, even if for that reason it became the last Legend of Zelda game, well, you know what? I enjoyed the last Legend of Zelda game, straight up.
Yeah, and again, that's the thing with the whole Metroid thing that killed me. Because as I pointed out with Red Fox and everything, Red Fox, again, he was listening to what we were saying. It was not. He brought up the same point I brought up. People talk about, oh, well, the Metroid. Look. If Metroid Prime was such a great game as all you so-called fake-ass fans out there who bought it once or bought it twice or whatever, and I'm being straight up when I'm saying this, then Echo Primes Metroid Prime Echoes, the second one, would have never dropped off lower than the first one.
Exactly, and that's what I keep telling people. People like I want to know, when did all these Metroid fans come out of the woodwork? Like,
That's what I was saying in that one podcast, man. I was like,
when,
hold on.
when did all these Metroid fans come out of the woodwork? Half of these people, that's what I'm saying. Half of these people that say they played Metroid, where was you when Metroid Prime 2 dropped off in sales by like 2 million?
Dude, that's what I was saying with when they showed Prime, not Prime, but
Federation Force, I mean.
Yeah, Federation Force. Yeah, I was like, people were saying so much stupid stuff, and it was like everybody had a script from somebody. It's like everybody was reading the same script, all saying the same things. I was like, what?
Yeah, because
it don't seem like you played the game before, like the Prime. It don't seem like you ever played it.
All I'm saying, I'm not gonna mention no names, but I'm just gonna play with the essence of this. I'm just gonna play with the essence of this statement right now. I remember, I was in the comment section. I was in the comment section of a video talking about like the numbers of Metroid and stuff like that and how they fall off and stuff. And next minute, I see this person saying about how I see this person bringing out a video saying about Metroid doesn't sell. That's rubbish. I want to know who are you? I want to know who that person answering, like, because me and this person had a big debate in the comment section on this video. So,
I think I was in the same comment section.
This guy, clearly this guy thinks he's slick, and all I'm saying is, fam, you don't have to indirect nothing. If you want to come at me about this, we could sit down and have a discussion one time on Hangouts. Don't be coming with no little indirect videos, because it's not the first time he's done this, and both times has been in regards to Metroid. Like, so all I'm saying is, if we have a little this debate in the comment section, cool. Don't need to be doing no little slight indirect videos at me, bruh. Come at me. I'm on Google Plus. I do Hangouts right now. I do events. I do events on Hangouts right now. I do podcasts. Like, we can hash this out in a discussion. Don't be coming on some chief thing, doing some indirect. Don't be coming on some chief thing. And here in the UK, chief is a slang for something bad. Don't be coming on some chief thing, some moist thing, doing some indirect videos, fam. Come at me. That's what I'm saying. We can have a discussion and hash it out. It's that simple. Come on, you little indirect thing, you chief.
Look, I think I was in that comment section.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring that drama, but like I just
no. I think I was in that comment section because I think I got a tattoo on the same dang subject. It had to have been the same. It had to have been the same comment section because I remember the exact same thing. I said something along the lines of, "Well, maybe Nintendo wants to change it up because they ain't selling well on the Metroid." Oh, that's not the reason. And chaos broke loose. I was like, "Whoa!"
No, the Metroid makes profit for Nintendo. That's not the argument. The thing is, what I'm trying to say right now, what I said is, look, if you want to even break it down easy, the GameCube came out in 2000. Metroid Prime came out in 2001. Echoes was it sold 3 million. There's more installed base of GameCube when Prime 2 came out. Same platform, a bigger install base, but it dropped off.
You know what it is? People like
the same amount. It should have been the same amount of people. At the most, it should have been the same amount of people bought the game again.
You know what it is? People like to pick and choose their argument. People think because they know that whenever Nintendo sells 1 million, they're making profit. I mean, obviously it's less than 1 million, but people know for a safe bet that if Nintendo's made over 1 million, they're definitely making profit on their games. So these people think that because they say, just because these games have sold over 1 million, it's not, like you said, like, it's not about making profit at the end of the day. Numbers don't lie at the end of the day. Today, like I said, Nintendo thinks in the long term. One day it may only be 1 million users. The next day it may be 2 million users. You look at the Wii. The Wii U had 100 million install base, but you look at the sales of Metroid. But yet Metroid Prime 3 sold less than Metroid Prime 1 on the GameCube.
Exactly. But I'm just saying, but here's what I'm saying, and that you're right on that. Most of that because of casual gamers that
and people keep saying, "Oh, we want a Metroid with a strong online component." Well, you know what? Metroid did come with a strong online component. It's called Metroid Prime Hunters on the highest selling single handheld out there. the second highest selling console on the market, and yet the game sold less than 1 million. People complaining, say they want online for Star Fox. Well, again, Nintendo's biggest selling standalone device. I'm not talking about Game Boy Advance to get. I know that's all one series. I'm just talking about just the DS on its own.
But it was the biggest departure.
Star Fox Command. I know it's a bit of a departure from the series, but Star Fox Command had online. It had the proper dogfights, but no one bought it. So that's all I'm saying. Numbers don't lie. Numbers don't lie. People can chat all their opinions all they like and say their little theories and all that kind of stuff. All I'm saying, the numbers are there. The numbers don't lie. I couldn't give a fuck about what people's. I couldn't give a fuck about what people's theories are. Your theories and opinions is all good. You keep that. I respect that. I respect your opinion and everything like that. I have my opinions as well. I would love a Metroid game to come out, but you know what? Numbers don't lie. I don't make the numbers. You don't make the numbers. The sales make the numbers. Well, technically we do make the numbers from this. You get the point. You get the point I'm trying to make. I don't put up the numbers. You don't put up the numbers. All we do is buy the games and contribute towards those numbers at the end of the day. So at the end of the day, my opinion don't matter. Your opinion don't matter in this. What matters is the figures that are shown. And if you can't deal with those facts, they are what they are. If you can't deal with them, well, that's not my problem. That's not Nintendo's problem. It is what it is.
I mean, but again, to even shrink down that conversation even more that you just pointed out, which is cool. Look, it's the biggest install base. It dropped off. I could understand if Metroid Prime, if Metroid, I understand if it was like Metroid Prime to Metroid Prime 2 was on a different console, like you just said. It's not. It's on the same console. You know how to play the game already. The game did not get bad reviews. The game got good.
And the button layout was exactly the same.
And the game got good reviews on all consoles. I mean, on all sites, GameSpot, IGN, whatever.
On all consoles. What is this?
I made a mistake. But you know what I mean.
Yeah,
but it got good reviews. Metroid Prime got 9.8 in some places, and Echo's got 9.6. 2 decimal points different, and people still didn't want to go buy it. So don't hand me that crap. Don't hand me this crap. What you guys talking about? Oh no. All you guys are one-off fans. The people who are like me, who bought every single Metroid game, is less than 500,000. I guarantee you it.
Yep, because I know I ain't buying them all.
Yeah.
I haven't bought every single Metroid game I bought.
I ain't even bought the first one I played. I don't know how I got that game. Seriously, man. No lie, man.
I've invested in every single Metroid game except the very first one. I didn't invest on Super Metroid on the SNES, but I did buy it on the Virtual Console on both the Wii U and the Wii.
No, I have it. I don't have it on the. I have it on the Wii U. Right? I have it on the Wii. I had it on the Wii U and the Wii. I bought. Like I said, I tripled it.
Oh, and Zero Mission. I didn't buy Zero Mission, but I did play it, and it is a really good game.
Yeah. I played the first game I played was Metroid 2, Return of Samus, and I went back to play Metroid. I didn't buy
Metroid 2 either, so yeah.
And I had the original.
I did play it, and it was a pretty decent game from what I played.
I still have the original. Look, here it is. I bought Metroid. Do me Triple M. Do me a favor. I'm gonna call these games out. Could you just write down a number for me, and by the end, tell me how much games this all together. All this is single one thing. All right.
Give me a moment.
Just when you're ready.
Man.
What now?
This whole time, I know. I guess I'll go take myself to the corner, but
Go to the timeout corner.
But I just now realized it's triple M and double M.
To be honest, I'll be quite honest. I don't know why more people have not mentioned that. I thought it would have been so obvious.
I've said that before. Remember what I said? Go to the.
I know you said it but with all the podcasts I've had, even with Triple M in there, or all the podcasts I've been in Triple M with, no one has really mentioned that.
I was kind of confused. So I was wait a minute. What the?
Yeah,
that's right.
One of the podcasts I said when Triple M finished, I said, "Hey, go into the next person minus an M," and it was double M in that one. But Triple M, you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, here you go. I bought Metroid. Return of Samus, one game. So I bought that. Then I went back and played and get Metroid, the original game. Then I have Super Metroid. Then of course I got Metroid Prime and Metroid Fusion. Then I got Metroid Prime 2. Then I have Metroid Prime 3. Then I have Metroid Prime Hunters. Then I have
This is a bad
Metroid
man
Prime.
game.
Then I have Metroid Prime Pinball.
Okay, I didn't buy that one either.
Then I have Metroid Prime Collection, Trilogy Collection. Then I
Bought
have
that twice.
Metroid Prime Collection on the Wii U Virtual Console.
Same here.
Then I have Metroid Zero. Then I have Metroid Fusion on Virtual Console. Then I have Metroid, Super Metroid on the Wii Virtual Console. Then on the Wii U Virtual Console. Then I have Metroid Other M. And then I have a special Metroid Prime that is signed by Kenji Yamamoto. How many games are that?
In total, and I'm just counting the trilogy as one game,
Yeah.
which is 17. You bought Metroid games 17 times.
Okay,
17.
I can't outdo Liger, but yeah, I did my fair share still, so don't watch that.
Oh yeah, make it 18 because I have Metroid Prime Return of
And the nail's just been shot in the coffin.
Oh my
No,
god!
I have Metroid. I have this Metroid. I have Metroid. Return of Samus, the virtual on the 3DS. I have that too. I have the virtual version of that. So I bought Metroid. I bought Metroid. I triple dipped. I got all these Metroid games, virtual and the physical copies. So that's what I'm saying. People who like what I just did, there's no way. That might be maybe 50 people.
You the only one. Don't worry.
So
Okay, I haven't bought as many Metroid games as Liger, but I've bought my fair share. Don't get twisted.
no, I'm not.
Go ahead.
No, I'm not. I'm not-
Either one of the few, or you are the only one.
Yeah, but that's why I was breaking it down in my video with my retro rant. That's what I'm trying to say. With all these people who bought one game and then played it, had fun and whatever and all this stuff, they ain't no way. Even if you took with all those what do you call it? Because Alex person who say he's a big Metroid for active gamer like Red Knight. Red Knight ain't compared to what I just did right there. I could tell you that it ain't happened.
Look,
He ain't compared to what I have.
I can tell you this right now.
You want to make it even simpler? How about ask that to F-Zero fans?
Oh shoot! I can tell you right now. I'm not a big. I like these types of games, but I haven't really played F-Zeros, so I can't say nothing about F-Zero. But Metroid though, the first game of Metroid, honestly, I don't even know where the heck it came from. I just remember one day, me and my friend was over the house, and we was playing Metroid, and I don't even know what the game was called at the time, and we were just playing it, and I don't know where the hell it came from. I didn't know what it was till a few years later when I seen another Metroid game, like, oh, that's the game, and then, yeah. But anyways, go ahead.
I ain't gonna lie, cause I'm like an old school FPS fan. I don't really like FPSs now; they make me sick. But I'm an old school FPS fan, and it's Prime that really got me. I didn't really know about Metroid till Prime, but from there I was hooked. From the first Prime game, I put that in the disc and just saw that thing run. I'm like, God damn, this game looks beautiful.
Prime, yeah, it's a good game. Pretty much, that's all you can say. It's a good game. But
Prime is a good game.
And I swear Prime is the best-selling Metroid game.
It is a good game, but it does okay. Super Metroid did something that a lot of other games didn't do. It told a story without being with a narrative, with ambiance. Not many games did that back at that time. Metroid Prime. What Metroid Prime did was not only a technical feat that what Shinji Miyamoto did. Sorry, I keep on saying Shinji, I know, but Miyamoto did, and also Retro Studios did, but all on Kenshi Tanabe. The thing that killed me is they did stuff in that game that nobody could duplicate, and when people started to figure out how the simplest of things, because everybody was when we had Graham was saying the difference between East and West. Halo came out at the exact same time as Metroid Prime. They came out a month, basically a month apart. But you could see the difference with Western, and you see what Miyamoto did with that game to push it towards where it is to be an adventure. And everybody knows the jumping mechanics. It took until Titanfall for people to get the jumping mechanics looking natural and looking all right. Well, Metroid did that in 2001, and all it did was a simple.
Go on.
All it did was a simple. When you jump in the air, the camera tilts down, and you know where to jump. That's it. Everybody, Call of Duty couldn't do it. Halo couldn't do it. All these guys had messed up jumping mechanics. But Metroid just did a simple job, a simple thing, changed and made jumping so fluid. Platforming in 3D, platforming in the first person.
Look, like all I'm saying is, all that thermal scope shit that Call of Duty was doing in Modern Warfare 2, that shit was in Metroid Prime 2 already with the Dark Visor, fam. It was the same damn shit.
Yeah, they did a lot of things in Metroid Prime, dude.
Like all the thermal visor and stuff like that. Like I don't think people understand what it takes to like have something like thermal vision in a video game. Put it like this: you are literally writing the entire. You are literally writing a whole different. You're writing the whole game over again, but just with a different type of filter over it. So it's like you think about it. You've got your X-ray visor, you got your scan visor. Well, your scan visor is just a different scope to your standard combat visor, but you've got your thermal visor, which is a completely different overlay. You've got your X-ray visor, which is a completely different overlay of the world. So you've got three of the same game world running at the same time. It's just that some are running in the background and they're available on the fly. Like most games, you would have had to pause the game, change over your scope, and then do that.
Loading.
Yeah, and that's what
if you want thermal scope in Resident Evil 4, you actually have to press start, go into the you actually have to go into your inventory box, switch your thermal scope on, and then go into the thermal scope thing to see it. Yeah. Metroid, flick of a button, done.
That's why I said when I went over to Japan, they started development of Mario Maker since 2009. Because and 2009 and it came out now and no game breaking bug, no super big glitches, and it's still supported with all these skins or whatever. Because the thing about it, they got all these mods for all these PCs and everything, so you could all these fan made creating Mario games and stuff, or Street of Rage and all the other stuff that's going on. Some of those things have bugs and everything. But here's the thing. They made it and they modded it and modded to what? Only a couple of people have used those mods. Mario Maker, over millions of people could make millions of stages, and they had to code it for millions of people to come with their ideas for their game. You know how hard of a coding that is to do that and still be 100%, not 100%. Let me not be lying on that. To be a solid frame, to have a solid coding that you don't break the game. That's freaking nuts coding, dude.
They would have never been able to do that on their previous consoles.
No. That's why it took them. Over freaking 6-7 years to make this game. That's a lot of code. I'm thinking, okay, Michael's gonna get the game. Okay, he might want to put a block here. So let me code this and do all that, and then it's people don't understand this is why I say developers are getting I want an x86. They're getting lazier and lazier. Most developers, not all.
That's why I see developers as artists in my eyes. I see it as, okay, somebody's doing work, they're doing their art, whatever phase of however they do whatever. I'm pretty sure they got stages. I'm pretty sure they have divisions or whatever. If they're working on the game, they have different teams, whatever, working on certain. Anyways, I see it as art. Whatever you're doing for the game, I see it as is your art. You have your passion in it. Whatever passion you have for your work, your art, that's what you're gonna put into it. And sometimes when you do art, you want it done a certain way. You want people to enjoy it a certain way. And that's how that's how they make a game like this. Hey, some people may not like it, but you know what? That was their art. That's what they like. I see it as one of them rich painters. They don't want to sell their art to some little. They don't want to sell their art to some snobby kid. They want to sell it to somebody who's gonna take care of their art. So hey, that's how I see some games. They want the games made like that, and they want to play like this. And that's how I saw some games like Splatoon, a game like Metroid or Mario, whatever, or any game, any system. If it's a game that's perfected, the artist made it perfected because that's how they wanted their art to be seen. And Nintendo does that a lot for a lot of their games. And you see games like Mario Maker with the code how it is, being good, Xenoblade. Hey, they got a lot of good artists that like their work.
Yeah.
Look, Crytek said this from before the generation even started. Like, the problem is that people expected these consoles to be rivaling high-end PCs. The fact of the matter is, you can't get $2,000 worth of components in a £400 machine, in a £300 machine. It's not gonna happen. At the end of the day, yeah, you gotta understand, these developers, when they make their code on PC, these developers are lazy and they've got money. So believe, when they make their code on PC, they're making it on the best hardware that money can buy. Now you imagine having to scale something from a top of the line PC right down to something that is basically tablet hardware. Like you're gonna get problems. Even if it's similar architecture and stuff like that, you still have to rework your entire engine to accommodate the thermal output at the end of the day.
Well, don't even think about it. Look at it. You got Master Chief Collection. You got these other games coming out, 50, 60 gigs. Okay.
Yeah.
But Xenoblade Chronicles is 22 gigs. And it does way more than I know why, but I mean, I'm just like,
son.
But it does way more than that big game. Like it's a bigger world, bigger.
But it's not even just compression. It's just like, I've done a bit of programming. I'm not expert in programming, but I've done a bit before, and like I know how programming. Anyone who knows the history of programming will know that. Back then, software and firmware were no different. Back when it all started, like people actually had to physically code the firmware by moving switches around and stuff like that. Now, the same concept applies for programming now when you have custom variables. So basically, Nintendo makes custom features in their GPUs so that you can create the custom variables yourself. So it comes down to optimization and efficiency at the end of the day. Anyone who has basic knowledge in programming will know that custom variables are always more efficient than raw code, than just the raw language at the end of the day. Like with custom variables, you can take an entire sentence of code and condense it into one word. Literally, you can do that. So, if Nintendo are doing what they think they're doing, then and obviously the less lines of code you have, the less your processor has to process, which means your code actually runs more efficiently. So if that's how Nintendo are coding their games, and based on their setup and based on how they do their setup with their consoles, that's what it most likely seems like. Then that's also contributing to the compression. That's also contributing to the fact that these games are coming in smaller files, because less lines of code means it's taking up less space.
Less clutter.
Yeah.
Well, I want to say one thing.
And the problem is, a lot of these Western developers, they're just because a lot of these developers, if you notice how they work, they want fixed functionalities, which for the most part, they're easier to work with, but you've got massive lines of code.
Well, I want to say one more thing before I close this thing down and whatever, so we can get out of here. But the next thing that killed me off seeing now that we're at the end of the year mark, and people is like, well, you know what, Nintendo. Because I've seen it on certain other people, Essence, Rob, all them people. but spotty year this year, blah blah blah. I'm like, wait. Spotty games this year again. Your preferences, I don't care. I do not care. If you don't like it, you don't like it. But let's talk about the number itself. So this one company, they had a sparse year this year. Wait, so let me see. A sparse year this year. Let me see. They got Mario Maker, 1, Splatoon, 2, Xenoblade, 3, Yoshi's Woolly World, 4, Zelda Triforce Heroes, 5, Animal Home Designing, 6, Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon, 7,
Gotta be in the right.
Legend of Zelda, Legend of Zelda, the reboot, 8, Amiibo Festival,
Really
9,
goes mouse.
Mario Tennis, 10, Conan
Can I ask a
Extreme,
question?
11, wait, 11, Mario Party,
Heavy.
12, Kirby's Rainbow Curse, 13, Puzzles and Dragons, Mario Donkey Kong, Mario and Donkey Kong, Pokemon Shuffle, all these games, and I'm just
Devil's
talking.
Third.
They they published it. They didn't develop it. I'm talking about games. I'm talking about games like that.
Okay.
So they developed basically, and I'm not even talking about indie games like like Box Boy and Dr. Mario's Miracle Cure and all of other stuff that they got. They developed full retail game. They developed 15 full retail game plus the indie games on one, and they're two consoles. Where you still got other third parties who can't even do 1 or 2 games within that same time frame. And they're spending way more money than Nintendo. Don't give me this bull crap with this whole sparse. That's sparse. What the frick?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Did these same people specifically stated that it's just on one console or one of their handhelds, or they didn't mention that and just say Nintendo overall?
Nintendo.
Okay, so these
Yeah.
people
You know what, dude?
need to re-examine how they spout the words out of their mouth.
But
But
you
even
see,
if-
this is
Go ahead,
this is
go
the
ahead.
problem. This is the problem. Is people's perception at the end of the day. Right now, people's perception is that the Wii U that people's perception is that with Nintendo, it's the Wii U and the 3DS don't exist. The fact of the matter is, if you combine the numbers of the Wii U and the 3DS together,
Which we just
because
did.
it's all one business at the end of the.
Same
It's
company.
all one bit. It's all one business at the end of the day. It's all same company. Really and truly, Nintendo's killing it over the whole competition, because you add the numbers of the Wii U, you add the numbers of the 3DS. Who's really matching that?
Nobody.
You put Sony's Vita numbers and home console numbers together, it ain't coming close to that.
But even at that, we know that there's 11 million consoles for the Wii U, and you have to appeal to the family, the core gamers and the casuals, or whatever you want to call the freaking names. I really don't care. But you still have Mario Maker, Splatoon, Xenoblade, Yoshi's Woolly World, a Fatal Frame, a Amiibo Festival, Mario Tennis, Mario Party, Kirby's Rainbow's Curse. All that, those games right there, those are freaking 8 games I just listed out there on the Wii U. So there's 12 months in a year. Jeez, I don't get people. I really don't. That's all I want. Even if they said Wii U, that's a lot. Even again, I'm not saying your taste. You don't like the games, that's different. But Nintendo have to support. Nintendo put out 8 games in 1 year to support all of people's tastes.
You know what? We live in a society where people are consumed with individualism, and the individualism tells them that I'm the only person that exists out here. But I think because a customer isn't stupid. A customer knows what they want. A consumer is stupid. But as I was gonna say, because a consumer actually goes out and buys what they don't need. But what was I gonna say? It's the mindset of people at the end of the day. It's this individualistic mindset that everything that has to be done in the world has to be done for me and me only. Hello, you ain't the only person that exists at the end of the day. These people go on like this YouTube gaming community is some big massive community compared to the mass of gamers out there. We are small. You know what most gamers are doing? They're playing their games. That's what they're doing. They're not on YouTube with all the fraff and the keyboard warlord shit. Like, they're playing their games. It's that simple. Like, you really think kids who have consoles are up on YouTube making stupid videos? No, they're playing their games. You really think a man who has a job on a 9 to 5 and has to work and feed his kids and his family and stuff, you really think he has time to be on YouTube? He just about has time for the game, to play games. And when he has a chance to play games, you know what he's doing? He's playing games. He's not typing up on the keyboard chatting bullshit and sitting in front of a webcam chatting crap all day. People have lives. They don't have time. A lot of people don't have time for this YouTube bullshit. For many of us, this is just a hobby. Really and truly, I could put this YouTube shit to one side and get on with my life. I do it because I like it at the end of the day. But we do not make out the majority of gamers out there, so people need to get that out of their head.
That's why, as you see with Triple M put the whole, for instance, Famicom, it's family. That's why they call it the system. And also, again, I said the majority of people who buy Nintendo products are family. Not just regular gamers. It's family. So yeah. Oh, they made a Mio Festival. It was not for you. It was for the families. They have to support them too.
That's their main market, I guess you could say.
It is the main market. 60% of their profits is families.
And not only that, it's the biggest long-term investment, because, like I said, at the end of the day, families breed the new generation of gamers. So
Yeah,
these are people
well-
who are not just buying. These are people who may only buy one game from Nintendo today, but in the next few years' time, they may be buying more games than you and me.
Yeah, I know. They were like you were talking about the last podcast, Michael. Like, okay, I'm not a family in a way, but I would say if I had a wife, kids, whatever. If I get kids, they're gonna be playing some of the old games. Like my sister, she grows up on playing stuff, and you see, when we talked about the Christmas thing, she's like, "Oh, I was so happy when I got Game Boy Advance and I got Zero Mission." Not Zero Mission, Mega Man, Mega Man Zero. You gonna pass it down to your kids and say all this stuff, whatever, and they knows that. So it's just weird. Like I said, it's just weird. So you know what? Like I said, Turnajon, thank you for coming on for the one-on-one. Really do. Like I said, I hope nobody harassed you and anything for it, because you weren't one of those psycho people, whatever. But we agree to disagree. That's all it is.
Hey, turn on one. Let's have a discussion. I'm actually dead serious. Let's have a discussion.
But other than that, like I said, anybody out there know what's going on. It's like I said, if you all think you could do a one-on-one with me, I am glad to open. I open up another challenge once again, because Turnajon was a friend, was a sub to Francis. Francis, if you want to do a one-on-one on your channel or my channel, I don't care. I will gladly do it.
Yeah. No indirects, bro.
I would gladly do it, because let's get some of this stuff straightened out. Okay? I don't care. Francis, OJ, whatever you want to call yourself now. I really don't care. But let's do it. If you think some of the stuff I'm saying is wrong or whatever.
Put your money where your essence is, player.
And anybody else who think that if I'm saying something and you want to call me on it, call me on it. Like I said, you might get information. I don't have every single information out there. I'm not going to deny that I have every information out there. But when it comes to this whole, when you're trying to say with third parties and stuff like that, I have enough evidence to back up the third party why Nintendo's, which is smart for Nintendo to do certain things. I have more than enough evidence in that, and I have enough developers who say what they got to say about the Wii U and just say the publishers is screwing them over. So you know what? I'll leave it at that. So enjoy yourself. Like I said, Micah, you having a podcast tomorrow?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So check out Micah's podcast, Double M's podcast tomorrow. What is it called again?
Gaming Tech Casts 2, episode 2.
Okay, Gaming Tech Cast episode 2. Check it out on Double M's Double M06 page. YouTube.
DG Super Gamers.
DGG. What? Yes, check it out for there. And with that said, like I
Get
said,
to check out my music channel too.
oh yeah, Alpha Decipher. Check out his music. I gotta plug it. Whether Alpha Decipher, he got a couple good musics on there, but you gotta check it out. It's pretty good. So,
I said only a couple, I'm offended.
I ain't gonna lie to the people. I ain't say a couple like being negative or whatever. I'm just saying what I've heard. I ain't heard every song you put on the Dagon channel.
Mate, I'm taking the mic. Calm down.
So other than that, like I said, anybody who's still up tonight, listen to this far ahead, man. Y'all go get some sleep. I'm gonna get some sleep. Shoot, I didn't. This went farther than this. Maybe I might split this podcast into an after class and then the one-on-one future, so it could be digested. Because this is freaking long.
Yeah, I'm hoping you would do that because, to be honest, I was actually a bit hesitant coming up here because wait a minute, it's titled like this, so I'm going to ask you for sure if you really want people to join in.
I did, like I said, it turned out what it was, like I said, and you know, I'm gonna hopefully tomorrow, people, I'm gonna go in the description of this video right here. I'm gonna put the IR pages in the description of this video. So again, so you will go and check out if you think I'm BSing. That's just me. I put stuff so you can see it when you want to get straight from the horse's mouth. But other than that, wish you all a good night. And like I said, I don't think I'm doing no more podcasts for the rest of the year. So wish you all a happy new year.
See you next time.